takes me through Bret Harte's country, and to Portland with Old Man California, explains how two vagabonds became homesick through looking at other people's houses. I walked in the lonesome even, and who so sad as I saw the young men and maidens merrily passing by. San Francisco has only one drawback: 'tis hard to leave, when like the pious Hans Breitmann, I cut that city by the sea. It was with regrets for the pleasant places left behind for the men who were so clever, and the women who were so witty, for the diveys, the beer halls, the bucket shops, and the poker hells, where humanity was going to the devil with shouting and laughter and song. And the rattle of dice boxes I would fain have stayed, but I feared that an evil end would come to me when my money was all spent, and I descended to the street corner. A voice inside me said, "Get out of this, go north, strike for Victoria and Vancouver, bask for a day under the shadow of the old flag." So I set forth from San Francisco to Portland in Oregon, and that was a railroad run of 36 hours. The Oakland Railway terminus, whence all the main PG-19 lines start, does not own anything approaching to a platform. A yard with a dozen or more tracks is roughly asphalted, and the traveller laden with handbags skips merrily across the metals in search of his own particular train. The bells of half a dozen shunting engines are tolling suggestively in his ears. If he is run down, so much the worse for him. When the bell rings, look out, for the locomotive, long use has made the nation familiar and even contemptuous towards trains to an extent which God never intended. Women who in England would gather up their skirts and scud timorously over a level crossing in the country here talk dress and babies under the very nose of the cowcatcher, and little children dally with the moving car in a manner horrible to behold. We pulled out at the wholly insignificant speed of 25 miles an hour through the streets of a suburb of 50,000, and in our progress among the carts and the children and the shop fronts slew nobody, at which I was not a little disappointed. When the Negro porter bedded me up for the night, and I had solved the problem of undressing while lying down, I was much cheered by the thought that if anything happened, I should have to stay where I was and wait till the kerosene lamps set the overturned car alight and burned me to death. It is easier to get out of a full theatre than to leave a Pullman in haste. By the time I had discovered that a profusion of nickel-plating plush and damask does not compensate for closeness and dust, the train ran into the daylight on the banks of the Sacramento River. A few windows were gingerly opened after the bunks had been reconverted PG-20 into seats, but that long coughing car was by no means ventilated, and we were a gummy, grimy crew who sat there at 6 in the morning. The heat was distinctly unpleasant, but seeing with the eye of the flesh that I was in Bret Harte's own country, I rejoiced. There were the pines and madrone-clad hills his miners lived and fought among. There was the heated red earth that showed whence the gold had been washed, the dry gulch, the red dusty road, where Hamblin was used to stop the stage in the intervals of his elegant leisure and superior card play. There was the timber felled and sweating resin in the sunshine, and above all there was the quivering pungent heat that Bret Harte drives into your dull brain with the magic of his pen. When we stopped at a collection of packing cases, dignified by the name of a town, my felicity was complete. The name of the place was something offensive, Amberville or Jacksonburg, but it owned a cistern fountain worthy of a town of 30,000. Next to the fountain was a hotel at least 17 feet high, including the chimney, and next to the hotel was the forest pine, the oak, and the untrammeled undergrowth of the hillside. Cinnamon bear cub baby Sylvester in the very far was tied to the stump of a tree. Opposite the fountain a pack mule dozed in the dusthaze. A red-shirted miner in a slouch hat supported the hotel. A blue-shirted miner swung round the corner, and the two went indoors for a drink. A girl came out of the only other house but one, and shading her eyes with a brown hand, stared at the panting train. She didn't recognize me, but I knew her, had known her for years. She was Emless. She never married the schoolmaster, PG-21, after all, but stayed always young, and always fair among the pines. I knew Redshirt, too. He was one of the bearded men who stood back when Tennessee claimed his partner from the hands of the law. The Sacramento River, a few yards away, shouted that all these things were true. The train went on, while baby Sylvester stood on his downy head, and Emless swung her sunbonnet by the strings. "What do you think?" said a lawyer who was travelling with me. "It's a new world to you, isn't it?" "No, it's quite familiar. I was never out of England. It's as if I saw it all." Quick as light came the answer, "Yes, they lived once thus at Venice, when the miners were the kings." I loved that lawyer on the spot. We drank to Bret Harte, who you remember claimed California, but California never claimed him. He's turned English. Lying back in state, I waited for the flying miles to turn over the pages of the book one knew. They brought me all I desired from The Man of No Account, sitting on a stump, and playing with a dog to that most sarcastic man, the quiet Mr. Brown. He boarded the train from out of the woods, and there was venom and sulphur on his tongue he had just lost. A lawsuit only Yuba Bill failed to appear the train had taken his employment from him. A nameless ruffian backed me into a corner, and began telling me about the resources of the country, and what it would eventually become. All I remember of his lecture was that you could catch trout in the Sacramento River stream that we followed so faithfully. Then rose a tough and wiry old man with grizzled hair, PG-22, and made inquiries about the trout. To him was added the secretary of a life insurance company. I fancy he was traveling to rake in the dead that the train killed, but he too was a fisherman. And the two turned to Meward. The frankness of a Westerner is delightful. They tell me that in the eastern states I shall meet another type of man, and a more reserved. The Californian always speaks of the man from the New England states as a different breed. It is our Punjab and Madras over again. But, more so, the old man was on a holiday in search of fish when he discovered a brother loafer. He proposed a confederation of rods. Quoth the insurance agent, I am not staying any time in Portland, but I will introduce you to a man there who'll tell you about fishing. The two told strange tales as we slid through the forests and saw afar off the snowy head of a great mountain. There were vineyards, fruit orchards, and wheat fields where the land opened out, and every 10 miles or so 20 or 30 wooden houses, and at least 3 churches. A large town would have a population of 2,000 and an infinite belief in its own capacities. Sometimes a flaring advertisement flanked the line calling for men to settle down, take up the ground, and make their home there at a big town. We could pick up the local newspaper, narrow as the cutting edge of a chisel and twice as keen a journal, filled with the prices of stock, notices of improved reaping and binding machines, movements of eminent citizens whose fame beyond their own abode extends for miles along the Harlem Road. There was not much grace about these papers, but all breathed the same need for good men, steady men who would plough until PG-23 and build schools for their children and make a township in the hills. Once only I found a sharp change in the note, and a very pathetic one. I think it was a young soul in trouble who was writing poetry. The editor had jammed the verses between the flamboyant advertisement of a real estate agent, a man who sells you land and lies about it, and that of a Jew tailor who disposed of knobby suits at cutthroat prices. Here are 2 verses. I think they tell their own story. God made the pine with its root in the earth, its top in the sky. They have burned the pine to increase the worth of the wheat and the silver rye. Go weigh the cost of the soul of the pine, cut off from the sky, and the price of the wheat that grows so fine, and the worth of the silver rye. The thin-lipped, keen-eyed men who boarded the train would not read that poetry, or if they did would not understand. Heaven guard that poor pine in the desert, and keep its top in the sky. When the train took to itself an extra engine, and began to breathe heavily, someone said that we were ascending the Siskiyou Mountains. We had been climbing steadily from San Francisco, and at last one to over 4,000 feet above sea level, always running through forest. Then naturally enough we came down, but we dropped 2,200 feet in about 13 miles. It was not so much the grinding of the brakes along the train, or the sight of 3 curves of track apparently miles below us, or even the vision of a good strain PG-24, apparently just under our wheels, or even the tunnels that made me reflect. It was the trestles over which we crawled, trestles something over 100 feet high, and looking like a collection of matchsticks. I guess our timber is as much a curse as a blessing, said the old man from Southern California. These trestles last very well for 5 or 6 years, then they get out of repair, and a train goes through 'em, or else a forest fire burns 'em up. This was said in the middle of a groaning, shivering trestle. An occasional platelayer took a look at us as we went down, but that railway didn't waste men on inspection duty very often. There were cattle on the track against which the engine used a diabolical form of whistling. The old man had been a driver in his youth, and beguiled the way with cheery anecdotes of what might be expected if we fouled a young calf. You see, they get their legs under the cowcatcher, and that'll put an engine off the line. I remember when a hog wrecked an excursion train and killed 60 people. Guess the engineer will look out, though. There is considerably too much guessing about this large nation. As one of them put it rather forcibly, we guess a trestle will stand forever, and we guess that we can patch up a washout on the track, and we guess the road's clear, and sometimes we guess ourselves into the depot, and sometimes we guess ourselves into hell. The descent brought us far into Oregon, and a timber and wheat country. We drove through wheat and pine PG-25 in alternate slices, but pine chiefly. till we reached Portland, which is a city of 50,000, possessing the electric light of course, equally of course, devoid of pavements, and a port of entry about 100 miles from the sea at which big steamers can load it. Is a poor city that cannot say it has no equal on the Pacific coast. Portland shouts this to the pines, which run down from 1,000-foot ridge clear up to the city. You may sit in a bedizened barroom, furnished with telephone and clicker, and in half an hour be in the woods. Portland produces lumber and jigsaw fittings for houses and beer and buggies and bricks and biscuit, and in case you should miss the fact, there are glorified views of the town hung up in public places, with the value of the products set down in dollars. All this is excellent and exactly suitable to the opening of a new country. But when a man tells you it is civilization, you object. The first thing that the civilized man learns to do is to keep the dollars in the background, because they are only the oil of the machine that makes life go smoothly. Portland is so busy that it can't attend to its own sewage or paving, and the four-story brick blocks front cobblestones and plank sidewalks, and other things much worse. I saw a foundation being dug out. The sewage of perhaps 20 years ago had thoroughly soaked into the soil, and there was a familiar and oriental look about the compost that flew up with each shovelload, yet the local papers, as was just and proper, swore there was no place like Portland. Oregon, USA chronicled the performances of Oregonians, claimed prominent citizens elsewhere as Oregonians, and fought tooth and nail for PG-26 dock rail and wharfage projects. And you could find men who had thrown in their lives with the city, who were bound up in it, and worked their life out for what they conceived to be its material prosperity. Pity it is to record that in this strenuous labouring town there had been a week before a shooting case. One well-known man had shot another on the street, and was now pleading self-defence because the other man had, or the murderer thought he had, a pistol about him. Not content with shooting him dead, he squibbed off his revolver into him. As he lay, I read the pleadings, and they made me Roman 99, so far as I could judge. If the dead man's body had been found with a pistol on it, the shooter would have gone free. Apart from the mere murder, cowardly enough in itself, there was a refinement of cowardice in the plea here. In this civilized city, the surviving brute was afraid he would be shot. Fancied he saw the other man make a motion to his hip pocket, and so on. Eventually the jury disagreed, and the degrading thing was that the trial was reported by men who evidently understood all about the pistol, was tried before a jury who were versed in the etiquette of the hip pocket, and was discussed on the streets by men equally initiate. But let us return to more cheerful things. The insurance agent introduced us as friends to a real estate man, who promptly bade us go up the Columbia River for a day while he made inquiries about fishing. There was no overwhelming formality. The old man was addressed as California. I answered indifferently to England or Johnny Bull, and the real estate man was Portland. This was a lofty and spacious form of address. PG-27. So California and I took a steamboat, and upon a sumptuous blue and gold morning, steered up the Willamette River, on which Portland stands, into the great Columbiath River that brings the salmon that goes into the tin that is emptied into the dish when the extra guest arrives in India. California introduced me to the boat, and the scenery showed me the Texas, the difference between a towhead and a sawyer, and the precise nature of a slough. All I remember is a delightful feeling that Mark Twain's Huckleberry Finn and Mississippi Pilot were quite true, and that I could almost recognize the very reaches down which Huck and Jim had drifted. We were on the border line between Oregon State and Washington Territory, but that didn't matter. The Columbia was the Mississippi so far as I was concerned. We ran along the sides of wooded islands whose banks were caving in with perpetual smashes, and we skipped from one side to another of the mile-wide stream in search of a channel exactly like a Mississippi steamer. And when we wanted to pick up or set down a passenger, we chose a soft and safe place on the shore, and ran our very snub nose against it. California spoke to each new passenger as he came aboard, and told me the man's birthplace. A long-haired tender of kine crashed out of the underwood, waved his hat, and was taken aboard forthwith. South Carolina, said California, almost without looking at him. When he talks you will hear a softer dialect than mine. And it befell as he said, whereat I marvelled, and California chuckled. Every island in the river carried fields of rich wheat orchards, and a white wooden house, or else, if the pines grew very thickly. PG-28. A sawmill, the tremulous whine of whose saws flickered across the water like the drone of a tired bee. From remarks he let fall, I gathered that California owned timber ships, and dealt in lumber, had ranches to a partner, and everything handsome about him, in addition to a checkered career of some 35 years. But he looked almost as disreputable a loafer as Roman one say young feller were. Going to see scenery now, you shout and sing, said California, when the bland wooded islands gave place to bolder outlines, and the steamer ran herself into a hornet's nest of black-fanged rocks, not a foot below the boiling broken water. We were trying to get up a slough or back channel by a short cut, and the sternwheel never spun twice in the same direction. Then we hit a floating log with a jar that ran through our system, and then white-bellied open-gilled spun by a dead salmona, lordly 20-pound Chinook salmon, who had perished in his pride yowl. See the salmon wheels 4 long, said a man, who lived way back on the Washougal, and whose hat was spangled with trout flies. Those Chinook salmon never rise to the fly, the Canaries take them by the wheel at the next bend. We sighted a wheeler, an infernal arrangement of wire gauze compartments worked by the current, and moved out from a barge inshore to scoop up the salmon. As he races up the river, California swore long and fluently at the sight, and the more fluently when he was told of the weight of a good night's catch, some thousands of pounds. Think of the black and bloody murder of it. But you out yonder insist in buying tinned salmon, and the Canaries cannot live by letting down lines. PG 29. About this time, California was struck with madness. I found him dancing on the foredeck shouting, "Isn't she a daisy, isn't she a darling?" He had found a waterfowl, a blown thread of white vapour, that broke from the crest of a hill, a waterfall 850 feet high, whose voice was even louder than the voice of the river. Bridal Veil jerked out the purser, DN that purser and the people who christened her. Why didn't they call her Mechlin Lace Falls at $50 a yard while they were at it, said California, and I agreed with him. There are many Bridal Veil falls in this country, but few men say lovelier than those that come down to the Columbia River. Then the scenery began poured forth with the reckless profusion of nature, who, when she wants to be amiable, succeeds only in being oppressively magnificent. The river was penned between gigantic stone walls, crowned with the ruined bastions of Oriental palaces. The stretch of green water widened and was guarded by pine-clad hills 3,000 feet high. A wicked devil's thumbnail of rock shot up 100 feet in midstream. A sandbar of blinding white sand gave promise of flat country that the next bend denied, for lo, we were running under a triple tier of fortifications, lava-topped, pine-clothed and terrible. Behind them, the white dome of Mount Hood ran 14,000 feet into the blue, and at their feet the river threshed among a belt of cottonwood trees. There I sat down and looked at California half out of the boat in his anxiety to see both sides of the river. At once he had seen my notebook, and it offended him. "Young feller, let her go and you shut your head. It's not you nor anybody like you can put this PG-30 down black. The novelist he can describe salmon fishing, he can," and he glared at me as though he expected me to go and do likewise. "I can't, I know it," I said humbly. "Then thank God that you came along this way." We reached a little railway on an island which was to convey us to a second steamer, because, as the purser explained, the river was a trifle broken. We had a 6-mile run sitting in the sunshine on a dummy wagon whirled just along the edge of the river bluffs. Sometimes we dived into the fragrant pine woods ablaze with flowers, but we generally watched the river, now narrowed into a turbulent mill race, just where the whole body of water broke in riot over a series of cascades. The United States government had chosen to build a lock for steamers, and the stream was one boiling, spouting mob of water. A log shot down the race, struck on a rock, split from end to end, and rolled over in white foam. I shuddered, because my toes were not more than 60 feet above the log, and I feared that a stray splinter might have found me. But the train ran into the river on a sort of floating trestle, and I was upon another steamer ere I fully understood why the cascades were not 200 yards below us. And when we cast off to go upstream, the rush of the river ere the wheel struck the water dragged us as though we had been towed. Then the country opened out, and California mourned for his lost bluffs and crags, till we struck a rock wall 400 feet high, crowned by the gigantic figure of a man watching us on a rocky island. We saw the white tomb of an old-time settler who had made his money in San Francisco, but had chosen to be PG-31, buried in an Indian burying ground. A decayed wooden wickiup, where the bones of the Indian dead are laid, almost touched the tomb. The river ran into a canal of basaltic rock, painted in yellow, vermilion and green by Indians, and by inferior brutes adorned with advertisements of bile beans. We had reached the Dallas center of a great sheep and wool district, and the head of navigation. When an American arrives at a new town, it is his bounden duty to take it in. California swung his coat over his shoulder with the gesture of a man used to long tramps, and together at 8 in the evening, we explored the Dalles. The sun had not yet set, and it would be light for at least another hour. All the inhabitants seemed to own a little villa, and one church apiece. The young men were out walking with the young maidens. The old folks were sitting on the front steps, not the ones that led to the religiously shuttered best drawing-room, but the side front steps, and the husbands and wives were tying back pear trees or gathering cherries. A scent of hay reached me, and in the stillness We could hear the cattle bells as the cows came home across the lava-sprinkled fields. California swung down the wooden pavements, audibly criticizing the housewives' hollyhocks and the more perfect ways of peer grafting, and as the young men and maidens passed giving quaint stories of his youth, I felt that I knew all the people aforetime. I was so interested in them and their life. A woman hung over a gate talking to another woman, and as I passed I heard her say skirts and again skirts and ill send you over the pattern, and I knew they were talking dress. We PG-32 stumbled upon a young couple saying goodbye in the twilight, and when shall I see you again, quoth he, and I understood that to the doubting heart, the tiny little town we paraded in 20 minutes might be as large as all London, and as impassable as an armed camp. I gave them both my blessing, because when shall I see you again is a question that lies very near to hearts of all the world. The last garden gate shut with a click that travelled far down the street, and the lights of the comfortable families began to shine in the confidingly uncurtained windows. Say, Johnny Bull, doesn't all this make you feel lonesome? Said California. Have you got any folks at home? Sove I a wife and 5 children, and I am only on a holiday. And I am only on a holiday, I said, and we went back to the Spittoonwood Hotel. Alas, for the peace and purity of the little town that I had babbled about at the back of a shop, and discreetly curtained, was a room where the young men who had been talking to the young maidens could play poker and drink and swear, and on the shop were dime novels of bloodshed, to corrupt the mind of the little boy, and prurient servant girl yarns, to poison the mind of the girl. California only laughed grimly. He said that all these little one-house towns were pretty much the same all over the States. That night I dreamed I was back in India with no place to sleep in, tramping up and down the station mall, and asking everybody, when shall I see you again? PG-33 No Roman 27 shows how I caught salmon in the Clackamas. The race is not to the swift nor the battle to the strong, but time and chance cometh to all. I have lived, the American continent may now sink under the sea, for I have taken the best that it yields, and the best was neither dollars, love, nor real estate here. Now, gentlemen of the Punjab Fishing Club, who whip the reaches of the Tavi, and you who painfully import trout to Uttacammund, and I will tell you how old man California and I went fishing, and you shall envy. We returned from the Dalles to Portland. By the way we had come the steamer, stopping en route to pick up a night's catch of one of the salmon wheels on the river, and to deliver it at a cannery downstream, when the proprietor of the wheel announced that his take was 2,230 pounds weight of fish, and not a heavy catch neither. I thought he lied, but he sent the boxes aboard, and I counted the salmon by the 100, huge 50-pounders, hardly dead scores of 20 and 30-pounders, and a host of smaller fish. The steamer halted at a rude wooden warehouse built on piles in a lonely reach of the river, and sent in the fish. I followed them up a scale-strewn fishy incline that led to the cannery. The crazy building was quivering PG-34 with the machinery on its floors, and a glittering bank of tin scraps, 20 feet high, showed where the waste was thrown. After the cans had been punched, only Chinamen were employed on the work, and they looked like blood-besmeared yellow devils as they crossed the rifts of sunlight that lay upon the floor. When our consignment arrived, the rough wooden boxes broke of themselves as they were dumped down under a jet of water, and the salmon burst out in a stream of quicksilver. A Chinaman jerked up a 20-pounder beheaded, and detailed it with 2 swift strokes of a knife, flicked out its internal arrangements with a third, and cast it into a bloodedied tank. The headless fish leaped from under his hands, as though they were facing a rapid. Other Chinamen pulled them from the vat, and thrust them under a thing like a chaff cutter, which descending hewed them into unseemly red gobbets fit for the can. More Chinamen with yellow crooked fingers jammed the stuff into the cans, which slid down some marvelous machine, forthwith soldering their own tops as they passed. Each can was hastily tested for flaws, and then sunk with 100 companions into a vat of boiling water, there to be half-cooked for a few minutes. The cans bulged slightly after the operation, and were therefore slidden along by the trolleyful to men with needles and soldering irons, who vented them and soldered the aperture. Except for the label, the finest Columbia salmon was ready for the market. I was impressed not so much with the speed of the manufacture as the character of the factory. Inside, on a floor 90 by 40, the most civilized and murderous of machinery. Outside, 3 footsteps, the thick-growing pines, and the PG-35 immense solitude of the hills. Our steamer only stayed 20 minutes at that place, but I counted 240 finished cans made from the catch of the previous night, ere I left the slippery, blood-stained, scale-spangled, oily floors and the awful smeared Chinamen. We reached Portland, California, and I, crying for salmon and the real estate man to whom we had been entrusted by Portland, The insurance man met us in the street saying that 15 miles away across country, we should come upon a place called Clackamas, where we might perchance find what we desired. And California, his coat-tails flying in the wind, ran to a livery stable, and chartered a wagon and team. Forthwith I could push the wagon about with one hand, so light was its structure. The team was purely American, that is to say almost human in its intelligence and docility. Someone said that the roads were not good on the way to Clackamas, and warned us against smashing the springs. Portland, who had watched the preparations, finally reckoned he'd come along too, and under heavenly skies, we 3 companions of a day set forth California, carefully lashing our rods into the carriage, and the bystanders overwhelming us with directions as to the sawmills we were to pass, the ferries we were to cross, and the signposts we were to seek. Signs from half a mile from this city of 50,000 souls we struck, and this must be taken literally, a plank road that would have been a disgrace to an Irish village. Then 6 miles of macadamized road showed us that the team could move. A railway ran between us and the banks of the Willamette, and another above us, through the mountains. All the land was dotted with PG-36 small townships, and the roads were full of farmers in their town wagons. Bunches of tow-haired, boggle-eyed urchins sitting in the hay behind the men generally looked like loafers, but their women were all well-dressed. Brown hussar braiding on a tailor-made jacket does not, however, consort with hay wagons. Then we struck into the woods along what California called a caminarelia, good road. And Portland, a fair track. It wound in and out among fire-blackened stumps, under pine trees, along the corners of log fences, through hollows, which must be hopeless marsh in the winter, and up absurd gradients, but nowhere throughout its length did I see any evidence of road-making. There was a track, you couldn't well get off it, and it was all you could do to stay on it. The dust lay a foot thick in the blind ruts, and under the dust we found bits of planking and bundles of brushwood that sent the wagon bounding into the air. Sometimes we crashed through bracken, and on where the blackberries grew rankest we found a lonely little cemetery, the wooden rails all awry, and the pitiful stumpy headstones nodding drunkenly at the soft green mulleins. Then, with oaths and the sound of rent underwood, a yoke of mighty bulls would swing down a skid road, hauling a 40-foot log along a rudely made slide. A valley full of wheat and cherry trees succeeded in halting at a house. We bought 10-pound weight of luscious black cherries for something less than a rupee, and got a drink of ice-cold water for nothing, while the untended team browsed sagaciously by the roadside. Once we found a wayside camp of horse-dealers lounging by a pool ready for a sale or a swap, and once 2 sunturned youngsters shot down a hill on PG-37 Indian ponies, their full creels banging from the high-pummelled saddles they had been fishing, and were our brethren. Therefore we shouted aloud in chorus to scare a wildcat. We squabbled over the reasons that had led a snake to cross a road. We heaved bits of bark at a venturesome chipmunk, who was really the little grey squirrel of India, and had come to call on me. We lost our way, and got the wagon so beautifully fixed on a steep road that we had to tie the 2 hindwheels to get it down. Above all, California told tales of Nevada and Arizona, of lonely nights spent out prospecting, of the slaughter of deer, and the chase of men, of woman, lovely woman, who is a firebrand in a western city, and leads to the popping of pistols, and of the sudden changes and chances of fortune, who delights in making the miner or the lumberman a quadruplicate millionaire, and in busting the railroad king. That was a day to be remembered, and it had only begun when we drew rein at a tiny farmhouse on the banks of the Clackamas, and sought horsefeed and lodging ere we hastened to the river that broke over a weir not a quarter of a mile away. Imagine a stream 70 yards broad, divided by a pebbly island, running over seductive riffles, and swirling into deep quiet pools, where the good salmon goes to smoke his pipe after meals. Set such a stream amid fields of breast-thigh crops, surrounded by hills of pines. Throw in where you please quiet water, log-fenced meadows, and 100-foot bluff, just to keep the scenery from growing too monotonous, and you will get some faint notion of the Clackamas. Portland had no rod, he held the gaff, and the whiskey California sniffed upstream and downstream. PG-38 across the racing water chose his ground, and let the gaudy spoon drop in the tail of a riffle. I was getting my rod together, when I heard the joyous shriek of the reel, and the yells of California, and 3 feet of living silver leaped into the air far across the water. The forces were engaged. The salmon tore upstream, the tense line cutting the water like a tide drip behind him, and the light bamboo bowed to breaking. What happened after I cannot tell. California swore and prayed, and Portland shouted advice, and I did all 3 for what appeared to be half a day, but was in reality a little over a quarter of an hour. And sullenly our fish came home with spurts of temper, dashes head-on and sarabands in the air. But home to the bank came he, and the remorseless reel gathered up the thread of his life inch by inch. We landed him in a little bay, and the spring weight checked at 11.5 pounds, 11.5 pounds of fighting salmon. We danced a war dance on the pebbles, and California caught me round the waist in a hug that went near to breaking my ribs, while he shouted, "Partner, partner, this is glory now you catch your fish, 24 years I've waited for this." I went into that ice-cold river, and made my cast just above a weir, and all but foul-hooked a blue and black water snake, with a coral mouth who called herself on a stone and hissed maledictions. The next cast of the pride of it, the regal splendour of it, the thrill that ran down from fingertip to toe the water boiled he broke for the spoon, and got it there remained enough sense in me to give him all he wanted, when he jumped not once but 20 times before the upstream flight that ran my line out to the last half-dozen turns, and IPC 39 saw the nickeled reel bar glitter under the thinning green coils. My thumb was burned deep when I strove to stop at the line, but I did not feel it till later, for my soul was out in the dancing water praying for him to turn air. He took my tackle away, the prayer was heard, as I bowed back the butt of the rod on my left hip bone, and the top joint dipping like unto a weeping willow he turned, and I accepted each inch of slack that I could by any means get in as a favour from on high. There be several sorts of success in this world that taste well in the moment of enjoyment, but I question whether the stealthy theft of line from an able-bodied salmon who knows exactly what you are doing, and why you are doing it, is not sweeter than any other victory within human scope. Like California's fish, he ran at me head-on, and leaped against the line, but the Lord gave me 250 pairs of fingers in that hour. The banks and the pine trees danced dizzily round me, but I only reeled as for life-reeled for hours, and at the end of the reeling continued to give him the butt while he sulked in a pool. California was farther up the reach, and with the corner of my eye I could see him casting with long casts and much skill. Then he struck, and my fish broke for the weir in the same instant, and down the reach we came, California and I reel answering reel, even as the morning stars sung together. The first wild enthusiasm of capture had died away. We were both at work now in deadly earnest, to prevent the lines fouling to stall off a downstream rush for deep water just above the weir, and at the same time to get the fish into the shallow bay downstream that gave the best practicable landing. Portland bade us both be PG-40 of good heart, and volunteered to take the rod from my hands. I would rather have died among the pebbles than surrender my right to play and land my first salmon weight unknown on an 8-ounce rod. I heard California at my ear. It seemed gasping, "He's a fighter from Fightersville shore," as his fish made a fresh break across the stream. I saw Portland fall off a log fence, break the overhanging bank, and clatter down to the pebbles, all sand and landing net, and I dropped on a log to rest. For a moment as I drew breath, the weary hands slackened their hold, and I forgot to give him the butt. A wild scutter in the water, a plunge and a break for the headwaters of the Clackamas was my reward, and the hot toil of reeling in with one eye under the water and the other on the top joint of the rod was renewed. Worst of all, I was blocking California's path to the little landing bay aforesaid, and he had to halt and tire his prize, where he was the father of all salmon. He shouted, "For the love of heaven, get your trout to bank, Johnny Bull." But I could no more. Even the insult failed to move me. The rest of the game was with the salmon. He suffered himself to be drawn skipping, with pretended delight, at getting to the haven where I would fain have him, yet no sooner did he feel shoal water under his ponderous belly than he backed like a torpedo boat, and the snarl of the reel told me that my labour was in vain. A dozen times at least this happened ere the line hinted he had given up that battle and would be towed in. He was towed. The landing net was useless for one of his size, and I would not have him gaffed. I stepped into the shallows and heaved him out with a PG-41 respectful hand under the gill, for which kindness he battered me about the legs with his tail, and I felt the strength of him and was proud. California had taken my place in the shallows, his fish hard held. I was up the bank, lying full length on the sweet-scented grass, and gasping in company with my first salmon caught, played, and landed on an 8-ounce rod. My hands were cut and bleeding. I was dripping with sweat, spangled like Harlequin, with scales wet from the waist down, nose-peeled by the sun, but utterly, supremely, and consummately happy. He, the beauty, the darling, the daisy, my salmon Bahadure, weighed 12 pounds, and I had been 37 minutes bringing him to bank. He had been lightly hooked on the angle of the right jaw, and the hook had not wearied him. That hour I sat among princes and crowned heads greater than them all. Below the bank we heard California scuffling with his salmon and swearing Spanish oaths. Portland and I assisted at the capture, and the fish dragged the spring balance out by the roots. It was only constructed to weigh up to 15 pounds. We stretched the 3 fish on the grass, 11.5 the 12 and 15-pounder, and we swore an oath that all who came after should merely be weighed and put back again. How shall I tell the glories of that day, so that you may be interested again and again did California, and I pranced down that reach to the little bay each with a salmon in tow, and land him in the shallows. Then Portland took my rod and caught some 10-pounders, and my spoon was carried away by an unknown leviathan. Each fish, for the merits of the 3 that had died so gamely, was hastily hooked on the balance, and PG-42 flung back, Portland recording the weight in a pocketbook, for he was a real estate man. Each fish fought for all he was worth, and none more savagely than the smallest a game little 6-pounder. At the end of 6 hours, we added up the list total: 16 fish, aggregate weight 142 pounds. The score in detail runs something like this: it is only interesting to those concerned. 15, 11, 12, 12, 10, 934, 8, and so forth. As I have said, nothing under 6 pounds, and 3 10-pounders. Very solemnly and thankfully, we put up our rods. It was glory enough for all time, and returned weeping in each other's arms, sweeping tears of pure joy to that simple bare-legged family in the packing-case house. By the waterside, the old farmer recollected days and nights of fierce warfare with the Indians way back in the 50s, when every ripple of the Columbia River and her tributaries hid covert danger. God had dowered him with a queer crooked gift of expression, and a fierce anxiety for the welfare of his 2 little sandstand and reserved children who attended school daily and spoke good English in a strange tongue. His wife was an austere woman who had once been kindly and perhaps handsome. Many years of toil had taken the elasticity out of step and voice. She looked for nothing better than everlasting work, the chafing detail of housework, and then a grave somewhere up the hill among the blackberries and the pines. But in her grim way she sympathized with her eldest daughter, a small and silent maiden of 18, who had thoughts very far from the meals she tended or the pans she scoured. We stumbled into the household at a crisis, and there was a deal of downright humanity in that same. A bad PG-43 wicked dressmaker had promised the maiden a dress in time for a tomorrow's railway journey, and though the barefooted Georgie, who stood in very wholesome awe of his sister, had scoured the woods on a pony in search, that dress never arrived. So with sorrow in her heart, and 100 sister Anne glances up the road, she waited upon the strangers, and I doubt not cursed them for the wants that stood between her and her need for tears. It was a genuine little tragedy. The mother, in a heavy passionless voice, rebuked her impatience, yet sat bowed over a heap of sewing for the daughter's benefit. These things I beheld in the long marigold-scented twilight and whispering night, loafing round the little house with California, who unfolded himself like a lotus to the moon, or in the little boarded bunk that was our bedroom, swapping tales with Portland and the old man. Most of the yarns began in this way. Red Larry was a bullpuncher back of Lone County, Montana, or there was a man riding the trail, met a jackrabbit sitting in a cactus, or bout the time of the San Diego land, boom, a woman from Monterey, etc. You can try to piece out for yourselves what sort of stories they were. And next day California tucked me under his wing, and told me we were going to see a city smitten by a boom and catch trout. So we took a train, and killed a cow wouldn't get out of the way, and the locomotive chanced her, and slew, and crossing into Washington territory, won the town of Tacoma, which stands at the head of Puget Sound upon the road to Alaska and Vancouver. California was right. Tacoma was literally staggering under a boom of the boomiest. I do not quite remember PG-40 for what her natural resources were supposed to be, though every second man shrieked a selection in my ear. They included coal and iron, carrots, potatoes, lumber, shipping, and a crop of thin newspapers, all telling Portland that her days were numbered. California, and I struck the place at twilight. The rude boarded pavements of the main streets rumbled under the heels of hundreds of furious men, all actively engaged in hunting drinks and eligible corner lots. They sought the drinks first. The street itself alternated 5-story business blocks of the later and more abominable forms of architecture with board shanties. Overhead, the drunken telegraph, telephone, and electric light wires tangled on the tottering posts whose butts were half whittled through by the knife of the loafer. Down the muddy, grimy, unmetalled thoroughfare ran a horsecar lineth, metals 3 inches above road level. Beyond this street rose many hills, and the town was thrown like a broken set of dominoes over. All a steam tramway. It left the track. The only time I used it was nosing about the hills, but the most prominent features of the landscape were the foundations in brick and stone of a gigantic opera house, and the blackened stumps of the pines. California sized up the town with one comprehensive glance. Big boom, said he, and a few instants later, about time to step off, I think, meaning thereby that the boom had risen to its limit, and it would be expedient not to meddle with it. We passed down ungraded streets that ended abruptly in a 15-foot drop, and a nest of brambles along pavements that, beginning in pine plank, ended in the living tree by hotels with Turkish mosque trinketry on their shameless PG-45 tops, and the pine stamps at their very doors by a female seminary tall, gaunt and red, which a native of the town bade us marvel at, and we marvelled by houses built in imitation of the ones on Nob Hill, San Francisco, the Dutch fashion, by other houses, plenteously befouled with jigsaw work, and others flaring with the castlemented battlemented bosh of the wooden Gothic school. You can tell just about when those fellers had their houses built, quoth California, that one yonder wanted to be Italian, and his architect built him what he wanted, the new houses with the low straddle roofs and windows pitched in sideways, and red brick walls are Dutch. That's the latest idea. I can read the history of the town. I had no occasion, so to read. The natives were only too glad, and too proud to tell me the hotel walls bore a flaming panorama of Tacoma, in which by the eye of faith I saw a faint resemblance to the real town. The hotel stationery advertised that Tacoma bore on its face all the advantages of the highest civilization, and the newspapers sang the same tune in a louder key. The real estate agents were selling house lots on unmade streets miles away for thousands of dollars on the streets, rude crude streets, where the unshaded electric light was fighting with the gentle northern twilight. Men were babbling of money town lots, and again money, how Alf or Ed had done such and such a thing that had brought him so much money, and round the corner in a creaking boarded hall, the regicide Salvationists were calling upon mankind to renounce all and fall. Their noisy god, the men dropped in by twos and threes, listened silently for PG-46 a while, and as silently went their way, the cymbals clashing after them in vain. I think it was the raw new smell of fresh sawdust, everywhere pervading the air, that threw upon me a desolating homesickness. It brought back in a moment all remembrances of that terrible first night at school, when the establishment has been newly whitewashed, and a soft smell of escaping gas mingles with the odour of trunks and wet overcoats. I was a little boy, and the school was very new, a vagabond among collarless vagabonds. I loafed up the street, looking into the fronts of little shops where they sold slop shirts at fancy prices, which shops I saw later described in the papers, as Great California had gone off to investigate on his own account, and presently returned laughing noiselessly. "They are all mad here," he said. "All mad. A man nearly pulled a gun on me because I didn't agree with him that Tacoma was going to whip San Francisco on the strength of carrots and potatoes. I asked him to tell me what the town produced, and I couldn't get anything out of him, except those two darned vegetables. Say, what do you think?" I responded firmly, "I am going into British territory, a little while to draw breath." "I'm going up the Sound too for a while," said he, "but I'm coming back to our salmon on the Clackamas. A man has been pressing me to buy real estate here. Young fella, don't you buy real estate?" California disappeared with a kindly wave of his overcoat into worlds other than mine. Good luck go with him, for he was a true sportsman, and I took a steamer up Puget Sound for Vancouver, which is the PG-47 terminus of the Canadian Pacific Railway. That was a queer voyage. The water, landlocked among 1,000 islands, lay still as oil under our bows, and the wake of the screw broke up the unquivering reflections of pines and cliffs. A mile away 'twas, as though we were trampling on glass. No one, not even the government, knows the number of islands in the Sound. Even now you can get one almost for the asking, can build a house, raise sheep, catch salmon, and become a king on a small scale. Your subjects, the Indians of the reservation, who glide among the islets in their canoes, and scratch their hides monkey-wise by the beach. A Sound Indian is unlovely and only by accident picturesque. His wife drives the canoe, but he himself is so thorough a mariner that he can spring up in his cocklecraft and whack his wife over the head with a paddle without tipping the whole affair into the water. This I have seen him do unprovoked. I fancy it must have been to show off before the whites. Have I told you anything about Seattle, the town that was burned out a few weeks ago, when the insurance men at San Francisco took their losses with a grin in the ghostly twilight, just as the forest fires were beginning to glare from the unthrifty islands? We struck it heavily, for the wharves had all been burned down, and we tied up where we could, crashing into the rotten foundations of a boathouse as a pig roots in high grass. The town, like Tacoma, was built upon a hill in the heart of the business quarters. There was a horrible black smudge, as though a hand had come down and rubbed the place smooth. I know now what being wiped out means. The smudge seemed to be about a mile long, PG-48, and its blackness was relieved by tents in which men were doing business with the wreck of the stock they had saved. There were shouts and countershouts from the steamer to the temporary wharf, which was laden with shingles for roofing, chairs, trunks, provision boxes, and all the lath and string arrangements out of which a western town is made. This is the way the shouts ran: "Oh, George, what's the best with you? Nothing got the old safe out, she's burned to a crisp, books all gone. Save anything. Barl o' crackers and my wife's bonnet goin' to start store on them though. Bully for you, where's that emporium ill drop in? Corner what used to be 4th and main little brown tent close to militia picket's eye. We're under martial law and all the saloons are shut down. Best for you, George, some men gets crazy with a fire and liquor, makes 'em crazier. Spect any creator condemned son of a female dog, who has lost all his fixins in a conflagration, is going to put ice on his head and run for Congress. How'd you like us act? The job's comforter on the steamer retired into himself. Oh, George dived into the bar for a drink. P.S. Among many curiosities I have unearthed one. It was a face on the steamer, a face above a pointed straw-coloured beard, a face with thin lips and eloquent eyes. We conversed, and presently I got at the ideas of PG-49, the face it was, though it lived for 9 months of the year in the wilds of Alaska and British Columbia, an authority on the canon law of the Church of England, a zealous and bitter upholder of the supremacy of the aforesaid church. Into my amazed ears, as the steamer plodded through the reflections of the stars, it poured the battle cry of the church militant here on earth, and put forward as a foul injustice that in the prisons of British Columbia, the Protestant chaplain did not always belong to the church. The face had no official connection with the august body, and by force of his life very seldom attended service. But said he proudly, I should think it direct disobedience to the orders of my church if I attended any other places of worship than those prescribed. I was once for 3 months in a place where there was only a Wesleyan Methodist chapel, and I never set foot in it once, sir, never once. 'Twould have been heresy, rank heresy. And as I leaned over the rail, methought that all the little stars in the water were shaking with austere merriment, but it may have been only the ripple of the steamer after all. PG-50 no Roman 28 takes me from Vancouver to the Yellowstone National Park. But who shall chronicle the ways of common folk, the nights and days spent with rough goat herds on the snows, and travellers come whence no man knows? This day I know how a deserter feels here in Victoria, 140 miles out of America. The mail brings me news from our hometh land of regrets. I was enjoying myself by the side of a trout stream, and I feel inclined to apologize for every rejoicing breath I drew in the diamond clear air. The sickness, they said, is heavy with you from Ruweri to the south. Good men are dying. 2 names come in by the mail of 2 strong men, dead men that I dined and jested with only a little time ago, and it seems unfair that I should be here cut off from the chain gang and the shot drill of our weary life. After all, there is no life like it that we lead over yonder. Americans are Americans, and there are millions of them. English are English, but we of India are us all the world over, knowing the mysteries of each other's lives, and sorrowing for the death of a brother. How can I sit down and write to you of the mere joy of being alive? The news has killed the pleasure of the day for me, and I am ashamed, PG-51, of myself. There are 70 brook trout lying in a creel fresh drawn from Harrison Hot Springs, and they do not console me. They are like the stolen apples that clinch the fact of a bad boy's playing truant. I would sell them all with my heritage in the woods and air, and the delight of meeting new and strange people, just to be back again in the old galling harness. The heat and the dust, the gatherings in the evenings by the flooded tennis courts, the ghastly dull dinners at the club when the very last woman has been packed off to the hills, and the 4 or 5 surviving men ask the doctor the symptoms of incubating smallpox. I should be troubled in body, but at peace in the soul. O excellent and toil-worn public of mine, men of the brotherhood, griffins new joined from the February troopers, and gentlemen waiting for your off-reconing, take care of yourselves, and keep well. It hurts so when any die. There are so few of us, and we know one another too intimately. Vancouver 3 years ago was swept off by fire in 16 minutes, and only one house was left standing today. It has a population of 14,000 people, and builds its houses out of brick, with dressed granite fronts, but a great sleepiness lies on Vancouver, as compared with an American town. Men don't fly up and down the streets telling lies, and the spittoons in the delightfully comfortable hotel are unused. The baths are free, and their doors are unlocked. You do not have to dig up the hotel clerk when you want to bathe, which shows the inferiority of Vancouver. An American bade me notice the absence of bustle, and was alarmed when in PG-52, a loud and audible voice, I thanked God for it. Give me granite granite and peace, quoth I, and keep your deal boards and bustle for yourselves. The Canadian Pacific terminus is not a very gorgeous place as yet, but you can be shot directly from the window of the train into the liner that will take you in 14 days from Vancouver to Yokohama. The Parthia of some 5,000 tons was at her berth when I came, and the sight of the ex-Cunard on what seemed to be a little lake was curious, except for currents which are not much mentioned, but which make the entrance rather unpleasant for sailing boats. Vancouver possesses an almost perfect harbour. The town is built all round and about the harbour, and young as it is, its streets are better than those of Western America. Moreover, the old flag waves over some of the buildings, and this is cheering to the soul. The place is full of Englishmen who speak the English tongue correctly, and with clearness, avoiding more blasphemy than is necessary, and taking a respectable length of time to getting outside their drinks. These advantages, and others that I have heard about, such as the construction of elaborate workshops, and the like by the Canadian Pacific in the near future, moved me to invest in real estate. He that sold it me was a delightful English boy who, having tried for the army and failed, had somehow meandered into a real estate office where he was doing well. I couldn't have bought it from an American. He would have overstated the case, and proved me the possessor of the original Eden. All the boy said was, "I give you my word it isn't on a cliff or under water, and before long the town ought to move out that way. I'd advise you to PG-53 take it." And I took it as easily as a man buys a piece of tobacco. Me voice I owner of some 400 well-developed pines, a few thousand tons of granite scattered in blocks at the roots of the pines, and a sprinkling of earth. That's a town lot in Vancouver. You or your agent hold to it till property rises, then sell out and buy more land further out of town, and repeat the process. I do not quite see how this sort of thing helps the growth of a town, but the English boy says that it is the essence of speculation, so it must be all right. But I wish there were fewer pines, and rather less granite on my ground. Moved by curiosity and the lust of trout, I went 70 miles up the Canadian Pacific in one of the cross-continent cars, which are cleaner and less stuffy than the Pullman. A man who goes all the way across Canada is liable to be disappointed not in the scenery, but in the progress of the country. So a batch of wandering politicians from England told me they even went so far as to say that Eastern Canada was a failure and unprofitable. The place didn't move, they complained, and Countess the said provinces lay under the rule of the Roman Catholic priests, who took care that the people should not be overcumbered with the good things of this world, to the detriment of their souls. My interest was in the line of real and accomplished railway, which is to throw actual fighting troops into the East some day, when our hold of the Suez Canal is temporarily loosened. All that Vancouver wants is a fat earthwork fort upon a hill. There are plenty of hills to choose from, a selection of big guns, a couple of regiments of infantry, and later, on a big arsenal. The raw self-consciousness PG-54 of America would be sure to make her think these arrangements intended for her benefit, but she could be enlightened. It is not seemly to leave unprotected the head end of a big railway, for though Victoria and Esquimalt, our naval stations on Vancouver Island, are very near, so also is a place called Vladivostok, and though Vancouver narrows are straight, they allow room enough for a man of war. The people I did not speak to more than 200 of them do not know about Russia or military arrangements. They are trying to open trade with Japan in lumber, and are raising fruit, wheat, and sometimes minerals. All of them agree that we do not yet know the resources of British Columbia, and all joyfully bade me note the climate, which was distinctly warm. We never have killing cold here. It's the most perfect climate in the world. Then there are 3 perfect climates, for I have tasted California, Washington Territory, and British Columbia. I cannot say which is the loveliest. When I left by steamer and struck across the Sound to our naval station at Victoria, Vancouver Island, I found in that quite English town of beautiful streets quite a colony of old men doing nothing but talking, fishing, and loafing at the club. That means that the retired go to Victoria on $1,000 a year pension. A man would be a millionaire in these parts, and for 400 he could live well. It was at Victoria they told me the tale of the fire in Vancouver, how the inhabitants of New Westminster, 12 miles from Vancouver, saw a glare in the sky at 6 in the evening, but thought it was a forest fire. How later bits of burnt paper flew about their streets, and they PG-55 guessed that evil had happened. How an hour later a man rode into the city crying that there was no Vancouver left, all had been wiped out by the flames in 16 minutes. How 2 hours later the mayor of New Westminster, having voted $9,000 from the municipal funds, relief wagons with food and blankets were pouring into where Vancouver stood. How 14 people were supposed to have died in the fire, but how even now, when they laid new foundations, the workmen unearthed charred skeletons, many more than 14. That night, said the teller, all Vancouver was houseless. The wooden town had gone in a breath. Next day they began to build in brick, and you have seen what they have achieved. The sight afar off of 3 British men of war and a torpedo boat consoled me as I returned from Victoria to Tacoma, and discovered en route that I was surfeited with scenery. There is a great deal in the remark of a discontented traveller. When you have seen a fine forest, a bluff, river, and a lake, you have seen all the scenery of Western America. Sometimes the pine is 300 feet high, and sometimes the rock is, and sometimes the lake is 100 miles long. But it's all the same, don't you know? I'm getting sick of it. I dare not say getting sick, I'm only tired. If Providence could distribute all this beauty in little bits, where people most wanted it among you in India, it would be well, but it is en masse overwhelming with nobody but the tobacco-chewing captain of a river steamboat to look at it. Men said, if I went to Alaska, I should see islands even more wooded, snow peaks loftier, and rivers more lovely than those around me. That decided me PG-56 not to go to Alaska. I went east to Montana, after another horrible night in Tacoma among the men who spat. Why does the Westerner spit? It can't amuse him, and it doesn't interest his neighbor. But I am beginning to mistrust everything good as well as everything bad is supposed to come from the East. Is there a shooting scrape between prominent citizens? Oh, you'll find nothing of that kind in the East. Is there a more than usually revolting lynching? They don't do that in the East. I shall find out, when I get there, whether this unnatural perfection be real. Eastward then to Montana, I took my way for the Yellowstone National Park, called in the guidebooks Wonderland, but the real Wonderland began in the train. We were a merry crew. One gentleman announced his intention of paying no fare, and grappled the conductor, who neatly cross-buttocked him through a double plate-glass window. His head was cut open in 4 or 5 places. A doctor on the train hastily stitched up the biggest gash, and he was dropped at a wayside station, spurting blood at every hair. A scarlet-headed and ghastly sight. The conductor guessed that he would die, and volunteered the information that there was no profit in monkeying with the North Pacific Railway. Night was falling as we cleared the forests, and sailed out upon a wilderness of sagebrush, the desolation of Montgomery, the wilderness of Sind, the hummock-studded desert of Bikaneer, are joyous and homelike compared to the impoverished misery of the sage. It is blue, it is stunted, it is dusty, it wraps the rolling hills as a mildewed shroud, wraps the body of a long-dead man. It makes you weep for sheer loneliness, and there is no getting PG-57 away from it. When Childe Roland came to the Dark Tower, he traversed the sage-brush. Yet there is one thing worse than sage unadulterated, and that is a prairie city. We stopped at Pasco Junction, and a man told me that it was the Queen City of the Prairie. I wish Americans didn't tell such useless lies. I counted 14 or 15 frame houses, and a portion of a road that showed like a bruise on the untouched surface of the blue sage, running away and away up to the setting sun. The sailor sleeps with a half-inch plank between himself and death. He is at home beside the handful of people who curl themselves up nights, with nothing but a frail scantling, almost as thin as a blanket, to shut out the unmeasurable loneliness of the sage. When the train stopped on the road, as it did once or twice, the solid silence of the sage got up and shouted at us. It was like a nightmare, and one not in the least improved by having to sleep in an emigrant car, the regularly ordained sleepers being full. There was a row in our car toward morning, a man having managed to get querulously drunk in the night. Rose a Cornishman with a red head full of strategy, and strapped the obstreperous one, smiling largely as he did so, and a delicate little woman in a far bunk watched the fray, and called the drunken man a damned hog, which he certainly was, though she needn't have put it quite so coarsely. Emigrant cars are clean, but the accommodation is as hard as a plank bed. Later we laid our bones down to crossing the Rockies. An American train can climb up the side of a house if need be, but it is not pleasant to sit in it. We clomb till we struck violent cold and an Indian reservation, and PG-58, the noble savage, came to look at us. He was a flathead and unlovely. Most Americans are charmingly frank about the Indian. Let us get rid of him as soon as possible, they say. We have no use for him. Some of the men I meet have a notion that we in India are exterminating the native in the same fashion, and I have been asked to fix a date for the final extinguishment of the Aryan. I answer that it will be a long business. Very many Americans have an offensive habit of referring to natives as heathen. Mahometans and Hindus are heathen alike in their eyes, and they vary the epithet with pagan and idolater. But this is beside the matter, which is the Stampede Tunneler actual point of crossing the Rockies. Thank heaven I need never take that tunnel again. It is about 2 miles long, and in effect is nothing more than the gallery of a mine shored with timber, and lighted with electric lamps. Black darkness would be preferable, for the lamps just reveal the rough cutting of the rocks, and that is very rough indeed. The train crawls through, breaks down, and you can hear the water and little bits of stone falling on the roof of the car. Then you pray fervently, and the air gets stiller and stiller, and you dare not take your unwilling eyes off the timber shoring, lest a prop should fall for lack of your moral support before the tunnel was built. You crossed in the open air by a switchback line. A watchman goes through the tunnel after each train. But that is no protection. He just guesses that another train will pull through, and the engineer driver guesses the same thing. Someday between the two of them there will be a cave in the tunnel. Then the enterprising reporter will talk about the shrieks and PG-59 groans of the buried, and the heroic efforts of the press in securing first information, and that will be all. Human life is of small account out here. I was listening to yarns in the smoking compartment of the Pullman all the way to Helena, and with very few exceptions each had for its point violent, brutal, and ruffianly murder by fraud, and the craft of the savage murder unavenged by the law, or at the most by an outbreak of fresh lawlessness. At the end of each tale, I was assured that the old days had passed away, and that these were anecdotes of 5 years standing. One man in particular distinguished himself by holding up to admiration the exploits of some cowboys of his acquaintance, and their skill in the use of the revolver. Each tale of horror wound up with, "And that's the sort of man he was," as who should say, "Go and do likewise." Remember that the shootings, the cuttings, and the stabbings were not the outcome of any species of legitimate warfare. The heroes were not forced to fight for their lives, far from it. The brawls were bred by liquor, in which they assisted in saloons and gambling hells. They were wont to pull their guns on a man, and in the vast majority of cases without provocation. The tales sickened me, but taught one thing: a man who carries a pistol may be put down as a coward, a person to be shut out from every decent mess and club and gathering of civilized folk. There is neither chivalry nor romance in the weapon. For all that American authors have seen fit to write, I would I could make you understand the full measure of contempt with which certain aspects of Western life have inspired me. Let us try a comparison. Sometimes it PG-60 happens that a very young man whose first dress coat is yet glossy gets slightly flushed at a dinner party among his seniors. After the ladies are gone, he begins to talk. He talks, you will remember, as a man of the world, and a person of varied experiences and authority on all things human and divine. The grey heads of the elders bow assentingly to his wildest statement. Someone tries to turn the conversation, when what the youngster conceives to be wit has offended a sensibility, and another deftly slides the decanters beyond him. As they circle round the table, you know the feeling of discomfort, pity, mingled with aversion over the boy who is making an exhibition of himself. The same emotion came back to me when an old man who ought to have known better appealed from time to time for admiration of his pitiful sentiments. It was right in his mind to insult, to maim, and to kill; right to evade the law where it was strong, and to trample over it where it was weak; right to swindle in politics, to lie in affairs of state, and commit perjury in matters of municipal administration. The car was full of little children, utterly regardless of their parents, fretful, peevish, spoilt, beyond anything I have ever seen in Anglo-India. They in time would grow up into men such as sat in the smoker, and had no regard for the law, men who would conduct papers siding with defiance of any and every law. But it's of no consequence, as Mr. Toots says. During the descent of the Rockies, we journeyed for a season on a trestle only 286 feet high. It was made of iron, but up till 2 years ago, a wooden structure bore up the train, and was used long after it had been condemned by the PG-61 civil engineers. Some day, the iron one will come down, just as Stampede Tunnel will, and the results will be even more startling. Late in the night, we ran over a skunk run over it in the dark. Everything that has been said about the skunk is true. It is an awesome stink. PG-62 No Roman 29 shows how Yankee Jim introduced me to Diana of the Crossways on the banks of the Yellowstone, and how a German Jew said I was no true citizen. Ends with the celebration of the 4th of July, and a few lessons therefrom. Livingstone is a town of 2,000 people, and the junction for the little sideline that takes you to the Yellowstone National Park. It lies in a fold of the prairie, and behind it is the Yellowstone River, and the gate of the mountains through which the river flows. There is one street in the town where the cowboy's pony and the little of the broodmare in the buggy rest contentedly in the blinding sunshine, while the cowboy gets himself shaved at the only other barber's shop, and Swaps lies at the bar. I exhausted the town, including the saloons, in 10 minutes, and got away on the rolling grass downs, where I threw myself to rest directly under the hill I was on. Swept a drove of horses in charge of 2 mounted men. That was a picture I shall not soon forget. A light haze of dust went up from the hoof-trodden green, scarcely veiling the unfettered deviltries of 300 horses who very much wanted to stop and graze. Yow, 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 yapped the mounted men in chorus like coyotes. The column moved forward at a trot, divided as it met PG-63 a hillock, and scattered into fan shape all among the suburbs of Livingstone, I heard the snick of a stark whip half a dozen yow-yows, and the mob had come together again, and with neighing and whickering and squealing, and a great deal of kicking on the part of the youngsters rolled like a wave of brown water toward the uplands. I was within 20 feet of the leader, a grey stallion lord of many broodmares, all deeply concerned for the welfare of their fuzzy foals. A cream-coloured beast. I knew him at once for the bad character of the troop broke back, taking with him some frivolous fillies. I heard the snick of the whip somewhere in the dust, and the fillies came back at a canter, very shocked and indignant on the heels of the last road. Both the stockmen, picturesque ruffians who wanted to know what in hell I was doing there, waved their hats and sped down the slope after their charges. When the noise of the troop had died, there came a wonderful silence on all the prairie, that silence, they say, which enters into the heart of the old-time hunter and trapper, and marks him off from the rest of his race. The town disappeared in the darkness, and a very young moon showed herself over a bald-headed snow-flecked peak. Then the Yellowstone, hidden by the water-willows, lifted up its voice, and sang a little song to the mountains, and an old horse that had crept up in the dusk breathed inquiringly on the back of my neck. When I reached the hotel, I found all manner of preparation under way for the 4th of July, and a drunken man with a Winchester rifle over his shoulder, patrolling the sidewalk. I do not think he wanted any PG-64 one. He carried the gun as other folk carry walking sticks. None the less I avoided the direct line of fire, and listened to the blasphemies of miners and stockmen, till far into the night in every barroom lay a copy of the local paper, and every copy impressed it upon the inhabitants of Livingstone that they were the best, finest, bravest, richest, and most progressive town of the most progressive nation under heaven, even as the Tacoma and Portland papers had belauded their readers. And yet all my purblind eyes could see was a grubby little hamlet full of men without clean collars, and perfectly unable to get through one sentence, unadorned by 3 oaths. They raise horses and minerals round and about Livingstone, but they behave as though they raised cherubims with diamonds in their wings. From Livingstone the National Park train follows the Yellowstone River through the gate of the mountains and over arid volcanic country. A stranger in the cars saw me look at the ideal trout stream below the windows, and murmured, "Softly lie off at Yankee Jim's if you want good fishing." They halted the train at the head of a narrow valley, and I leaped literally into the arms of Yankee Jim, sole owner of a log hut, an indefinite amount of hayground, and constructor of 27 miles of wagon road, over which he held toll. Right, there was the Hutt River 50 yards away, and the polished line of metals that disappeared round a bluff. That was all. The railway added the finishing touch to the already complete loneliness of the place. Yankee Jim was a picturesque old man, with a talent for yarns that Ananias might have envied. It seemed to me presumptuous in my ignorance that I might PG-65 hold my own with the old-timer, if I judiciously painted up a few lies gathered in the course of my wanderings. Yankee Jim saw every one of my tales, and went 50 better on the spot. He dealt in bears and Indians. Never less than 20 of each had known the Yellowstone country for years, and bore upon his body marks of Indian arrows, and his eyes had seen a score of the Crow Indians burned alive at the stake. He said she screamed considerable in one point. Did he speak the truth as regarded the merits of that particular reach of the Yellowstone? He said it was alive with trout. It was. I fished it from noon till twilight, and the fish bit at the brown hook as though never a fat trout fly had fallen on the water from pebbly reaches, quivering in the heathays where the foot caught on stumps cut foursquare by the chiseltooth of the beaver, past the fringe of the water-willow crowded with the breeding trout fly, and alive with toads and water snakes over the drifted timber, to the grateful shadow of big trees that darkened the holes where the fattest fish lay. I worked for 7 hours. The mountain flanks on either side of the valley gave back the heat, as the desert gives it, and the dry sand by the railway track where I found a rattlesnake was hotern to the touch. But the trout did not care for the heat. They breasted the boiling river for my fly, and they got it. I simply dare not give my bag at the 40th trout. I gave up counting, and I had leached the 40th in less than 2 hours. They were small fish, not one over 2 pounds, but they fought like small tigers, and I lost 3 flies before I could understand their methods of escape. Ye gods, that was fishing, though it peeled the skin from my nose in strips. PG-66. At twilight Yankee Jim bore me off, protesting, to supper in the hut. The fish had prepared me for any surprise, wherefore, when Yankee Jim introduced me to a young woman of 25, with eyes like the deep-fringed eyes of the gazelle, and on the neck the small head buoyant like bellflower in its bed, I said nothing. It was all in the day's events. She was California raised, the wife of a man who owned a stock farm up the river a little ways, and with her husband tenant of Yankee Jim's shanty. I know she wore list slippers, and did not wear stays, but I know also that she was beautiful by any standard of beauty, and that the trout she cooked were fit for a king's supper. And after supper strange men loafed up in the dim delicious twilight, with the little news of the day how a heifer had gone strayed from Nicholson's, how the widow at Grant's Fork wouldn't part with a little hayland, no how though she's and her big brothers can't manage more than half their land now, she's so darned proud Diana of the Crossways, entertained them in queenly wise, and her husband and Yankee Jim bade them sit right down, and make themselves at home. Then did Yankee Jim uncurl his choicest lies on Indian warfare aforetime, then did the whisker flask circle round the little crowd, then did Diana's husband low that he was quite handy with the lariat, but had seen men rope a steer by any foot or horn, indicated, then did Diana unburden herself about her neighbours. The nearest house was 3 miles away, but the women aren't nice neighbourly folk, they talk, so they haven't got anything else to do seemingly. If a woman goes to a dance and has a good time they talk, and if she wears a silk dress, they want to PG 67, know how jest ranchin' folk on a ranch come by such things, and they make mischief down all the lands here from Gardiner City way back up to Livingstone. They're mostly Montana raised, and they haven't been nowheres. How they talk were things like this, demanded Diana, in the big world outside, whence I had come. Yes, I said, things were very much the same all over the world, and I thought of a faraway station in India, where new dresses, and the having of good times at dances, raised cackle more grammatical perhaps, but no less venomous than the gossip of the Montana-raised folk on the ranches of the Yellowstone. Next morn I fished again, and listened to Diana telling the story of her life. I forget what she told me, but I am distinctly aware that she had royal eyes, and a mouth that the daughter of 100 earls might have envied, so small, and so delicately cut it was. And you come back and see us again, said the simple-minded folk, come back, and we'll show you how to catch 6-pound trout at the head of the cannon. Today I am in the Yellowstone Park, and I wish I were dead. The train halted at Cinnabar Station, and we were decanted, a howling crowd of us, into stages variously horsed for the 8-mile drive to the first spectacle of the Parker place, called the Mammoth Hot Springs. What means this eager, anxious throng? I asked the driver. You've struck one of Raymond's excursion parties, that's a crowd of creator condemned fools, mostly. Aren't you one of 'em? No, I said, May. I sit up here with you, great chief and man, with a golden tongue. I do not know Mr. PG 68 Raymond. I belong to T. Cook and Son. The other person, from the quality of the material he handles, must be the son of a sea cook. He collects masses of downeasters from the New England states and elsewhere, and hurls them across the continent and into the Yellowstone Park, on tour. A breakload of Cook's continental tourists trapezing through Paris. I've seen are angels of light, compared to the Raymond trippers. It is not the ghastly vulgarity, the oozing rampant Bessemer-style self-sufficiency and ignorance of the men that revolts me so much as the display of these same qualities in the womenfolk. I saw a new type in the coach, and all my dreams of a better and more perfect East died away. Are the Sumpersons here any sort of persons in their own places? I asked a shepherd who appeared to be herding them. Why, certainly they include very many prominent and representative citizens from 7 states of the Union, and most of them are wealthy. Yes, so representative and prominent. We ran across bare hills on an unmetalled road under a burning sun in front of a volley of playful repartee from the prominent citizens. Inside it was the 4th of July, the horses had American flags in their headstalls, some of the women wore flags and coloured handkerchiefs in their belts, and a young German on the box seat with me was bewailing the loss of a box of crackers. He said he had been sent to the continent to get his schooling, and so had lost his American accent, but no continental schooling, writes German Jew all over a man's face and nose. He was a rabid American PG 69 citizen of a very difficult class to deal with. As a general rule, praise unsparingly, and without discrimination. That keeps most men quiet, but some, if you fail to keep up a continuous stream of praise, proceed to revile. The old country Germans and Irish, who are more Americans than the Americans, are the chief offenders. This young American began to attack the English army. He had seen some of it on parade, and he pitied the men in bearskins as slaves. The citizen, by the way, has a contempt for his own army, which exceeds anything you meet among the most illiberal classes in England. I admitted that our army was very poor, had done nothing and had been nowhere. This exasperated him, for he expected an argument, and he trampled on the British lion, generally failing to move me. He vowed that I had no patriotism like his own. I said I had not, and further ventured that very few Englishmen had, which, when you come to think of it, is quite true. By the time he had proved conclusively that before the Prince of Wales came to the throne we should be a blethering republic, we struck a road that overhung a river, and my interest in politics was lost in admiration of the driver's skill. As he sent his 4 big horses along that winding road, there was no room for any sort of accidenta shy, or a swerve would have dropped us 60 feet into the roaring Gardner River. Some of the persons in the coach remarked that the scenery was elegant, wherefore, even at the risk of my own life, I did urgently desire an accident, and the massacre of some of the more prominent citizens. What elegance lies in a 1,000-foot pile of honey-coloured rock, riven into peak and battlement. Pg 70, the highest peak, defiantly crowned by an eagle's nest, the eaglet peering into the gulf, and screaming for his food. I could not for the life of me understand, but they speak a strange tongue. En route we passed other carriages full of trippers who had done their appointed 5 days in the park, and yelped at us fraternally as they disappeared in clouds of red dust. When we struck the Mammoth Hot Spring Hotel, a huge yellow Barna signboard informed us that the altitude was 6,200 feet. The park is just a howling wilderness of 3,000 square miles, full of all imaginable freaks of a fiery nature. An hotel company, assisted by the Secretary of State for the Interior, appears to control it. There are hotels at all the points of interest, guidebook stalls for the sale of minerals, and so forth, after the model of Swiss summer places. The tourists, may their master die an evil death at the hand of a mad locomotive, epered into that place, with a joyful whoop, and scarce washing the dust from themselves, began to celebrate the 4th of July. They called it patriotic exercises, elected a clergyman of their own faith as president, and sitting on the landing of the first floor began to make speeches and read the Declaration of Independence. The clergyman rose up and told them they were the greatest, freest, sublimest, most chivalrous and richest people on the face of the earth, and they all said amen. Another clergyman asserted in the words of the Declaration that all men were created equal and equally entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I should like to know whether the wild and woolly West recognizes this first Pg 71 right as freely as the grantors intended. The clergyman then bade the world note that the tourists included representatives of 7 of the New England states, whereat I felt deeply sorry for the New England states in their latter days. He opined that this running to and fro upon the earth under the auspices of the excellent raiment would draw America more closely together, especially when the Westerners remembered the perils that they of the East had surmounted by rail and river. At duly appointed intervals, the congregation sang My Country Tease of Thee to the tune of God Save the Queen. Here they did not stand up, and the Star-Spangled Banner. Here they did, winding up the exercise, with some doggerel of their own composition, to the tune of John Brown's Body, movingly setting forth the perils before alluded to. They then adjourned to the verandas, and watched firecrackers of the feeblest, exploding one by one for several hours. What amazed me was the calm with which these folks gathered together, and commenced to belaud their noble selves, their country, and their institutions, and everything else that was theirs. The language was to these bewildered ears wild advertisement, gas, bunkum, blow, anything you please beyond the bounds of common sense. An archangel selling townlots on the glassy sea would have blushed to the tips of his wings to describe his property in similar terms. Then they gathered round the pastor, and told him his little sermon was perfectly glorious, really grand, sublime, and so forth, and he bridled ecclesiastically at the end. A perfectly unknown man attacked me, and asked me what I thought of American patriotism. I said their Pg 72 was nothing like it in the old country. By the way, always tell an American this, it soothes him. Then said he, Are you going to get out your letters of naturalization? Why, I asked. I presume you do business in this country, and make money out of it, and it seems to me that it would be your duty. So said I sweetly, there is a forgotten little island across the seas called England. It is not much bigger than the Yellowstone Park. In that island, a man of your country could work merry, make his fortune or 20 fortunes, and die throughout his career. Not one soul would ask him whether he were a British subject or a child of the devil. Do you understand? I think he did, because he said something about Britishers which wasn't complimentary. Pg 73 no XXX. Shows how I entered Mazandaran of the Persians, and saw devils of every colour and some troopers' hell, and the old lady from Chicago, the captain and the lieutenant. That desolate land and lone, where the Big Horn and Yellowstone roar down their mountain paths. Twice have I written this letter from end to end, twice have I torn it up, fearing lest those across the water should say that I had gone mad on a sudden. Now we will begin for the 3rd time, quite solemnly and soberly. I have been through the Yellowstone National Park in a buggy in the company of an adventurous old lady from Chicago and her husband who disapproved of scenery, as being ungodly. I fancy it scared them. We began, as you know, with the mammoth hot springs. They are only a gigantic edition of those pink and white terraces, not long ago destroyed by earthquake in New Zealand. At one end of the little valley, in which the hotel stands, the lime-laden springs that break from the pine-covered hillsides have formed a frozen cataract of white lemon and palest pink formation through and over, and in which water of the warmest PG-74 bubbles and drips and trickles from pale green lagoon to exquisitely fretted basin. The ground rings hollow as a carrow's net in, and some day the mammoth hotel guests and all will sink into the caverns below and be turned into a stalactite. When I set foot on the first of the terraces, a tourist-trampled ramp of scabby grey stuff, I met a stream of iron-red hot water which ducked into a hole like a rabbit, followed a gentle chuckle of laughter, and then a deep exhausted sigh from nowhere in particular 50 feet above my head. A jet of steam rose up and died out in the blue. It was worse than the boiling mountain at Myanashita. The dirty white deposit gave place to lime whiter than snow, and I found a basin which some learned hotelkeeper has christened Cleopatra's pitcher, or Mark Antony's whisker jug, or something equally poetical. It was made of frosted silver. It was filled with water as clear as the sky. I do not know the depth of that wonder. The eye looked down beyond grottos and caves of beryl, into an abyss that communicated directly with the central fires of earth. And the pool was in pain so that it could not refrain from talking about it, muttering and chattering and moaning from the lips of the lime ledges. 40 feet under water, spurts of silver bubbles would fly up and break the piece of the crystal atop. Then the whole pool would shake and grow dim, and there were noises. I removed myself, only to find other pools, all equally unhappy, rifts in the ground full of running, red-hot water, slippery sheets of deposit overlaid with greenish-grey hot water in here, and their pit-holes dry as a rifled tomb in India, dusty and waterless elsewhere. The infernal waters had first boiled dead, and then PG-75 embalmed the pines and underwood, or the forest trees had taken heart, and smothered up a blind formation with greenery, so that it was only by scraping the earth you could tell what fires had raged beneath. Yet the pines will win the battle in years to come, because nature, who first forges all her work in her great smithies, has nearly finished this job, and is ready to temper it in the soft brown earth. The fires are dying down. The hotel is built where terraces have overflowed into flat wastes of deposit. The pines have taken possession of the high ground whence the terraces first started. Only the actual curve of the cataract stands clear, and it is guarded by soldiers who patrol it with loaded six-shooters, in order that the tourist may not bring up fencer rails and sink them in a pool, or chip the fretted tracery of the formations with a geological hammer, or walking where the crust is too thin foolishly cook himself. I maneuvered round those soldiers. They were cavalry, in a very slovenly uniform, dark blue blouse and light blue trousers, unstrapped cut spoon shape over the boot, cartridge belt, revolver, peaked cap, and worsted gloves, black buttons. By the mercy of Allah, I opened conversation with a spectacled Scot. He had served the Queen in the Marines and a line regiment, and the gopher being in his bones had drifted to America there to serve Uncle Sam. We sat on the edge of an extinct little pool that under happier circumstances would have grown into a geyser, and began to discuss things generally to us appeared. Yet another soldier, no need to ask his nationality, or to be told that the troop called him the Englishman, a Cockney, was he who had seen something of warfare in Egypt, and PG-76 had taken his discharge from a Fusilier regiment not unknown to you. And how do things go? Very much as you please, said they. There's not half the discipline here that there is in the Queen's service, not half nor the work either, but what there is rough work. Why, there's a sergeant now with a black eye that one of our men gave him. They won't say anything about that, of course. Our punishment's fines mostly, and then if you carry on too much you go to the cooler. That's the clink. Yes, sir. Horses, oh, they're a devils, these Montana horses, broncos mostly. We don't slick 'em up for parade, not much, and the amount of schooling that you put into one English troopforce would be enough for a whole squadron of these creatures. Yowl, meet more troopers further up the park. Go and look at their horses and their turnouts. I fancy it'll startle you. I am wearing a made tie and a breastpin under my blouse. Of course I am. I can wear anything I darn please. We aren't particular here. I shouldn't dare come on paradino, nor yet fatigue duty in this condition in the old country, but it don't matter here. But don't you forget, sir, that it's taught me how to trust to myself and my shooting irons. I don't want 50 orders to move me across the park and catch a poacher. Yes, they poach here. Men come in with an outfit, and ponies smuggle in a gun or two, and shoot the bison. If you interfere, they shoot at you. Then you confiscate all their outfit and their ponies. We have a pound full of them now down below. There's our captain over yonder. Speak to him if you want to know anything special. This service isn't PG-77. a patch on the old country service, but you look if it was worked up, it would be just a hell of a service. But these citizens despise us, and they put us on to road mending, and such like enough to ruin any army. To the captain I addressed myself. After my friends had gone, they told me that a good many American officers dressed by the French army. The captain certainly might have been mistaken for a French officer of light cavalry. And he had more than the courtesy of a Frenchman. Yes, he had read a good deal about our Indian border warfare, and had been much struck with the likeness it bore to Red Indian warfare. I had better, when I reached the next cavalry post, scattered between two big geyser basins, introduce myself to a captain and lieutenant. They could show me things. He himself was devoting all his time to conserving the terraces, and surreptitiously running hot water into dried-up basins that fresh pools might form. I get very interested in that sort of thing. It's not duty, but it's what I'm put here for. And then he began to talk of his troop, as I have heard his brethren in India talk, such troop built up carefully, and watched lovingly, not a man that id wish to exchange, and what's more, I believe not a man that would wish to leave on his own account. We're different, I believe, from the English. Your officers value the horses, we set store on the men, we train them more than we do the horses. Of the American trooper, I will tell you more hereafter. He is not a gentleman to be trifled with. Next dawning, entering a buggy of fragile construction, with the old people from Chicago, I embarked on PG 78, my perilous career. We ran straight up a mountain, till we could see 60 miles away the white houses of Cook City on another mountain, and the whiplash-like trail leading thereto. The live air made me drunk. If Tom the driver had proposed to send the mares in a beeline to the city, I should have assented. And so would the old lady who chewed gum, and talked about her symptoms. The two-bended rock dog, which is but the translated prairie dog, broke across the road under our horses' feet. The rabbit and the chipmunk danced with fright. We heard the roar of the river, and the road went round a corner. On one side piled rock and shale, that enjoined silence for fear of a general slide-down, on the other a sheer drop, and a fall of a noisy river, below, then apparently in the middle of the road, lest any should find driving too easy a post of rock, nothing beyond that save the flank of a cliff. Then my stomach departed from me, as it does when you swing, for we left the dirt, which was at least some guarantee of safety, and sailed out round the curve and up a steep incline on a plank road built out from the cliff. The planks were nailed at the outer edge, and did not shift or creak very much, but enough, quite enough. That was the Golden Gate. I got my stomach back again when we trotted out on to a vast upland, adorned with a lake and hills. Have you ever seen an untouched land, the face of virgin nature? It is rather a curious sight, because the hills are choked with timber that has never known an axe, and the storm has rent a way through this timber, so that 100,000 trees lie matted together in swathes. And since each tree lies where it falls, you may behold trunk and branch returning to the earth. PG 79, whence they sprang exactly, as the body of man returns, each limb making its own little grave, the grass climbing above the bark, till at last there remains only the outline of a tree upon the rank undergrowth. Then we drove under a cliff of obsidian, which is black glass some 200 feet high, and the road at its foot was made of black glass that crackled. This was no great matter, because half an hour before Tom had pulled up in the woods, that we might sufficiently admire a mountain who stood all by himself, shaking with laughter or rage. The glass cliff overlooks a lake where the beavers built a dam about 1.5 miles long in a zigzag line. As their necessities prompted, then came the government, and strictly preserved them. And as you shall learn later on, they be damn impudent beasts. The old lady had hardly explained the natural history of beavers before we climbed some hills. It really didn't matter in that climate, because we could have scaled the Starsund. This mattered very much indeed. Shot down a desperate dusty slope, brakes shrieking on the wheels, the mares clicking among unseen rocks, the dust dense as a fog, and a wall of trees on either side. How do the heavy 4-horse coaches take it, Tom? I asked, remembering that some 23 souls had gone that way half an hour before. Take it at the run, said Tom, spitting out the dust. Of course, there was a sharp curve and a bridge at the bottom, but luckily nothing met us, and we came to a wooden shanty called an hotel in time for a crazy tiffin served by very gorgeous handmaids with very pink cheeks. When health fails in other and more exciting PG 80 pursuits, a seasoner's help in one of the Yellowstone hotels will restore the frailest constitution. And by companies after tiffin we walked chattering to the uplands of hell. They call it the Norris Geyser Basin on earth. It was as though the tide of desolation had gone out, but would presently return across innumerable acres of dazzling white geyser formation. There were no terraces here, but all other horrors not 10 yards from the road. A blast of steam shot up roaring. Every few seconds a mud volcano spat filth. To heaven streams of hot water rumbled underfoot, plunged through the dead pines in steaming cataracts and died on a waste of white, where greenery, black, yellow, and pink pools roared, shouted, bubbled, or hissed, as their wicked fancies prompted by the look of the eye. The place should have been frozen over by the feel of the feet. It was warm. I ventured out among the pools, carefully following tracks, but one unwary foot began to sink. A squirt of water followed, and having no desire to descend quick into toe-foot, I returned to the shore where the mud and the sulphur and the nameless fat ooze of vegetation of Lethe lay, but the very road rang as though built over a gulf, and besides, how was I to tell when the raving blast of steam would find its vent insufficient and blow the whole affair into nirvana? There was a potent stench of stale eggs everywhere, and crystals of sulphur crumbled under the foot, and the glare of the sun on the white stuff was blinding. Sitting under a bank to me appeared a young trooper ex-Cape, mounted rifles. This man, the real American, seems to object to his armor. Mounted on a horse, half-maddened by the noise and steam and smell, he carried only the six-shooter and PG-81 cartridge belt on service, the Springfield carbine, which is clumsy, and a cartridge belt slung diagonally. Complete equipment. The sword is no earthly use for border warfare, and except at state parades is never worn. The saddle is the McClellan tree, over a four-folded blanket. Sweat leathers, you must pay for yourself, and the beauty of the tree is that it necessitates first very careful girthing, and a thorough knowledge of tricks with the blanket to suit the varying conditions of the horse. A bronco will bloat in a night if he can get at a bellefuland. Secondly, even more careful riding, to prevent galling. Crupper and breastband do not seem to be used, but they are casual about their accoutrements, and the bit is the single jaw-breaking curb which American war pictures show us. That young man was very handsome, and the grey service hat, most like the under half of a CD, terrorished his strong face admirably, as his horse backed and shivered and sidled and plunged all over the road, and he lectured from his saddle, one foot out of the heavy-hooded stirrup, one hand on the sweating neck. He's not used to the park, this brute, and he's a confirmed bolter on parade. But we understand each other. Whoosh went the steam blast down the road with a dry roar. Round spun the troop horse, prepared to bolt, and his momentum being suddenly checked reared, till I thought he would fall back on his rider. "Oh no, we've settled that little matter when I was breaking him," said Centaur. "He used to try to fall back on me. Isn't he a devil? I think you'd laugh to see the way our regiments are horsed. Sometimes a big Montana beast like mine has a 13-12 bronco pony for neighbor, and PG-82. It's annoying if you're used to better things. And oh, how you have to ride your mount. It's necessary, but I can tell you at the end of a long day's march, when you'd give all the world to ride like a sack, it isn't sweet to get extra drill for slouching when we're turned out for anything, not a 15-mile trot, but for the use and behoof of all the northern states. I've been in Arizona. A trooper there who had been in India told me that Arizona was like Afghanistan. There's nothing under heaven there, except horned toads and rattlesnakes, and Indians. Our trouble is that we only deal with Indians, and they don't teach us much, and of course the citizens look down on us, and all that. As a matter of fact, I suppose we're really only mounted infantry, but remember, we're the best mounted infantry in the world, and the horse danced a fandango in proof. "My faith," said I, looking at the dusty blouse, grey hat, soiled leather accoutrements, and whalebone poise of the wearer, "if they are all like you, you are. Thanks, whoever you may be. Of course, if we were turned into a lawn tennis court and told to resist, say your heavy cavalry, we'd be ridden off the face of the earth. If we couldn't get away, we have neither the weight nor the drill for a charge. My horse, for instance, by English standards, is half broken, and like all the others he bolts when we're in line, but cavalry charge against cavalry charge doesn't happen often, and if it did, well, all our men know that up to 100 yards they are absolutely safe behind this old thing." He patted his revolver pouch. "Absolutely safe from any shooting of yours. What man do you, PG-83, think would dare to use a pistol at even 30 yards if his life depended? Oh, it not one of your men. They can't shoot. We can yowl hear about that down the park further up." Then he added courteously, "Just now, it seems that the English supply all the men to the American army. That's what makes them so good, perhaps." And with mutual expressions of goodwill, we parted to an outlying patrol 15 miles away. I to my buggy, and the old lady, who, regarding the horrors of the fire holes, could only say "Good Lord" at third-icecond intervals. Her husband talked about dreadful waste of steam power, and we went on in the clear, crisp afternoon speculating as to the formation of geysers. "What I say," shrieked the old lady apropos of matters theological, "and what I say more after having seen all that, is that the Lord has ordained a hell for such as disbelieve his gracious works." Nota bene, Tom had profanely cursed the near mare for stumbling. He looked straight in front of him and said no word, but the left corner of his left eye flickered in my direction. And if, continued the old lady, if we find a thing so dreadful as all that steam and sulphur allowed on the face of the earth, mustn't we believe that there is something 10,000 times more terrible below prepared unto our destruction? Some people have a wonderful knack of extracting comfort from things. I am ashamed to say I agreed ostentatiously with the old lady. She developed the personal view of the matter. Now I shall be able to say something to Anna Fincher PG 84 about her way of living. Shan't I Blake this to her husband? Yes, said he, speaking slowly after a heavy tiffin, but the girl's a good girl, and they fell to arguing as to whether the luckless Anna Fincher really stood in need of lectures edged with hell fire. She went to dances, I believe, while I got out and walked in the dust alongside of Tom. I drive blame curious kinder folk through this place, said he. Blame curious, seems a pity that they should ha come so far just to liken Norris Basin to hell. Guess Chicago would ha served speaking in comparison, just as good. We curved the hill and entered a forest of spruce, the path serpentining between the treballs, the wheels running silent on immemorial mould. There was nothing alive in the forest save ourselves. Only a river was speaking angrily somewhere to the right. For miles we drove, till Tom bade us alight and look at certain falls, wherefore we stepped out of that forest, and nearly fell down a cliff which guarded a tumbled river, and returned demanding fresh miracles. If the water had run uphill, we should perhaps have taken more notice of it, but 'twas only a waterfall, and I really forget whether the water was warm or cold. There is a stream here called Firehole River. It is fed by the overflow from the various geysers and basins. A warm and deadly river, wherein no fish breed. I think we crossed it a few dozen times in the course of a day. Then the sun began to sink, and there was a taste of frost about, and we went swiftly from the forest into the open, dashed across a branch of the Firehole River PG 85, and found a wood shanty even rougher than the last, at which, after a 40-mile drive, we were to dine and sleep. Half a mile from this place stood on the banks of the Firehole River a beaver lodge, and there were rumours of bears and other cheerful monsters in the woods on the hill at the back of the building. In the cool, crisp quiet of the evening, I sought that river and found a pile of newly gnawed sticks and twigs. The beaver works with the cold chisel, and a few clean strokes sufficed to level a 4-inch bowl across the water on the far bank, glimmered with the ghastly white of peeled dead timber. The beaver lodge a mass of dishevelled branches the inhabitants had dammed the stream lower down and spread it into a nice little lake. The question was, would they come out for their walk before it got too dark to see? They came, blessings on their blunt muzzles. They came as shadows come drifting down the stream, stirring neither foot nor tail. There were 3 of them. One went down to investigate the state of the dam. The other 2 began to look for supper. There is only one thing more startling than the noiselessness of a tiger in the jungle, and that is the noiselessness of a beaver in the water. The straining ear could catch no sound whatever till they began to eat the thick green river scudge that they call beaver grass. I bowed among the logs, held my breath, and stared with all my eyes. They were not 10 yards from me, and they would have eaten their dinner in peace so long as I had kept absolutely still. They were dear and desirable beasts, and I was just preparing to creep a step nearer when that wicked old lady from Chicago clattered down the bank, an umbrella in her hand, shrieking, "Beavers, PG 86 beavers, young man, where are those beavers? Good Lord, what was that now?" The solitary watcher might have heard a pistol shot ring through the air. I wish it had killed the old lady, but it was only the beaver giving warning of danger with the slap of his tail on the water. It was exactly like the fink of a pistol fired with damp powder. Then there were no more beavers, not a whisker rend. The lodge, however, was there, and a beast lower than any beaver began to throw stones at it, because the old lady from Chicago said, "P'raps, if you rattle them up they'll come out." I do so want to see a beaver. Yet it cheers me to think I have seen the beaver in his wilds. Never will I go to the zoo, that even after supertwere flattery to call it dinner, a captain and a subaltern of the cavalry post appeared at the hotel. These were the officers of whom the Mammoth Springs captain had spoken. The lieutenant had read everything that he could lay hands on about the Indian Army, especially our cavalry arrangements, and was very full of a scheme for raising the riding Red Indians. It is not every noble savage that will make a trooper frontier leviessa sort of Khyber guard, only, as he said ruefully, there is no frontier these days, and all our Indian wars are nearly over. Those beautiful beasts will die out, and nobody will ever know what splendid cavalry they can make. The captain told stories of border warfare, off ambush firing on the rearguard heat, that split the skull better than any tomahawk cold, that wrinkled the very liver, night stampedes of baggage mules, raiding of cattle, and hopeless stern chases into inhospitable hills. When PG 87 the cavalry knew that they were not only being outpaced but outspied. Then he spoke of one fair charge when a tribe gave battle in the open, and the troopers rode in swordless firing right and left with their revolvers, and it was excessively uncomfy for that tribe, and I spoke of what men had told me of huntings in Burma, of hill climbing in the Black Mountain affair, and so forth. Exactly, said the captain, nobody knows, and nobody cares. What does it matter to the Downeaster who wrap off his tail was? And what does the fat Briton know or care about Bo-Hla? Said Roman 1. Then both together depend upon it, my dear sir. The army in both Anglo-Saxon countries is a mischievously underestimated institution, and it's a pleasure to meet a man who etc. etc. And we nodded triangularly, in all good will, and swore eternal friendship. The lieutenant made a statement which rather amazed me. He said that on account of the scarcity of business, many American officers were to be found getting practical instruction from little troubles among the South American republics. When the need broke out, they would return. There is so little for us to do, and the Republic has a trick of making us hedge and ditch for our pay. A little road making on service is not a bad thing, but continuous navying is enough to knock the heart out of any army. I agreed, and we sat up till 2 in the morning swapping the lies of East and West, as that glorious Chief Manfredoff, Pink Rats, once said to the agent on the reservation. Melican officer, good man, heap good man. Drink me drink, he drink me drink, he drink he me blind, heap good man. PG 88. No. Roman 31. Ends with the canon of the Yellowstone, the maiden from New Hampshire, Larry Rapafistiltam, the old lady from Chicago, and a few natural phenomena, including one Briton. What man would read and read the self-same faces, and like the marbles which the windmill grinds, rub smooth forever with the same smooth minds, this year retracing last year's, every year's dull traces, when there are woods and unman-stifled places. Lowell's. Once upon a time, there was a carter who brought his team and a friend into the Yellowstone Park. Without due thought, presently, they came upon a few of the natural beauties of the place, and that carter turned his team into his friend's team, howling, "Get back, oh this Jim, all hell's alight under our noses," and they call the place Hell's Hafaka to this day. We too, the old lady from Chicago, her husband Tom, and the good little mares, came to Hell's Hafaka, which is about 60 acres, and when Tom said, "Would you like to drive over it?" we said, "Certainly no. And if you do, we shall report you to the authorities." There was a plain blistered and peeled and abominable, and it was given over to the sportings and spoutings of devils who threw mud and steam and dirt at each other with PG 89 whoops and halloos and bellowing curses. The place smelt of the refuse of the pit, and that odour mixed with the clean wholesome aroma of the pines in our nostrils throughout the day. Be it known that the park is laid out like Allendorf, in exercises of progressive difficulty. Hell's Hafaka was a prelude to 10 or 12 miles of geyser formation. We passed hot streams boiling in the forest, saw whiffs of steam beyond these, and yet other whiffs breaking through the misty green hills in the far distance. We trampled on sulphur and sniffed things much worse than any sulphur which is known to the upper world, and so came upon a park-like place where Tom suggested we should get out and play with the geysers. Imagine mighty green fields splattered with lime beds, all the flowers of the summer growing up to the very edge of the lime. That was the first glimpse of the geyser basins. The buggy had pulled up close to a rough, broken, blistered cone of stuff, between 10 and 20 feet high. There was trouble in that place, moaning, splashing, gurgling, and the clank of machinery. A spurt of boiling water jumped into the air, and a wash of water followed. I removed swiftly. The old lady from Chicago shrieked. "What a wicked waste," said her husband. "I think they call it the Riverside Geyser. Its spout was torn and ragged like the mouth of a gun. When a shell has burst there," it grumbled madly for a moment or two, and then was still. I crept over the steaming lime. It was the burning marl on which Satan lay and looked fearfully down its mouth. You should never look a gift geyser in the mouth. I beheld a horrible, slippery, slimy funnel with water rising and falling PG 90 10 feet at a time. Then the water rose to lip level with a rush, and an infernal bubbling troubled this devil's Bethesda before the sullen heave of the crest of a wave lapped over the edge, and made me run. Mark the nature of the human soul. I had begun, with or not to say terror. I stepped back from the flanks of the Riverside Geyser, saying, "Pooh, is that all it can do yet?" For aught I knew, the whole thing might have blown up at a minute's notice, he, or it being an arrangement of uncertain temper. We drifted on up that miraculous valley. On either side of us were hills from 1,000 to 1,500 feet high, and wooded from heel to crest as far as the eye could range. Forward were columns of steam in the air, misshapen lumps of lime, most like pre-Adamite monsters, still pools of turquoise, blue stretches of blue cornflowers, a river that coiled on itself, 20 times boulders of strange colours and ridges of glaring staring white. The old lady from Chicago poked with her parasol at the pools, as though they had been alive on one particularly innocent-looking little puddle. She turned her back for a moment, and there rose behind her a 20-foot column of water and steam. Then she shrieked and protested that she never thought it would ha' done it, and the old man chewed his tobacco steadily, and mourned for steam power. Wasted, I embraced the whitened stump of a middle-sized pine that had grown all too close to a hot pool's lip, and the whole thing turned over under my hand, as a tree would do in a nightmare. From right and left came the trumpetings of elephants at play. I stepped into a pool of old dried blood, rimmed with the PG-91 nodding cornflowers. The blood changed to ink even as I trod, and ink and blood were washed away in a spurt of boiling sulphurous water, spat out from the lee of a bank of flowers. This sounds mad, doesn't it? A moon-faced trooper of German extraction was parked so carefully patrolled came up to inform us that as yet we had not seen any of the real geysers, that they were all a mile or so up the valley, tastefully scattered round the hotel in which we would rest for the night. America is a free country, but the citizens look down on the soldier. I had to entertain that trooper. The old lady from Chicago would have none of him, so we loafed along together, now across Hafferton pine logs, sunk in swampy ground, anon over the ringing geyser formation, then knee-deep through long grass. "And why did you list?" said Roman one. The moon-faced one's face began to work. I thought he would have a fit, but he told me a story instead, such a nice tale of a naughty little girl who wrote love letters to two men at once. She was a simple village wife, but a wicked family novelette countess couldn't have accomplished her ends better. She drove one man nearly wild with her pretty little treachery, and the other man abandoned her and came west to forget. Moonface was that man. We rounded a low spur of hill and came out upon a field of aching snowy lime, rolled in sheets, twisted into knots, riven with rents and diamonds and stars, stretching for more than half a mile in every direction. In this place of despair lay most of the big geysers who know when there is trouble in Krakatoa, who tell the pines when there is a cyclone on the Atlantic seaboard, and PG-92 war exhibited to visitors under pretty and fanciful names. The first mound that I encountered belonged to a goblin splashing in his tub. I heard him kick, pull a shower bath on his shoulders, gasp, crack his joints, and himself down with a towel. Then he let the water out of the bath as a thoughtful man should, and it all sank down out of sight, till another goblin arrived. Yet they called this place the Lioness, and the cubs it lies not very far from the lion, which is a sullen roaring beast, and they say that when it is very active the other geysers presently follow suit. After the Krakatoa eruption, all the geysers went mad together, spouting, spurting and bellowing, till men feared that they would rip up the whole field. Mysterious sympathies exist among them, and when the giantess speaks of her more anon, they all hold their peace. I was watching a solitary spring, when far across the field stood up a plume of spun glass, iridescent and superb against the sky, that said, "The trooper is Old Faithful. He goes off every 6 to 5 minutes to the minute, plays for 5 minutes, and sends up a column of water 150 feet high. By the time you have looked at all the other geysers, he will be ready to play." So we looked, and we wondered at the beehive, whose mouth is built up exactly like a hive, at the turban, which is not in the least like a turban, and at many other geysers, hot holes and springs. Some of them rumbled, some hissed, some went off spasmodically, and others lay still in sheets of sapphire and beryl. Would you believe that even these terrible creatures have to be guarded by the troopers to prevent the irreverent PG-93 American from chipping the cones to pieces, or worse, still making the geysers sick? If you take of soft soap a small barrelful and drop it down a geyser's mouth, that geyser will presently be forced to lay all before you, and for days afterwards will be of an irritated and inconsistent stomach. When they told me the tale, I was filled with sympathy. Now I wish that I had stolen soap and tried the experiment on some lonely little beast of a geyser in the woods. It sounds so probably and so human. Yet he would be a bold man who would administer emetics to the giantess. She is flat-lipped, having no mouth. She looks like a pool 50 feet long and 30 wide, and there is no ornamentation about her. At irregular intervals she speaks and sends up a column of water over 200 feet high to begin with. Then she is angry for a day and a half, sometimes for 2 days, owing to her peculiarity of going mad in the night. Not many people have seen the giantess at her finest, but the clamour of her unrest, men say, shakes the wooden hotel and echoes like thunder among the hills. When I saw her trouble was brewing, the pool bubbled seriously, and at 5-minute intervals sank a foot or two, then rose, washed over the rim, and huge steam bubbles broke on the top. Just before an eruption, the water entirely disappears from view. Whenever you see the water die down in a geysermouth, get away as fast as you can. I saw a tiny little geyser suck in its breath in this way, and instinct made me retire while it hooted after me. Leaving the giantess to swear and spit and thresh about, we went over to Old Faithful, who by reason of PG 94 his faithfulness has benches close to him, whence you may comfortably watch at the appointed hour. We heard the water flying up and down the mouth with the sob of waves in a cave. Then came the preliminary gouts, then a roar and a rush, and that glittering column of diamonds rose, quivered, stood still for a minute. Then it broke, and the rest was a confused snarl of water, not 30 feet high, all the young ladies not more than 20 in. The tourist band remarked that it was elegant, and betook themselves to writing their names in the bottoms of shallow pools. Nature fixes the insult indelibly, and the after-years will learn that Hattie, Sadie, Mamie, Sophie, and so forth have taken out their hairpins and scrawled on the face of Old Faithful. The congregation returned to the hotel to put down their impressions in diaries and notebooks, which they wrote up ostentatiously in the verandas. It was a sweltering hot day, albeit we stood somewhat higher than the summit of Jacko, and I left that raw, pine-creaking caravanserai for the cool shade of a clump of pines between whose trunks glimmered tents. A batch of troopers came down the road and flung themselves across country into their rough lines. Verily, the Melican cavalryman can ride though he keeps his accoutrements pig and his horse cow fashion. I was free of that camp in 5 minutus, free to play with the heavy lumpy carbines, to have the saddles stripped and punch the horses knowingly in the ribs. One of the men had been in the fight with Rapuffy's tail, before alluded to, and he told me how that great chief, his horse's tail tied up in red calico, swaggered PG 95 in front of the United States cavalry, challenging all to single combat, but he was slain and a few of his tribe with him. There's no use in an Indian anyway, concluded my friend. A couple of Cowbisreal cowboys, not the Buffalo Bill, article jingled through the camp, amid a shower of mild chaff. They were on their way to Cook City, I fancy, and I know that they never washed, but they were picturesque ruffians with long spurs, hooded stirrups, slouch hats, fur weathercloths over their knees, and pistol butts easy to hand. The cowboys goin' under before long, said my friend. Soon as the country's settled up, hell have to go, but he's mighty useful now. What should we do without the cow? As how, said I, and the camp laughed. He has the money, we have the know-how. He comes in winter to play poker at the military posts. We play poker a few. When he's lost his money, we make him drunk, and let him go. Sometimes we get the wrong man, and he told a tale of an innocent cowboy who turned up cleaned out at a post and played poker for 36 hours. But it was the post that was cleaned out when that long-haired Caucasian Arsene removed himself heavy with everybody's pay, and declining the proffered liquor. Now, said the historian, I don't play with no cowboy, unless he's a little bit drunk first. Ere I departed, I gathered from more than one man that significant fact, that up to 100 yards, he felt absolutely secure behind his revolver. In England, I understand, quoth a limber youth, PG 96 from the south. In England, a man aren't allowed to play with no firearms, he's got to be taught all that. When he enlists, I didn't want much teaching how to shoot straight, for I served Uncle Sam, and that's just where it is. But you was talking about your horse guards now. I explained briefly some peculiarities of equipment connected with our crackest crack cavalry. I grieve to say the camp roared. Take 'em over swampy ground, let 'em run around a bit and work the starch out of 'em, and then almighty, if we wouldn't plug 'em at ease, it'd eat their horses. But suppose they engaged in the open, said Roman, one engaged the Hades, not if there was a tree trunk within 20 miles, they couldn't engage in the open. Gentlemen, the officers, have you ever seriously considered the existence on earth of a cavalry, who by preference would fight in timber? The evident sincerity of the proposition made me think hard as I moved over to the hotel, and joined a party exploration, which, diving into the woods, unearthed a pit pool of burningest water fringed with jet black sandal, the ground near by being pure white, but miracles pall when they arrive at the rate of 20 a day. A flaming dragonfly flew over the pool, reeled, and dropped on the water, dying without a quiver of his gorgeous wings, and the pool said nothing whatever, but sent its thin steam wreaths up to the burning sky. I prefer pools that talk. There was a maiden, a very trim maiden, who had just stepped out of one of Mr. James' novels. She owned a delightful mother, and an equally delightful PG 97 father, a heavy-eyed, slow-voiced man of finance. The parents thought that their daughter wanted change. She lived in New Hampshire. Accordingly, she had dragged them up to Alaska, to the Yosemite Valley, and was now returning leisurely via the Yellowstone just in time for the tail end of the summer season at Saratoga. We had met once or twice before in the park, and I had been amazed and amused at her critical commendation of the wonders that she saw from that very resolute little mouth. I received a lecture on American literature, the nature and inwardness of Washington society, the precise value of Cable's works as compared with Uncle Remus Harris, and a few other things that had nothing whatever to do with geysers, but were altogether delightful. Now an English maiden, who had stumbled on a dust-grimed, lime-washed, sun-peeled, collarless wanderer, come from, and going to goodness knows, where would her mother inciting her and her father brandishing his umbrella, have regarded him as a dissolute adventurer? Not so those delightful people from New Hampshire. They were good enough to treat Mate Sounds, almost incredibly, as a human being, possibly respectable, probably, not in immediate need of financial assistance. Papa talked pleasantly, and to the point. The little maiden strove valiantly with the accent of her birth, and that of her reading, and Mamma smiled benignly in the background. Balance this with the story of a young English idiot I met knocking about inside his high collars, attended by a valet. He condescended to tell me that you can't be too careful who you talk to in these parts, and stalked on, fearing, I suppose, every minute for his social chastity. PG 98. Now that man was a barbarian. I took occasion to tell him so, for he comported himself after the manner of the headhunters of Assam, who are at perpetual feud, one with another. You will understand that these foolish tales are introduced in order to cover the fact that this pen cannot describe the glories of the upper geyser. Base in the evening, I spent under the lee of the castle geyser, sitting on a log with some troopers, and watching a baronial keep 40 feet high spouting hot water. If the castle went off first, they said the giantess would be quiet, and vice versa, and then they told tales till the moon got up, and a party of campers in the woods gave us all something to eat. Next morning Tom drove us on promising new wonders. He pulled up after a few miles at a clump of brushwood, where an army was drowning. I could hear the sick gasps and thumps of the men going under, but when I broke through the brushwood the hosts had fled, and there were only pools of pink, black, and white lime thick as turbid honey. They shot up a pat of mud every minute or two, choking in the effort. It was an uncanny sight. Do you wonder that in the old days the Indians were careful to avoid the Yellowstone? Geysers are permissible, but mud is terrifying. The old lady from Chicago took a piece of it, and in half an hour it died into lime dust and blew away between her fingers. All my illusion, you see. Then we clinked over sulphur in crystals. There was a waterfall of boiling water, and a road across a level park, hotly contested by the beavers. Every winter they build their dam, and flood the lowlying land. Every summer that dam, PG 99, is torn up by the government, and for half a mile you must plough axe-deep in water, the willows brushing into the buggy, and little waterways branching off right and left. The road is the main stream, just like the Barlan line in flood. If you turn up a byway there is no more of you, and the beavers work your buggy into next year's dam. Then came soft turfy forest that deadened the wheels, and 2 troopers in detachment came noiselessly behind us. One was the Rapuffy's tail man, and we talked merrily, while the half-broken horses bucked about among the trees, till we came to a mighty hill all strewn with moss agates, and everybody had to get out and pant in that thin air. But how intoxicating it was! The old lady from Chicago clucked like an emancipated hen, as she scuttled about the road, cramming pieces of rock into her reticule. She sent me 50 yards down the hill to pick up a piece of broken bottle, which she insisted was moss agate. I've some that at home, and they shine. You go get it, young feller. As we climbed the long path the road grew viler and viler, till it became without disguise the bed of a torrent, and just when things were at their rockiest, we emerged into a little sapphire lake. But never sapphire was so blue, called Mary's Lake, and that between 8,000 and 9,000 feet above the sea. Then came grass downs all on a vehement slope, so that the buggy following the new-made road ran on to the 2 off-wheels mostly, till we dipped head-first into a ford, climbed up a cliff, raced along a down, dipped again, and pulled up dishevelled at Larry's for lunch, and an hour's rest. Only Larry could have managed that school feast. PG 100 tent on the lonely hillside. Need I say that he was an Irishman? His supplies were at their lowest ebb, but Larry enveloped us all in the golden glamour of his speech ere we had descended, and the tent with the rude treslatable became a palace, the rough fair delicacies of Delmonico, and we the abashed recipients of Larry's imperial bounty. It was only later that I discovered I had paid 8 shillings for tinned beef biscuits and beer. But on the other hand, Larry had said, "Will I go out and kill a buffalo?" And I felt that for me, and for me alone, would he have done it. Everybody else felt that way. Good luck go with Larry. And now y'all all go and wash your pocket handkerchiefs in that beautiful hot spring round the corner, said he. There's soap and a washboard ready, and tea's not every day that ye can get hot water for nothing. He waved us larger-handedly to the open downs, while he put the tent to rights. These was no sense of fatigue on the body or distance in the air. Hill and Dale Road on the eye could have clutched the far-off snowy peaks by putting out my hand. Never was such maddening air. Why we should have washed pocket handkerchiefs Larry alone knows. It appeared to be a sort of religious rite in a little valley, overhung with gay painted rocks, ran a stream of velvet brown, and pink it was hotter than the hand could berend it coloured the boulders in its course. There was the maiden from New Hampshire, the old lady from Chicago, Papa Mama, the woman who chewed gum, and all the rest of them, gravely bending over a washboard, and soap mysterious virtues lay in that queer stream. It turned the linen white as driven snow PG 101 in 5 minutes. And then we lay on the grass, and laughed with sheer bliss of being alive. This have I known once in Japan, once on the banks of the Columbia, what time the salmon came in and California howled, and once again in the Yellowstone, by the light of the eyes of the maiden from New Hampshire. 4 little pools lay at my elbow. One was of black water, tepid, one clear water, cold, one clear water, hot, one red water boiling. My newly washed handkerchief covered them all. We marvelled as children marvel. This evening we shall do the Grand Canon of the Yellowstone, said the maiden. Together, said I, and she said yes. The sun was sinking when we heard the roar of falling waters, and came to a broad river along whose banks we ran and then I might at a pinch describe the infernal regions, but not the other place. Be it known to you, that the Yellowstone River has occasion to run through a gorge about 8 miles long. To get to the bottom of the gorge, it makes 2 leaps, one of about 120, and the other of 300 feet. I investigated the upper or lesser fall, which is close to the hotel. Up to that time, nothing particular happens to the Yellowstone, its banks being only rocky, rather steep and plentifully adorned with pines. At the falls, it comes round a corner, green, solid, ribbed with a little foam, and not more than 30 yards wide. Then it goes over still green, and rather more solid than before. After a minute or two, you sitting upon a rock directly above the drop begin to understand that something has occurred, that the river has jumped a huge distance between solid cliff walls and PG 102. What looks like the gentle froth of ripples lapping the sides of the gorge below is really the outcome of great waves, and the river yells aloud, but the cliffs do not allow the yells to escape. That inspection began with curiosity, and finished in terror, for it seemed that the whole world was sliding in chrysolite from under my feet. I followed with the others round the corner to arrive at the brink of the canon. We had to climb up a nearly perpendicular ascent to begin with, for the ground rises more than the river drops. Stately pine woods fringe either lip of the gorge, which is the gorge of the Yellowstone. All I can say is that without warning or preparation, I looked into a gulf 1,700 feet deep, with eagles and fishhawks circling far below, and the sides of that gulf were one wild welter of colour: crimson, emerald, cobalt, ochre, amber, honey, splashed with portwine, snow-white, vermilion, lemon, and silvergrey, in wide washes. The sides did not fall sheer, but were graven by time and water and air into monstrous heads of kings, dead chiefs, men and women of the old time. So far below that no sound of its strife could reach us. The Yellowstone River ran a finger-wide strip of jade green. The sunlight took those wondrous walls and gave fresh hues to those that nature had already laid there. Once I saw the dawn break over a lake in Rajputana, and the sun set over the Udi Sagar amid a circle of Homan Hunt hills. This time, I was watching both performances going on below, upside down, you understand, and the colours were real. The cannon was burning, like Troy Town, but it would burn forever, and thank goodness neither pen nor brush could ever PG 103 portray its splendours adequately. The Academy would reject the picture for a chromolithograph. The public would scoff at the letterpress for daily telegraphies. I will leave this thing alone, said I. 'Tis my peculiar property, nobody else shall share it with me. Evening crept through the pines that shadowed us, but the full glory of the day flamed in that cannon as we went out very cautiously to a jutting piece of rock. Bloodred or pink it was, that overhung the deepest deeps of all. Now I know what it is to sit enthroned amid the clouds of sunset. Giddiness took away all sensation of touch or form, but the sense of blinding colour remained. When I reached the mainland again, I had sworn that I had been floating. The maid from New Hampshire said no word for a very long time. She then quoted poetry, which was perhaps the best thing she could have done. And to think that this showplace has been going on all these days, and none of we ever saw it, said the old lady from Chicago, with an acid glance at her husband. No, only the Injun, said he, unmoved, and the maiden and I laughed long. Inspiration is fleeting, beauty is vain, and the power of the mind for wonder, limited. Though the shining hosts themselves had risen choiring from the bottom of the gorge, they would not have prevented her papa, and one baser than himself, from rolling stones down those stupendous rainbow-washed slides, 1,700 feet of steepest pitch, and rather more than 1,700 colours for log or boulder to whirl through. So we heaved things, and saw them gather way and bound from white rock to red or yellow, dragging behind them torrents of PG 104 colour, till the noise of their descent ceased, and they bounded 100 yards clear at the last into the Yellowstone. "I've been down there," said Tom. "That evening it's easy to get down if you're careful, just sit and slide. But getting up is worse, and I found down below there 2 rocks just marked with a picture of the cannon. I wouldn't sell those rocks, not for $15. And Papa and I crawled down to the Yellowstone just above the first little falto, wet a line for good luck. The round moon came up, and turned the cliffs and pines into silver. A 2-pound trout came up also, and we slew him among the rocks, nearly tumbling into that wild river. Then out and away to Livingstone. Once more, the maiden from New Hampshire disappeared. Papa and Mama with her disappeared too, the old lady from Chicago. And all the rest, while I thought of all that I had not seen, the forest of petrified trees with amethyst crystals in their black huts, the great Yellowstone lake, where you catch your trout alive in one spring, and drop him into another to boil him, and most of all of that mysterious hoodoo region where all the devils not employed in the geysers live, and kill the wandering bear and elk, so that the scared hunter finds in Death Gulch piled carcasses of the dead, whom no man has smitten. Hoodooland with the overhead noises, the bird and beast, and devil rocks, the mazes, and the bottomless pits. All these things I missed on the return road. Yankee Jim and Diana of the Crossways gave PG 105 me kindly greeting as the train paused an instant before their door, and at Livingstone whom should I see but Tom the driver. "I've done with the Yellowstone, and decided to clear out east somewheres," said he. "You're talkin' about movin' round, so gay and careless, made me kinder restless. I am movin' out. Lord forgie us for our responsibility one to another." "And your partner," said Roman. "One hears him," said Tom, introducing a gawky youth with a bundle, and I saw those 2 young men turn their faces to the east. PG 106, no, Roman 32. "Of the American Army, and the City of the Saints, the Temple, the Book of Mormon, and the Girl from Dorset, an Oriental consideration of polygamy. A fool also is full of words. A man cannot tell what shall be, and what shall be after him who can tell." It has just occurred to me with great force that, delightful as these letters are to myself, their length and breadth and depth may be just the least little bit in the world wearisome to you over there. I will compress myself rigorously, though I should very much like to deliver a dissertation on the American Army and the possibilities of its extension. The American Army is a beautiful little army some day, when all the Indians are happily dead, or drunk. It ought to make the finest scientific and survey corps that the world has ever seen. It does excellent work now, but there is this defect in its nature: it is officered, as you know, from West Point, but the mischief of it is that West Point seems to be created for the purpose of spreading a general knowledge of military matters among the people. A boy goes up to that institution, gets his pass, and returns to civil life, so they tell me, with a dangerous knowledge that he is a sucking molk, and may apply his learning. When occasion offers, given trouble, that man will be a nuisance, because he PG 107 is a hideously versatile American, to begin with, as cocksure of himself as a man can be, and with all the racial disregard for human life to back him through his demisement professional generalship, in a country where, as the records of the daily papers show, men engaged in a conflict with police or jails are all too ready to adopt a military formation and get heavily shot in a sort of cheap half-instructed warfare, instead of being decently scared by the appearance of the military. This sort of arrangement does not seem wise. The bond between the states is of amazing tenuity so long as they do not absolutely march into the District of Columbia, sit on the Washington statues, and invent a flag of their own. They can legislate, lynch, hunt Negroes through swamps, divorce, railroad, and rampage as much as ever they choose. They do not need knowledge of their own military strength to back their genial lawlessness. That regular army, which is a dear little army, should be kept to itself, blooded on detachment duty, turned into the paths of science, and now and again assembled at feasts of Freemasons, and so forth. It's too tiny to be a political power. The immortal wreck of the Grand Army of the Republic is a political power of the largest and most unblushing description. It ought not to help to lay the foundations of an amateur military power that is blind and irresponsible. Be thankful that the balance of this lecture is suppressed, and with it the account of a chivalry which I attended in Livingstone City, and the story of the editor and the sub-editor. The latter was a pet cougar or mountain lion, who used, they said skillfully, to sub-edit disputants in the office of the Livingstone daily paper PG 108. Omitting 1,000 matters of first importance, let me pick up the thread of things on a narrow gauge line that took me down to Salt Lake. The run between Delhi and Ahmedabad on a May day would have been bliss compared to this torture. There was nothing but glare and desert and alkali dust. There was no smoking accommodation. I sat in the lavatory with the conductor and a prospector who told stories about Indian atrocities in the voice of a dreaming child, oath following oath, as smoothly as clotted cream. Laps the mouth of the jug. I don't think he knew he was saying anything out of the way, but 9 or 10 of those oaths were new to me, and one even made the conductor raise his eyebrows. And when a man's alone, mostly leading his horse across the hills, he gets to talk aloud to himself, as it was said, the weather-worn retailer of tortures. A vision rose before me of this man, trampling the Bannack City trail under the star, swearing, always swearing. Bundles of rags that were pointed out as Red Indians boarded the train from time to time. Their race privileges allow them free transit on the platforms of the cars. They mustn't come inside, of course, and equally, of course, the train never thinks of pulling up for them. I saw a squaw take us flying and leave us in the same manner. When we were spinning round a curve like the Punjabi, the Red Indian gets out by preference on the trackless plain, and walks stolidly to the horizon. He never says where he is going. Salt Lake. I am concerned for the sake of Mr. Phil Robinson, his soul. You will remember that he wrote PG 109, a book called Saints and Sinners, in which he proved very prettily that the Mormon was almost altogether an estimable person. Ever since my arrival at Salt Lake, I have been wondering what made him write that book on mature reflection, and after a long walk round the city, I am inclined to think it was the sun, which is very powerful hereabouts. By great good luck, the evil-minded train, already delayed 12 hours, by a burnt bridge brought me to the city on a Saturday by way of that valley, which the Mormons aver their efforts had caused to blossom like the rose some hours previously. I had entered a new world where in conversation every one was either a Mormon or a Gentile. It is not seemly for a free and independent citizen to dub himself a Gentile, but the mayor of Ogden, which is the Gentile city of the valley, told me that there must be some distinction between the two flocks long before the fruit orchards of Logan or the shining levels of the Salt Lake had been reached, that mayor himself a Gentile, and one renowned for his dealings with the Mormons, told me that the great question of the existence of the power within the power was being gradually solved by the ballot, and by education we have, quoth he, hills round and about here stuffed full of silver and gold and lead, and all hell atop of the Mormon church can't keep the Gentile from flocking in. When that's the case at Ogden, 30 miles from Salt Lake, this year the Gentile vote swamped the Mormon at the municipal elections, and next year we trust that we shall be able to repeat our success in Salt Lake itself. In that city, the Gentiles are only 1/3 of the total population, PG 110, but the mass of them are grown men capable of voting, whereas the Mormons are cluttered up with children. I guess as soon as we have purely Gentile officers in the township, and the control of the policy of the city, the Mormons will have to back down considerable. They're bound to go before long. My own notion is that it's the older men who keep alive the opposition to the Gentile, and all his works the younger ones, spite of all the elders tell will mix with the Gentile and read Gentile books, and you bet your sweet life there's a holy influence working toward conversion in the kiss of an average Gentile, specially when the girl knows that he won't think it necessary for her salvation to load the house up with other womanfolk. I guess the younger generation are giving sore trouble to the elders. What's that you say about polygamy? It's a penal offense now under a bill passed not long ago. The Mormon has to elect one wife and keep to her. If he's caught visiting any of the othersto, you see that cool and restful brown stone building way over there against the hillside, that's the penitentiary. He is sent there to consider his sins, and he pays a fine too, but most of the police in Salt Lake are Mormons, and I don't suppose they are too hard on their friends. I presume there's a good deal of polygamy practiced on the sly, but the chief trouble is to get the Mormon to see that the Gentile isn't the doubly-damned beast that the elders represent. Only get the Gentiles well into the state, and the whole concern is bound to go to pieces in a very little time. And the wish being father to the thought, why certainly PG 111, said I, and began to take in the valley of Deseret, the home of the Latter-day Saints, and the abode perhaps of as much misery as has ever been compressed into 40 years. The good folk at home will not understand, but you will. What follows, you know how in Bengal to this day the child-wife is taught to curse her possible cow-wife heir, yet she has gone to her husband's house, and the Bengali woman has been accustomed to polygamy for a few hundred years. You know too the awful jealousy between mother-wife and baron, behind the Perdarth jealousy that culminates sometimes in the poisoning of the well-beloved son. Now and again, an Englishwoman employs a high-caste Mussulman nurse, and in the offices of that higher women are apt to forget the differences of colour, and to speak unreservedly as twin daughters. Under Eve's curse the nurse tells very strange and awful things she has, and this the Mormons count a privilege been born into polygamy, but she loathes and detests it from the bottom of her jealous soul. And to the lot of the Bengali cowfoth cursed of the cursed daughter of the dunghill scaldhead, and the barren mute the rest of that sweet combination service and creed of all the white creeds today deliberately introduces the white woman taken from centuries of training, which have taught her that it is right to control the undivided heart of one man, to quench her most natural rebellion, that amazing creed and fantastic jumble of Mahomedanism, the Mosaical law and imperfectly comprehended fragments of Freemasonry, calls to its aid all the powers of a hell conceived and elaborated by coarser-minded hedgers and ditchers. A sweet view isn't it pg 112. All the beauty of the valley could not make me forget it, but the valley is very fair bench after bench of land flat as a table against the flanks of the ringing hills marks, where the salt lake rested for a while as it sunk from an inland sea, to a lake 50 miles long and 30 broad. Before long, the benches will be covered with houses. At present these are hidden among the green trees on the dead flat of the valley. You have read 100 times how the streets of Salt Lake City are very broad, furnished with rows of shade trees and gutters of fresh water. This is true, but I struck the town in a season of great drought, that same drouth, which is playing havoc with the herds of Montana. The trees were limp, and the rills of sparkling water that one reads about were represented by dusty paved courses. Main Street appears to be inhabited by the commercial Gentile, who has made of it a busy, bustling thoroughfare, and in the eye of the sun swigs the ungodly lager and smokes the improper cigar all day long, for which I like him. At the head of Main Street stand the lions of the place, the temple and the tabernacle, the tithing house, and the houses of Brigham Young, whose portrait is on sale in most of the booksellers' shops. Incidentally, it may be mentioned that the late Emir of Utah does not unremotely resemble His Highness the Emir of Afghanistan, whom these fortunate eyes have seen, and I have no desire to fall into the hands of the Emir. The first thing to be seen was of course the temple, the outward exponent of a creed. Armed with a copy of the Book of Mormon for better comprehension, I went to form rash opinions some day. The temple will be finished. It was begun only 30 years pg 113 ago, and up to date rather more than $3 million and a half have been expended in its granite bulk. The walls are 10 feet thick, the edifice itself is about 100 feet high, and its towers will be nearly 200. And that is all there is of it, unless you choose to inspect more closely, always reading the Book of Mormon. As you walk, then, the wondrous puerility of what I suppose we must call the design becomes apparent. These men directly inspired from on high, heaped stone on stone and pillar on pillar, without achieving either dignity, relief, or interest. There is over the main door some pitiful scratching in stone, representing the all-seeing eye, the Masonic grip, the sun, moon, and stars, and perhaps other skittles. The flatness and meanness of the thing almost makes you weep when you look at the magnificent granite in blocks strewn abroad, and think of the art that $3 million might have called in to the aid of the church. It is as though a child had said, "Let us draw a great big fine house finer than any house that ever wasn't," in that desire had laboriously smudged along with a ruler and pencil, piling meaningless straight lines on compass drawn curves, with his tongue following every movement of the inept hand. Then sat I down on a wheelbarrow and read the Book of Mormon, and behold, the spirit of the book was the spirit of the stone before me, the estimable Joseph and Hiram Smith, struggling to create a new Bible when they knew nothing of the history of Old and New Testament, and the inspired architect muddling with his bricks. They were brothers, but the book was more interesting than the building. It is written, and all the world has read, how to Joseph Smith, an angel pg 114, came down from heaven with a pair of celestial jig lamps, whereby he was marvellously enabled to interpret certain plates of gold, scribbled over with dots and scratches, and discovered by him in the ground, which plates Joseph Smith did translatingly. He spelt the mysterious characters charactorsand out of the dots, and scratches produced a volume of 600 closely printed pages, containing the books of Nephi, 1st and 2nd Jacob, Enos, Jarom, Omni, Mormon, Mosiah, the record of Zeniff, the Book of Alma, Helaman, the 3rd of Nephi, the Book of Ether. The whole thing is a powerful anesthetic, by the way, and the final Book of Mormon. 3 men, of whom one, I believe, is now living, bear solemn witness that the angel with the spectacles appeared unto them. 8 other men swear solemnly that they have seen the golden plates of the Revelation. And upon this testimony, the Book of Mormon stands. The Mormon Bible begins at the days of Zedekiah, king of Judah, and ends in a wild and weltering quagmire of tribal fights, bits of revelation and wholesale cribs from the Bible. Very sincerely did I sympathize with the inspired brothers, as I waded through their joint production, as a humble fellow worker in the field of fiction. I knew what it was to get good names for one's characters, but Joseph and Hiram were harder bestead than ever I have been, and bolder men to boot. They created Tinkham and Coriantummy, Packhor and Kishkumen and Gadianton, and other priceless names, which the memory does not hold, but of geography they wisely steered clear, and were astutely vague as to the localities of places, because you see they were by no means certain what lay in the next county. PG 115 to their own they marched and countermarched bloodthirsty armies across their pages, and added new and amazing chapters to the records of the New Testament, and reorganized the heavens and the earth, as it is always lawful to do in print, but they could not achieve style, and it was foolish of them to let into their weird mosaic pieces of the genuine Bible, whenever the labouring pen dropped from its toilsome parody, to a sentence or two of vile bad English, or downright penny dreadfulism. And Moses said unto the people of Israel, Great Scott, what are you doing? There is no sentence in the Book of Mormon word for word like the foregoing, but the general tone is not widely different. There are the makings of a very fine creed about Mormonism. To begin with, the church is rather more absolute than that of Rome. Drop the polygamy plank in the platform, but on the other hand deal lightly with certain forms of excess, keep the quality of the recruits down to a low mental level, and see that the best of the agricultural science available is in the hands of the elders, and you have there a first-class engine for pioneer work. The tawdry mysticism and the borrowings from Freemasonry serve the low-caste Swede, and the Dane, the Welshman, and the Cornish cotter, just as well as a highly organized heaven. I went about the streets and peeped into people's front windows, and the decorations upon the tables were after the manner of the year 1850. Main Street was full of country folk from the outside, come in to trade with the Zion Mercantile Cooperative Institute. The church, I fancy, looks after the finances of this thing, and it consequently pays good dividends. The faces of PG 116, the women were not lovely indeed, but for the certainty that ugly persons are just as irrational in the matter of undivided love as the beautiful. It seemed that polygamy was a blessed institution for the women, and that only the spiritual power could drive the hulking, board-faced men into it. The women wore hideous garments, and the men seemed to be tied up with string. They would market all that afternoon, and on Sunday go to the praying place. I tried to talk to a few of them, but they spoke strange tongues and stared, and behaved like cows. Yet one woman, and not an altogether ugly one, confided to me that she hated the idea of Salt Lake City being turned into a showplace for the amusement of the Gentile. If we have our own institutions, that ain't no reason why people should come and stare at us, is it? The dropped H betrayed her. And when did you leave England? I said. Summer of '84. I am from Dorset. She said the Mormon agents was very good to us, and we was very poor now, were better off, me father and mother and me. Then you like the state? She misunderstood at first. Oh, I ain't livin' in the state of polygamy, not me, yet I ain't married. I like where I am. I've got things o' my own and some land. But I suppose you will. Not me, I ain't like them Swedes and Danes. I ain't got nothin' to say for or against polygamy. It's the elders' business, and between you and me, I don't think it's going on much longer. You'll 'ear them in the ooze. PG 117 tomorrow talkin', as if it was spreadin' all over America. The Swedes, they think it his. I know it hisn't. But you've got your land all right. Oh yes, we've got our land, and we never say aught against polygamy. Oh, course, father and mother and me. It strikes me that there is a fraud somewhere. You've never heard of the Rice Christians, have you? I should have liked to have spoken to the maiden at length, but she dived into the Zion coop, and a man captured me saying that it was my bounden duty to see the sights of Salt Lake. These comprised the egg-shaped tabernacle, the beehive and town houses of Brigham Young, the same great ruffian's tomb, with assorted samples of his wives sleeping round him, just as the 11 faithful ones sleep round the ashes of Runjit Singh outside Fort Lahore, and 1 or 2 other curiosities. But all these things have been described by abler pens than mine. The animal houses where Brigham used to pack his wives are grubby villas. The tabernacle is a shingled fraud, and the tithing house where all the revenue returns seem to be made much resembles a stable. The Mormons have a paper currency of their own, ecclesiastical banknotes, which are exchanged for local produce, but the little boys of the place prefer the bullion of the Gentiles. It is not pleasant to be taken round a township, your guide stopping before every 3rd house to say that's where elder so-and-so kept Amelia Bathershins, his 5th wife, no, his 3rd Amelia. She was took on after Keziah, but Keziah was the elder's pet, and he didn't dare to let Amelia come across Keziah for fear of her spillin' Keziah's beauty. The Mussulmans are quite right. PG 118. The minute that all the domestic details of polygamy are discussed in the mouths of the people, that institution is ready to fall. I shook off my guide, when he had told me his very last doubtful tale, and went on alone. An ordered peace, and a perfection of quiet luxury, is the note of the city of Salt Lake. The houses stand in generous and well-groomed grass plots, none very much worse or better than their neighbors'. Creepers grow over the house fronts, and there is a very pleasant music of wind among the trees, in the vast empty streets, bringing a smell of hay and the flowers of summer. On a tableland overlooking all the city stands the United States garrison of infantry and artillery. The state of Utah can do nearly anything it pleases, until that much-to-be-desired hour when the Gentile vote shall quietly swamp out Mormonism. But the garrison is kept there in case of accidents. The big shark-mouthed heavy-boned farmers sometimes take to their creed with wildest fanaticism, and in past years have made life excessively unpleasant for the Gentile when he was few in the land. But today, so far from killing openly or secretly or burning Gentile farms, it is all the Mormon dares do to feebly try to boycott the interloper. His journals preach defiance to the United States government, and in the tabernacle of a Sunday, the preachers follow suit. When I went down there, the place was full of people who would have been much better for a washing. A man rose up and told them that they were the chosen of God, the elect of Israel, that they were to obey their priest, and that there was a good time coming. I fancy that they had heard all pg 119 this before so many times. It produced no impression whatever, even as the sublimest mysteries of another faith lost salt through constant iteration. They breathed heavily through their noses, and stared straight in front of them, impassive as flatfish. And that evening, I went up to the garrison postone of the most coveted of all the army commands, and overlooked the city of the saints. As it lay in the circle of its forbidding hills, you can speculate a good deal about the mass of human misery. The loves frustrated, the gentle hearts broken, and the strong souls twisted from the law of life to a fiercer following of the law of death that the hills have seen. How must it have been in the old days when the footsore emigrants broke through into the circle, and knew that they were cut off from hope of return or sight of friends, were handed over to the power of the friends that called themselves priests of the Most High. But for the grace of God, there goes Richard Baxter, as the eminent divine once said. It seemed good that fate did not order me to be a brick in the upbuilding of the Mormon Church that has so aptly established herself by the borders of a lake bitter salt and hopeless. pg 120 No. Roman 33. How I met certain people of importance between Salt Lake and Omaha. Much have I seen, cities and men. Let there be no misunderstanding about the matter. I love this people, and if any contemptuous criticism has to be done, I will do it myself. My heart has gone out to them beyond all other people's, and for the life of me, I cannot tell why they are bleeding raw at the edges, almost more conceited than the English vulgar, with a massive vulgarity which is as though the pyramids were coated with Christmas cake sugarworks. Cocksure they are, lawless and as casual as they are cocksure, but I love them, and I realized it when I met an Englishman who laughed at them. He proved conclusively that they were all wrong from their tariff to their gossiply civil service, and beneath the consideration of a true Briton. I admit everything, said Roman 1, their government's provisional, their laws the notion of the moment, their railways are made of hairpins and matchsticks, and most of their good luck lives in their woods and mines and rivers, and not in their brains. But for all that they be the biggest, finest and best people on the surface of the globe, just you wait 100 years and see how pg 121 they'll behave when they've had the screw put on them, and have forgotten a few of the patriarchal teachings of the late Mr. George Washington. Wait till the Anglo-American German Jewth man of the future rays, properly equipped hell, have just the least little kink in his hair now, and again hell carry the English lungs above the Teuton feet that can walk forever, and he will wave long, thin, bony Yankee hands with the big blue veins on the wrist from one end of the earth to the other. Hell be the finest writer, poet, and dramatist, specially dramatist, that the world as it recollects itself has ever seen, by virtue of his Jew blood. Just a little Draffel be a musician, and a painter too. At present there is too much balcony and too little Romeo in the life plays of his fellow citizens. Later on, when the proportion is adjusted, and he sees the possibilities of his land, he will produce things that will make the effete East stare. He will also be a complex and highly composite administrator. There is nothing known to man that he will not be, and his country will sway the world with 1 foot as a man tilts a seesaw plank. But this is worse than the eagle at its worst. Do you seriously believe all that, said the Englishman? If I believe anything seriously all this, I most firmly believe you. Wait and see 60 million people, chiefly of English instincts who are trained from youth to believe that nothing is impossible, don't slink through the centuries like Russian peasantry. They are bound to leave their mark somewhere, and don't you forget it. But isn't it sad to think that with all eternity behind and before us, we cannot, even though we would pay for it with sorrow, filch from the immensities 100 pg 122 poor years of life, wherein to watch the two great experiments 100 years hence, India and America, will be worth observing. At present the one is burned out and the other is only just stoking up. When I left my opponent, there was much need for faith, because I fell into the hands of a perfectly delightful man, whom I had met casually in the street, sitting in a chair on the pavement smoking a huge cigar. He was a commercial traveler, and his beat lay through southern Mexico, and he told me tales of forgotten cities, stone gods up to their sacred eyes, in forest growth Mexican priests, rebellions, and dictatorships that made my hair curl. It was he who dragged me forth to bathe in Salt Lake, which is some 15 miles away from the city, and reachable by many trains, which are but open tramcars. The track, like all American tracks, was terrifying in its roughness, and the end of the journey disclosed the nakedness of the accommodation. There were piers and band houses and refreshment stalls built over the solid grey levels of the lake, but they only accentuated the utter barrenness of the place. Americans don't mix with their scenery as yet. And have faith, said the commercial traveller as he walked into water heavy as quicksilver. Walk I walked, and I walked till my legs flew up, and I had to walk as one struggling with a high wind, but still I rode head and shoulders above the water. It was a horrible feeling, this inability to sink. Swimming was not much use, you couldn't get a grip of the water, so I e'en sat me down and drifted like a luxurious anemone among the hundreds that were bathing in that place. You could wallow for 3/4 of an pg 123 hour in that warm sticky brine and fear no evil consequences. But when you came out you were coated with white salt from top to toe, and if you accidentally swallowed a mouthful of the water you died. This is true, because I swallowed half a mouthful and was half dead in consequence. The commercial traveller on our return journey across the level flats that fringed the lake's edge bade me note some of the customs of his people. The great open railway car held about 100 men and maidens coming up with a song from the sea. They sang and they shouted, and they exchanged witticisms of the most poignant, and comported themselves like their brothers and sisters over the ceased arise and riots of the older world. And there sat behind me 2 modest maidens in white alone, and unattended to these the privileged youth of the car, a youth of a marvellous range of voice, proffered undying affection. They laughed, but made no reply in words. The suit was renewed, and with extravagant imagery, the nearest seats applauding. When we arrived at the city, the maidens turned and went their way up a dark tree-shaded street, and the boys elsewhere were at recollecting what the London rough was like. I marvelled that they did not pursue. It's all right, said the commercial traveller, if they had followed well, I guess someone would ha shot him the very next day on those very peaceful cars, returning from the lake. Someone was shot dead. He was what they call a sport, which is American for a finished leg, and he had an argument with a police officer, and the latter slew him. I saw his funeral go down the pg 124 Main Street. There were nearly 30 carriages filled with doubtful men and women not in the least doubtful, and the local papers said that deceased had his merits, but it didn't much matter, because if the sheriff hadn't dropped him, he would assuredly have dropped the sheriff. Somehow this jarred on my sensitive feelings, and I went away, though the commercial traveller would fain have entertained me in his own house, he knowing not my name. Twice through the long hot nights we talked, tilting up our chairs on the sidewalk, of the future of America. You should hear the saga of the States reeled off by a young and enthusiastic citizen who had just carved out for himself a home, filled it with a pretty little wife, and is preparing to embark on commerce on his own account. I was tempted to believe that pistol shots were regrettable accidents, and lawlessness only the top scum on the great sea of humanity. I am tempted to believe that still, though baked and dusty, Utah is very many miles behind me. Then chance threw me into the arms of another and very different commercial traveller. As we pulled out of Utah on our way to Omaha via the Rockies, he travelled in biscuits, of which more anon, and fate had smitten him very heavily, having at one stroke knocked all the beauty and joy out of his poor life. So he journeyed with a case of samples as one dazed, and his eyes took no pleasure in anything that he saw. In his despair he had withdrawn himself to his religion, was a Baptist, and spoke of its consolation with the artless freedom that an American generally exhibits when he is talking about his most sacred pg 125 private affairs. There was a desert beyond Utah, hot and barren as Mayan mere. In May the sun baked the Caroof, and the dust caked the windows, and through the dust and the glare the man with the biscuits bore witness to his creed. which seems to include one of the greatest miracles in the world, immediate, unforeseen, self-conscious redemption of the soul, by means very similar to those which turned Paul to the straight path. You must experience religion, he repeated, his mouth twitching, and his eyes black-ringed with his recent loss. You must experience religion. You can't tell when you're going to get or how, but it will come, sir, like a lightning stroke, and you will wrestle with yourself before you receive full conviction and assurance. How long does that take? I asked reverently. It may take hours, it may take days. I knew a man in San Joe who lay under conviction for a month, and then he got the spiritus. You must get it. And then you are saved. You feel that, and you can endure anything. He sighed. Yes, anything. I don't care what it is, though I allow that some things are harder than others. Then you have to wait for the miracle to be worked by powers outside yourself, and if the miracle doesn't work. But it must, I tell you, it must. It comes to all who profess with faith. I learned a good deal about that creed as the train fled on, and I wondered as I learned it was a strange PG 126 thing to watch that poor human soul broken and bowed by its loss, nerving itself against each new pang of pain, with the iterated assurance that it was safe against the pains of hell. The heat was stifling. We quitted the desert and launched into the rolling green plains of Colorado, dozing uneasily, with every removable rag removed. I was roused by a blast of intense cold, and the drumming of 100 drums. The train had stopped far as the eye could range. The land was white under 2 feet of each hailstone, as big as the top of a sherry glass. I saw a young colt by the side of the track, standing with his poor little fluffy back to the pitiless pelting. He was pounded to death. An old horse met his doom on the run. He galloped wildly towards the train, but his hind legs dropped into a hole half water and half ice. He beat the ground with his forefeet for a minute, and then, rolling over on his side, submitted quietly to be killed. When the storm ceased, we picked our way cautiously and crippledly over a track that might give way at any moment. The Western driver urges his train much as does the subaltern the bounding pony, and 'twould seem with an equal sense of responsibility. If a foot does go wrong, why there you are, don't you know? And if it is all right, why all right it is, don't you know? But I would sooner be on the pony than the train. This seems a good place wherein to preach on American versatility, when Mr. Howells writes a novel when a reckless hero dams a flood by heaving a dynamite-shattered mountain into it, or when a notoriety-hunting preacher marries a couple in a balloon. You shall PG 127 hear the great American press rise on its hind legs and walk round mouthing over the versatility of the American citizen. And he is versatile horribly so. The unlimited exercise of the right of private judgment, which by the way is a weapon not 1 man in 10 is competent to handle his blatant cocksureness and the dry air-bred restlessness that makes him crawl all over the furniture when he is talking to you, conspire to make him versatile. But what he calls versatility, the impartial bystander of Anglo-Indian extraction, is apt to deem mere casualness and dangerous casualness. At that no man can grasp the inwardness of an employ by the light of pure reason. Even though that reason be republican, he must serve an apprenticeship to one craft, and learn that craft all the days of his life. If he wishes to excel therein, otherwise, he merely puts the thing through somehow, and occasionally he doesn't. But wherein lies the beauty of this form of mental suppleness? Old man California, whom I shall love and respect, always told me 1 or 2 anecdotes about American versatility and its consequences that came back to my mind with direful force as the train progressed. We didn't upset, but I don't think that that was the fault of the driver or the men who made the track take up. You can easily find them accounts of 10 consecutive railway catastrophes, not little accidents, but first-class fatalities, when the long cars turn over, take fire, and roast the luckless occupants alive. To 7 out of the 10 you shall find appended the cheerful statement, the accident is supposed to have been due to the rails spreading. That means the metals were spiked down to the ties with such versatility that the PG 128 spikes, or the tracks, drew under the constant vibration of the traffic, and the metals opened out. No one is hanged for these little affairs. We began to climb hills, and then we stopped at night in darkness, while men threw sand under the wheels and crowbarred the track, and then guessed that we might proceed. Not being in the least anxious to face my maker, half asleep, and rubbing my eyes, I went forward to a common car, and was rewarded by 2 hours' conversation with the stranded, broken-down husband and actress of a 4th-rate, stranded, broken-down manager, bereft company. She was muzzy with beer, reduced to her last dollar, fearful that there would be no one to meet her at Omaha, and wept at intervals because she had given the conductor a $5 bill to change, and he hadn't come back. He was an Irishman, so I knew he couldn't. Steele and I addressed myself to the task of consolation. I was rewarded, after a decent interval, by the history of a life, so wild, so mixed, so desperately improbable, and yet so simply probable and above all, so quick not fast in its kaleidoscopic changes, that the pioneer would reject any summary of it. And so you will never know how she, the woman with the tangled blonde hair, was once a girl on a farm in Faroff, New Jersey, how he a travelling actor had wooed, and one Herbert Poor he was always set against Alfond, how he and she embarked all their little capital on the word of a faithless manager, who disbanded his company 100 miles from nowhere, and how she and Alf, and a third person who had not yet made any noise in the world, had to walk the railway track and beg from the farmhouses, how that third person arrived, and PG 129 went away again with a wail, and how Alf took to the whiskey and other things still more calculated to make a wife unhappy, and how after barnstormings, insults, shooting scrapes, and pitiful collapses of companies she had once won an encore. It was not a cheerful tale to listen to. There was a real actress in the Pullman, such, and one as travels sumptuously, with a maid and dressing case, and my draggle-tail thought of appealing to her for help, but broke down after several attempts to walk into the car, jauntily as befitted a sister in the profession. Then the conductor reappeared, the $5 bill honestly changed, and she wept by reason of beer and gratitude together, and then fell asleep waveringly alone in the car, and became almost beautiful and quite kissable, while the man with the sorrow stood at the door between actress and preached grim sermons on the certain end of each, if they did not mend their ways and find regeneration through the miracle of the Baptist creed. Yes, we were a queer company going up to the Rockies together. I was the luckiest, because when a breakdown occurred, and we were delayed for 12 hours, I ate all the Baptist sampler biscuits. They were various in composition, but nourishing. Always travel with a drummer. PG 130 no Roman 34. Across the Great Divide, and how the man Gring showed me the garments of the Elohim. After much dallying and more climbing, we came to a pass like all the Barlan passes in the world, and the Black Cannon of the Gunnison called they it. We had been climbing for very many hours, and attained a modest elevation of some 7,000 or 8,000 feet above the sea, when we entered a gorge remote from the sun, where the rocks were 2,000 feet sheer, and where a rock-splintered river roared and howled 10 feet below a track, which seemed to have been built on the simple principle of dropping miscellaneous dirt into the river, and pinning a few rails atop. There was a glory and a wonder and a mystery about that mad ride, which I felt keenly. You will find it properly dressed up in the guidebooks, until I had to offer prayers for the safety of the train. There was no hope of seeing the track 200 yards ahead. We seemed to be running into the bowels of the earth at the invitation of an irresponsible stream. Then the solid rock would open and disclose a curve of awful twistfulness. Then the driver put on all steam, and we would go round that curve on one wheel. Chiefly the Gunnison River, gnashing its teeth below the cars, overhung the edge of the water, and if a single one of the rails had chosen to PG 131, spread nothing in the wide world could have saved us from drowning. I knew we should damage something in the end. The sombre horrors of the gorge, the rush of the jade-green water below, and the cheerful tales told by the conductor made me certain of the catastrophe. We had just cleared the Black Cannon and another gorge, and were sailing out into open country 9,000 feet above the level of the sea, when we came most suddenly round a corner upon a causeway across a waste water, half dam and half quarrypool. The locomotive gave one wild hoo-hoo-hoo, but it was too late. He was a beautiful bull, and goodness only knows why he had chosen the track for a constitutional with his wife. She was flung to the left, but the cowcatcher caught him and turning him round heaved him shoulder deep into the pool. The expression of blank blind bewilderment on his bovine Javan face was wonderful to behold. He was not angry. I don't think he was even scared, though he must have flown 10 yards through the air. All he wanted to know was, will somebody have the goodness to tell a respectable old gentleman what in the world or out of it has occurred? And 5 minutes later the stream that had been snapping at our heels in the gorges split itself into a dozen silver threads on a breezy upland, and became an innocent trout beck, and we halted at a half-dead city, the name of which does not remain with me. It had originally been built on the crest of a wave of prosperity. Once 10,000 people had walked its street, but the boom had collapsed the great brick houses, and the factories were empty. The population lived in little timber shanties on the fringes of the PG 132 deserted town. There were some railway workshops and things, and the hotel whose pavement formed the platform of the railway contained 100 and more rooms empty. The place in its half-inhabitedness was more desolate than Amber or Chitter, but a man said trout 6 pounds to 0 miles away, and the sorrowful man and myself went in search of M. The town was ringed by a circle of hills, all alive with little thunderstorms that broke across the soft green of the plain, in wisps and washes of smoke and amber. To our tiny party associated himself a lawyer from Chicago. We foregathered on the question of flies, but I didn't expect to meet Elijah Pargram in the flesh. He delivered orations on the future of England and America, and of the great federation that the years will bring forth when America and England will belt the globe with their linked hands. According to the notions of the British, he made an ass of himself, but for all his highfalutin he talked sense. I might knock through England on a 4 months tour, and not find a man capable of putting into words the passionate patriotism that possessed the little Chicago lawyer. And he was a man with points, for he offered me 3 days shooting in Illinois. If I would step out of my path a little, I might travel for 10 years up and down England, ere I found a man who would give a complete stranger so much as a sandwich. And for 20 I squeezed as much enthusiasm out of a Britisher he, and I talked politics and trout flies all one sultry day, as we wandered up and down the shallows of the stream aforesaid. Little fish are sweet. I spent 2 hours whipping a ripple for a PG 133 fish that I knew was there, and in the pasture-rescented dusk caught a 3-pounder on a ragged old brown hackle, and landed him after 10 minutes' excited argument. He was a beauty if ever any man works. The western trout streams he would do well to bring out with him, the dingiest flies. He possesses the natives' laugh at the tiny English hooks, but they hold, and duns and drabs and sober greys seem to tickle the aesthetic tastes of the trout for salmon. But don't say that I told you use the spoongold on one side, silver on the other. It is as killing as is a similar article with fish of another caliber. The natives seem to use much too coarse tackle. It was a search for a small boy who should know the river that revealed to me a new phase of life, slack, slovenly and shiftless, but very interesting. There was a family in a packing-case hut on the outskirts of the town. They had seen the city when it was on the boom, and made pretense of being the metropolis of the Rockies. And when the boom was over they did not go. She was affable but deeply coated with dirt. He was grim and grimy, and the little children were simply caked with filth of various descriptions. But they lived in a certain sort of squalid luxury, 6 or 8 of them in 2 rooms, and they enjoyed the local society. It was their 8-year-old son, whom I tried to take out with me, but he had been catching trout all his life and guessed he didn't feel like coming though. I proffered him 6 shillings for what ought to have been a day's pleasuring ill stay with more, he said, and from that attitude I could not move him. More didn't attempt to argue with him. If he says he won't come, he PG 134 won't, she said, as though he were one of the elemental forces of nature, instead of a spankable brat. And poor lounging by the store refused to interfere. More told me that she had been a schoolteacher in her not-so-distant youth, but did not tell me what I was dying to know: how she arrived at this mucky tenement at the back of beyond, and why, though preserving the prettinesses of her New England speech, she had come to regard washing as a luxury. Poor chewed tobacco, and spat from time to time, yet, when he opened his mouth for other purposes, he spoke like a well-educated man. There was a story there, but I couldn't get at it. Next day the man with the sorrow and myself and a few others began the real ascent of the Rockies. Up to that time, our climbing didn't count. The train ran violently up a steep place, and was taken to pieces. 5 cars were hitched on to 2 locomotives and 2 cars to 1 locomotive. This seemed to be a kind and thoughtful act, but I was idiot enough to go forward and watch the couplingen of the 2 rear cars, in which Caesar and his fortunes were to travel. Someone had lost or eaten the regularly ordained coupling, and a man picked up from the tailboard of the engine a single iron link about as thick as a fetterlink watch chain, and guessed it would do get hauled up a similar cliff by the hook of a lady's parasol. If you wish to appreciate my sentiments, when the cars moved uphill and the link drew tight, miles away and 2,000 feet above our heads, rose the shoulder of a hill epauletted with the long line of a snow tunnel. The first section of the cars crawled 1/4 of a mile ahead of us. The track snaked and looped behind, and there was a black drop to the PG 135 left, so we went up and up and up till the thin air grew thinner, and the chunk-chink-chunk of the labouring locomotive was answered by the oppressed beating of the exhausted heart through the checked light and shade of the snow tunnel's horrible caverns of rude timbering. We ground our way, halting now and again to allow a downtrain to pass. One monster of 40 mineral cars slid past, scarce held by 4 locomotives, their brakes screaming and chortling in chorus. And in the end, after a glimpse at half America spread mapwise leagues below us, we halted at the head of the longest snow tunnel of all, on the crest of the divide, between 10 and 11,000 feet above the level of the sea. The locomotive wished to draw breath, and the passengers to gather the flowers that nodded impertinently through the chinks of the boarding. A lady passenger's nose began to bleed, and other ladies threw themselves down on the seats, and gasped with the gasping train, while a wind as keen as a nifige rioted down the grimy tunnel. Then dispatching a pilot engine to clear the way, we began the downward portion of the journey, with every available brake-on and frequent shrieks, till after some hours we reached the level plain, and later the city of Denver, where the man with the sorrow went his way, and left me to journey on to Omaha alone. After one hasty glance at Denver, the pulse of that town was too like the rushing, mighty wind in the Rocky Mountain tunnel. It made me tired because complete strangers desired me to do something to mines which were in mountains, and to purchase building blocks upon inaccessible cliffs. And once a woman urged that I should PG 136 supply her with strong drinks. I had almost forgotten that such attacks were possible in any land, for the outward and visible signs of public morality in American towns are generally safeguarded. For that I respect this people. Omaha, Nebraska, was but a halting place on the road to Chicago, but it revealed to me horrors that I would not willingly have missed. The city, to casual investigation, seemed to be populated entirely by Germans, Poles, Slavs, Hungarians, Croats, Magyars, and all the scum of the Eastern European states, but it must have been laid out by Americans. No other people would cut the traffic of a main street with two streams of railway lines, each some 8 or 9 tracks wide, and cheerfully drive tramcars across the metals. Every now and again they have horrible railway crossing accidents at Omaha, but nobody seems to think of building an overhead bridge that would interfere with the vested interests of the undertakers. Be blessed to hear some details of one of that class. There was a shop the like of which I had never seen before. Its windows were filled with dress coats for men and dresses for women, but the studs of the shirts were made of stamped cloth upon the shirt front, and there were no trousers to those coats, nothing but a sweep of cheap black cloth falling like an ab's frock. In the doorway sat a young man reading Pollock's Course of Time, and by that I knew that he was an undertaker. His name was Gring, which is a beautiful name, and I talked to him on the mysteries of his craft. He was an enthusiast and an artist. I told him how corpses were burnt in India, said he, were vastly superior, we hold that, is to say, embalmer dead PG 137. So whereupon he produced the horrible weapons of his trade, and most practically showed me how you held a man back from that corruption which is his birthright, and I wish I could live a few generations just to see how my people keep. But I'm sure it's all right, nothing can touch M after I've embalmed M. Then he displayed one of those ghastly dress suits, and when I laid a shuddering hand upon it, behold, it crumpled to nothing, for the white linen was sewn on to the black cloth, and there was no back to it. That was the horror. The garment was a shall we dress a man in that, said Gring, laying it out tastily on the counter. As you see here, our caskets have a plate glass window in front o' me, but that window in the coffin was fitted with plush like a brougham window, and you don't see anything below the level of the man's waistcoat. Consequently he unrolled the terrible cheap black cloth that falls down over the stark feet, and I jumped back. Of course, a man can be dressed in his own clothes if he likes, but these are the regular things. And for women, look at this. He took up the body of a high-neck dinner dress in subdued lilac, slashed and puffed and bedeviled with black, but like the dress-suit backless, and below the waist turning to shroud. That's for an old maid, but for young girls we give white with imitation pearls round the neck, that looks very pretty through the window of the casket. You see, there's a cushion for the head with flowers banked all round. Can you imagine anything more awful than to take your last rest as much of a dead fraud as ever you were a living liar, to go into the darkness, one half of you shaved, trimmed, and dressed for an evening party, while the PG 138 other half that your friends cannot seize, and wrapped in a flapping black sheet? I know a little about burial customs in various places in the world, and I tried hard to make Mr. Gring comprehend dimly the awful heathendom that he was responsible for, the grotesquerie, the giggling horror of it all, but he couldn't see it. Even when he showed me a little boy's last suit, he couldn't see it. He said it was quite right to embalm and trick out, and hypocritically bedizen the poor innocent dead in their superior, cushioned and pillowed caskets with the window in front. Bury me cased in canvas like a fishing rod in the deep sea, burn me on a backwater of the Hewley with damp wood, and no oil pin me under a Pullman car, and let the lighted stove do its worst, sizzle me with a fallen electric wire, or whelm me in the sludge of a broken river dam, but may I never go down to the pit grinning out of a plate-glass window in a backless dress coat, and the front half of a black stuff dressing gown, not though I were held against the ravage of the grave, for ever and ever, amen. PG 139. No, Roman 35. How I struck Chicago, and how Chicago struck me, of religion, politics, and pig-sticking, and the incarnation of the city among shambles. I know thy cunning and thy greed, thy hard high lust and wilful deed, and all thy glory loves to tell, of specious gifts material. I have struck a city, a real city, and they call it Chicago. The other places do not count. San Francisco was a pleasure resort, as well as a city, and Salt Lake was a phenomenon. This place is the first American city I have encountered. It holds rather more than 1 million people with bodies, and stands on the same sort of soil as Calcutta. Having seen it, I urgently desire never to see it again. It is inhabited by savages. Its water is the water of the Hugli, and its air is dirt also. It says that it is the boss town of America. I do not believe that it has anything to do with this country. They told me to go to the Palmer House, which is a gilded and mirrored rabbit warren, and there I found a huge hall of tessellated marble, crammed with people talking about money and spitting about everywhere. Other barbarians charged in and out of this inferno with letters and telegrams in their hands and PG 140. Yet others shouted at each other. A man, who had drunk quite as much as was good for him, told me that this was the finest hotel in the finest city on God Almighty's earth. By the way, when an American wishes to indicate the next county or state, he says God Almighty's earth. This prevents discussion and flatters his vanity. Then I went out into the streets, which are long and flat, and without end, and verily, it is not a good thing to live in the East for any length of time. Your ideas grow to clash with those held by every right-thinking white man. I looked down interminable vistas, flanked with 9, 10, and 15-storied houses, and crowded with men and women, and the show impressed me with a great horror, except in London, and I have forgotten what London is like. I had never seen so many white people together, and never such a collection of miserables. There was no colour in the street, and no beauty only a maze of wire ropes overhead, and dirty stone flagging underfoot. A cab driver volunteered to show me the glory of the town for so much an hour, and with him I wandered far. He conceived that all this turmoil and squash was a thing to be reverently admired, that it was good to huddle men together in 15 layers one atop of the other, and to dig holes in the ground for offices. He said that Chicago was a live town, and that all the creatures hurrying by me were engaged in business, that is to say, they were trying to make some money, that they might not die through lack of food to put into their bellies. He took me to canals black as ink, and filled with untold abominations, and bade me watch the stream of traffic across the PG 141 bridges. He then took me into a saloon, and while I drank made me note that the floor was covered with coins sunk into cement. A Hottentot would not have been guilty of this sort of barbarism. The coins made an effect pretty enough, but the man who put them there had no thought to beauty, and therefore he was a savage. Then my cab driver showed me business blocks gay with signs, and studded with fantastic and absurd advertisements of goods, and looking down the long street, so adorned it was as though each vendor stood at his door, howling for the sake of money, employ or buy of me and me. Only have you ever seen a crowd at our famine relief distributions? You know then how men leap into the air, stretching out their arms above the crowd, in the hope of being seen, while the women dolorously slap the stomachs of their children and whimper. I had sooner watch famine relief than the white man engaged in what he calls legitimate competition. The one I understand, the other makes me Roman 99, and the cabman said that these things were the proof of progress, and by that I knew he had been reading his newspaper, as every intelligent American should. The papers tell their readers in language fitted to their comprehension that the snarling together of telegraph wires, the heaving up of houses, and the making of money is progress. I spent 10 hours in that huge wilderness, wandering through scores of miles of these terrible streets, and jostling some few 100,000 of these terrible people who talked money through their noses. The cabman left me, but after a while I picked up another man who was full of figures, and into my ears he poured them as occasion required, or the big blank factories suggested PG 142 here. They turned out so many $100,000 worth of such, and such an article there, so many million other things. This house was worth so many $1 million, that won so many million more or less. It was like listening to a child babbling of its hoard of shells. It was like watching a fool playing with buttons. But I was expected to do more than listen or watch. He demanded that I should admire, and the utmost that I could say was, "Are these things so? Then I am very sorry for you." That made him angry, and he said that insular envy made me unresponsive, so you see I could not make him understand. About 4.5 hours after Adam was turned out of the Garden of Eden, he felt hungry, and so bidding Eve take care that her head was not broken by the descending fruit, shinned up a coconut palm that hurt his legs, cut his breast, and made him breathe heavily, and Eve was tormented with fear, lest her Lord should miss his footing, and so bring the tragedy of this world to an end, ere the curtain had fairly risen. Had I met Adam, then I should have been sorry for him today. I find 1,100,000 of his sons just as far advanced as their father in the art of getting food, and immeasurably inferior to him, in that they think that their palm trees lead straight to the skies. Consequently, I am sorry in rather more than 1,000,000 different ways in our East bread, comes naturally even to the poorest by a little scratching or the gift of a friend not quite so poor in less favoured countries. One is apt to forget then I went to bed, and that was on a Saturday night. Sunday brought me the queerest experience of Allah revelation of barbarism complete. I found a place that PG 143 was officially described as a church. It was a circus really, but that the worshippers did not know there were flowers all about the building, which was fitted up with plush and stained oak, and much luxury, including twisted brass candlesticks of severest Gothic design. To these things and a congregation of savages entered suddenly a wonderful man completely in the confidence of their God, whom he treated colloquially, and exploited very much as a newspaper reporter would exploit a foreign potentate. But unlike the newspaper reporter, he never allowed his listeners to forget that he and not he was the centre of attraction, with a voice of silver, and with imagery borrowed from the auction room. He built up for his hearers a heaven on the lines of the Palmer House, but with all the gilding real gold, and all the plate-glass diamond, and set in the centre of it a loud-voiced, argumentative and very shrewd creation, that he called God. One sentence at this point caught my delighted ear. It was apropos of some question of the Judgment Day, and ran, "No, I tell you, God doesn't do business that way." He was giving them a deity whom they could comprehend in a gold and jewel heaven, in which they could take a natural interest. He interlarded his performance with the slang of the streets, the counter and the exchange, and he said that religion ought to enter into daily life. Consequently, I presume he introduced it as daily life, his own, and the life of his friends. Then I escaped before the blessing, desiring no benediction at such hands, but the persons who listened seemed to enjoy themselves, and I understood that I had met with a popular preacher later on, when I had perused the sermons of a gentleman called Talmage, and PG 144, some others. I perceived that I had been listening to a very mild specimen, yet that man with his brutal gold and silver idols, his hands in pocket, cigar in mouth, and hat on Thebikoff head style of dealing with the sacred vessels, would count himself spiritually quite competent to send a mission to convert the Indians. All that Sunday I listened to people who said that the mere fact of spiking down strips of iron to wood, and getting a steam and iron thing to run along them, was progress, that the telephone was progress, and the network of wires overhead was progress. They repeated their statements again and again. One of them took me to their City Hall and Board of Trade Works, and pointed it out with pride. It was very ugly, but very big, and the streets in front of it were narrow and unclean. When I saw the faces of the men who did business in that building, I felt that there had been a mistake in their billeting. By the way, 'tis a consolation to feel that I am not writing to an English audience. Then should I have to fall into feigned ecstasies over the marvellous progress of Chicago, since the days of the Great Fire, to allude casually to the raising of the entire city, so many feet above the level of the lake, which it faces, and generally to grovel before the golden calf? But you who are desperately poor and therefore by these standards of no account know things, and will understand when I write that they have managed to get 1,000,000 of men together on flat land, and that the bulk of these men appear to be lower than Mahajans, and not so companionable as a Punjabi jot after harvest. But I don't think it was the blind hurry of the people, their argot, and their PG 145 grand ignorance of things beyond their immediate interests, that displeased me so much as a study of the daily papers of Chicago imprimis. There was some sort of dispute between New York and Chicago as to which town should give an exhibition of products to be hereafter holden, and through the medium of their more dignified journals, the two cities were yahooing and heeing at each other like opposition newsboys. They called it humour, but it sounded like something quite different. That was only the first trouble. The second lay in the tone of the production's leading articles, which include gems such as back of such and such a place, or we notice Tuesday such an event, or don't for does not a things to be accepted with thankfulness. All that made me want to cry was that in these papers were faithfully reproduced all the walkries and backtalk of the Palmer House bar, the slang of the barbers' shops, the mental elevation and integrity of the Pullman car porter, the dignity of the dime museum, and the accuracy of the excited fishwife. I am sternly forbidden to believe that the paper educates the public. Then I am compelled to believe that the public educate the paper. Just when the sense of unreality and oppression was strongest upon me, and when I most wanted help, a man sat at my side, and began to talk what he called politics. I had chanced to pay about 6 shillings for a travelling cap worth 18 pence, and he made of the fact a text. For a sermon he said that this was a rich country, and that the people liked to pay 200% on the value of a thing they could afford it. He said that the government imposed a protective duty of from 10 pg 146 to 70% on foreign-made articles, and that the American manufacturer consequently could sell his goods for a healthy sum. Thus an imported hat would with duty cost 2 guineas, the American manufacturer would make a hat for 17 shillings, and sell it for £1.15. In these things, he said, lay the greatness of America, and the effeteness of England. Competition between factory and factory kept the prices down to decent limits, but I was never to forget that this people were a rich people, not like the pauper continentals, and that they enjoyed paying duties. To my weak intellect this seemed rather like juggling with counters. Everything that I have yet purchased costs about twice as much as it would in England, and when native made is of inferior quality. Moreover, since these lines were first thought of, I have visited a gentleman who owned a factory which used to produce things. He owned the factory still, not a man was in it, but he was drawing a handsome income from a syndicate of firms for keeping it closed in order that it might not produce things. This man said that if protection were abandoned, a tide of pauper labor would flood the country, and as I looked at his factory, I thought how entirely better it was to have no labor of any kind, whatever, rather than face so horrible a future. Meantime, do you remember that this peculiar country enjoys paying money for value not received? I am an alien, and, for the life of me, cannot see why 6 shillings should be paid for 18-penny caps, or 8 shillings for half-crown cigar cases, when the country fills up to a decently populated level. A few million people who are not aliens will be smitten with the same sort of blindness. pg 147. But my friend's assertion somehow thoroughly suited the grotesque ferocity of Chicago. See now, and judge in the village of Isser, Jang, on the road to Montgomery, there be 4 Chango women who winnow corn some 70 bushels a year. Beyond their hut lives Purin Das, the moneylender, who on good security lends as much as 5,000 rupees in a year. Jawala Singh, the Loha, mends the village, ploughs some 30 broken at the share in 365 days. And Hukam Chund, who is letter writer and head of the little club under the traveller's tree, generally keeps the village posted in such gossip as the barber and the midwife have not yet made public property. Chicago husks and winnows her wheat by the million bushels. 100 banks lend hundreds of millions of dollars in the year, and scores of factories turn out plough gear and machinery by steam. Scores of daily papers do work, which Hukam Chund and the barber and the midwife perform with due regard for public opinion in the village of Isser. Jang, so far as manufactures go, the difference between Chicago on the lake and Isser Jang on the Montgomery road is one of degree only, and not of kind. As far as the understanding of the uses of life goes, Isser Jang, for all its seasonal cholera, has the advantage over Chicago. Jawala Singh knows and takes care to avoid the 3 or 4 ghoul-haunted fields on the outskirts of the village, but he is not urged by millions of devils to run about all day in the sun and swear that his ploughshares are the best in the Punjab, nor does Purin Das fly forth in a cart more than once or twice a year. And he knows on a pinch how to use the railway and the telegraph as well as any son. pg 148 of Israel in Chicago. But this is absurd. The East is not the West, and these men must continue to deal with the machinery of life, and to call it progress their very preachers dare not rebuke them. They gloss over the hunting for money and the twice-sharpened bitterness of Adam's curse by saying that such things dower a man with a larger range of thoughts and higher aspirations. They do not say free yourself from your own slavery, but rather, if you can possibly manage it, do not set quite so much store on the things of this world. And they do not know what the things of this world are. I went off to see cattle killed, by way of clearing my head, which, as you will perceive, was getting muddled. They say every Englishman goes to the Chicago stockyards. You shall find them about 6 miles from the city, and once having seen them, will never forget the sight. As far as the eye can reach stretches a township of cattle pens cunningly divided into blocks, so that the animals of any pen can be speedily driven out close to an inclined timber path, which leads to an elevated covered way straddling high above the pens. These viaducts are 2-storied. On the upper story tramp the doomed cattle stolidly, for the most part on the lower, with a scuffling of sharp hooves and multitudinous yells, run the pigs. The same end is appointed for each. Thus you will see the gangs of cattle waiting their turn, as they wait sometimes for days, and they need not be distressed by the sight of their fellows running about in the fear of death. All they know is that a man on horseback causes their next-door neighbours to move by means of a whip. Certain bars and pg 149 fences are unshipped, and behold, that crowd have gone up the mouth of a sloping tunnel and return no more. It is different. With the pigs they shriek back the news of the exodus to their friends, and 100 pens skirl responsive. It was to the pigs I first addressed myself, selecting a viaduct which was full of them. As I could hear though I could not see, I marked a sombre building, whereto it ran and went there, not unalarmed by stray cattle who had managed to escape from their proper quarters. A pleasant smell of brine warned me of what was coming. I entered the factory, and found it full of pork in barrels, and on another story more pork unbarrelled, and in a huge room the halves of swine for whose use great lumps of ice were being pitched in at the window. That room was the mortuary chamber, where the pigs lie for a little while in state air. They begin their progress through such passages as kings may sometimes travel, turning a corner, and not noting an overhead arrangement of greased rail, wheel and pulley. I ran into the arms of 4 eviscerated carcasses, all pure white, and of a human aspect, being pushed by a man clad in vehement red. When I leaped aside, the floor was slippery under me. There was a flavour of farmyard in my nostrils, and the shouting of a multitude in my ears, but there was no joy in that shouting. 12 men stood in 2 lines 6 aside. Between them and overhead ran the railway of death that had nearly shunted me through the window. Each man carried a knife. The sleeves of his shirt were cut off at the elbows, and from bosom to heel he was blood-red. The atmosphere was stifling as a night in the rains by reason of the steam, and the crowd IPC 150 climbed to the beginning of things, and perched upon a narrow beam, overlooked very nearly all the pigs ever bred in Wisconsin. They had just been shot out of the mouth of the viaduct, and huddled together in a large pen. Thence they were flicked persuasively, a few at a time, into a smaller chamber, and there a man fixed tackle on their hinder legs, so that they rose in the air, suspended from the railway of death. Oh, it was then they shrieked and called on their mothers, and made promises of amendment, till the tackleman punted them in their backs, and they slid head down into a brick-floored passage, very like a big kitchen sink, that was blood-red. There awaited them a red man with a knife, which he passed jauntily through their throats, and the full-voiced shriek became a sputter, and then a fall as of heavy tropical rain. The red man, who was backed against the passage wall, stood clear of the wildly kicking hoofs, and passed his hand over his eyes, not from any feeling of compassion, but because the spurted blood was in his eyes, and he had barely time to stick the next arrival. Then that first stuck swine dropped, still kicking, into a great vat of boiling water, and spoke no more words, but wallowed in obedience to some unseen machinery, and presently came forth at the lower end of the vat, and was heaved on the blades of a blunt paddle-wheel thing, which said ho ho ho, and scalped all the hair off him, except what little a couple of men with knives could remove. Then he was again hitched by the heels to that said railway, and passed down the line of the 12 men, each man with a knife, leaving with each man a certain amount of his individuality, pg 151, which was taken away in a wheelbarrow. And when he reached the last man, he was very beautiful to behold, but immensely unstuffed and limp. Preponderance of individuality was ever a bar to foreign travel. That pig could have been in no case to visit you in India, had he not parted with some of his most cherished notions. The dissecting part impressed me not so much as the slaying. They were so excessively alive, these pigs, and then they were so excessively dead, and the man in the dripping, clammy, hot passage did not seem to care, and ere the blood of such an one had ceased to foam on the floor, such another, and 4 friends with him, had shrieked and died. But a pig is only the unclean animal forbidden by the prophet. I was destined to make rather a queer discovery when I went over to the cattle slaughter. All the buildings here were on a much larger scale, and there was no sound of trouble, but I could smell the salt reek of blood before I set foot in the place. The cattle did not come directly through the viaduct, as the pigs had done. They debouched into a yard by the 100, and they were big red brutes. Carrying much flesh in the centre of that yard stood a red Texan steer with a headstall on his wicked head. No man controlled him. He was, so to speak, picking his teeth and whistling in an open byre of his own. When the cattle arrived, as soon as the first one had fearfully quitted the viaduct, this red devil put his hands in his pockets and slouched across the yard, no man guiding him. Then he lowed something to the effect that he was the regularly appointed guide of the establishment, and would show them round. They were country folk, pg 152, but they knew how to behave, and so followed Judas some 100 strong patiently, and with a look of bland wonder in their faces. I saw his broad back jogging in advance of them up a lime-washed incline, where I was forbidden to follow. Then a door shut, and in a minute back came Judas with the air of a virtuous ploughboy, and took up his place in his byre. Somebody laughed across the yard, but I heard no sound of cattle from the big brick building into which the mob had disappeared. Only Judas chewed the cud with a malignant satisfaction, and so I knew there was trouble, and ran round to the front of the factory, and so entered and stood aghast. who takes count of the prejudices which we absorb through the skin, by way of our surroundings. It was not the spectacle that impressed me. The first thought that almost spoke itself aloud was, they are killing kine. And it was a shock. The pigs were nobody's concern. But cattle, the brothers of the cow, the sacred cow, were quite otherwise. The next time, and Roman 1000 tells me that India either sultanizes or Brahmanizes a man, I shall believe about half what he says. It is unpleasant to watch the slaughter of cattle, when one has laughed at the notion for a few years. I could not see actually what was done in the first instance, because the row of stalls in which they lay was separated from me by 50 impassable feet of butchers and slung carcasses. All I know is that men swung open the doors of a stall as occasion required, and there lay 2 steers already stunned and breathing heavily. These 2 they poleaxed, and half raising them, by tackle they cut their throats. 2 men skinned each carcass. Somebody cut PG 153 off the head, and in half a minute more, the overhead rail carried 2 sides of beef to their appointed place. There was clamour enough in the operating room, but from the waiting cattle invisible on the other side of the line of pens, never a sound. They went to their death trusting Judas. Without a word, they were slain at the rate of 5 a minute. And if the pig men were spattered with blood, the cow butchers were bathed in it. The blood ran in muttering gutters. There was no place for hand or foot that was not coated with thicknesses of dried blood, and the stench of it in the nostrils bred fear. And then the same merciful Providence that has showered good things on my path throughout sent me an embodiment of the city of Chicago, so that I might remember it forever. Women come sometimes to see the slaughter, as they would come to see the slaughter of men. And there entered that vermilion hall a young woman of large mould, with brilliantly scarlet lips and heavy eyebrows and dark hair that came in a widow's peak on the forehead. She was well and healthy and alive, and she was dressed in flaming red and black, and her feet, know you that the feet of American women are like unto the feet of fairies? Her feet, I say, were cased in red leather shoes. She stood in a patch of sunlight, the red blood under her shoes. The vivid carcasses packed round her, a bullock, bleeding its life away not 6 feet away from her, and the death factory roaring all round her. She looked curiously with hard, bold eyes, and was not ashamed. Then said I, this is a special sending. I have seen the city of Chicago, and I went away to get peace and rest. PG 154, no Roman 36. How I found peace at Musquash on the Monongahela, Prince blown by many a western breeze. Our vessels greet you, treasure laden. We send them all but best of these. A free and frank young Yankee maiden. It is a mean thing, and an unhandsome to do a continent in 500-mile jumps, but after those swine and bullocks at Chicago, I felt that complete change of air would be good. The United States at present hinge in, or about Chicago, as a double-leaved screen hinges to be. Sure, the tiny New England states call a trip to Pennsylvania going west, but the larger-minded citizen seems to reckon his longitude from Chicago 20 years hence. The center of population, that shaded square on the census map, will have shifted men, say, far west of Chicago. 20 years later, it will be on the Pacific slope. 20 years after that, America will begin to crowd up, and there will be some trouble. People will demand manufactured goods for their reduced establishment households at the cheapest possible rates, and the cry that the land is rich enough to afford protection will cease with a great abruptness. At present it is the farmer who pays most dearly for the luxury of high prices. In the old days, PG 155, when the land was fresh, and there was plenty of it, and it cropped like the Garden of Eden, he did not mind paying. Now there is not so much free land, and the old acres are needing stimulants, which cost money, and the farmer who pays for everything is beginning to ask questions. Also the great American nation, which individually never shuts a door behind its noble self, very seldom attempts to put back anything that it has taken from nature's shelves. It grabs all it can, and moves on, but the moving gun is nearly finished, and the grabbing must stop. And then the federal government will have to establish a woods and forests department, the like of which was never seen in the world before, and all the people who have been accustomed to hack, mangle, and burn timber as they please will object with shots and protestations to this infringement of their rights. The nigger will breed bounteously, and he will have to be reckoned with, and the manufacturer will have to be contented with smaller profits, and he will have to be reckoned with, and the railways will no longer rule the countries through which they run, and they will have to be reckoned with, and nobody will approve of it in the least. Yes, it will be a spectacle for all the world to watch this big slashing colt of a nation that has got off with a flying start on a freshly littered course being pulled back to the ruck by that very mutton-fisted jockey Necessity. There will be excitement in America when a few score millions of sovereigns discover that what they considered the outcome of their own government is but the rapidly diminishing bounty of nature, and that if they want to get on comfortably, they must tackle every single problem from labour to finance humbly without PG 156 gasconade and afresh, but at present they look that all the tomorrows shall be as today, and if you argue with them, they say that the democratic idea will keep things going. They believe in that idea, and the less well-informed fortify themselves in their belief by curious assertions as to the despotism that exists in England. This is pure provincialism, of course, but it is very funny to listen to, especially when you compare the theory with the practice pistol, chiefly as proven in the newspapers. I have striven to find out where the central authority of the land lies. It isn't at Washington, because the federal government can't do anything to the states save run the mail and collect a federal tax or two. It isn't in the states, because the townships can do as they like, and it isn't in the townships, because these are bossed by alien voters or rings of patriotic homebred citizens. And it certainly is not in the citizens, because they are governed and coerced by despotic power of public opinion, as represented by their papers, preachers, or local society. I found one man who told me that if anything went wrong in this huge Congress of Kingsif, there was a split or an upheaval or a smashed, people in detail would be subject to the idea of the sovereign people in mass. This is a survival from the Civil War, when you remember the people in a majority did with guns and swords slay and wound the people in detail. All the same, the notion seems very much like the worship by the savage of the unloaded rifle as it leans against the wall. But the men and women set us an example in patriotism. They believe in their land and its future and its honor and its glory, and they are not ashamed to say so. PG 157, from the largest to the least runs, this same proud passionate conviction to which I take off my hat, and for which I love them. An average English householder seems to regard his country as an abstraction to supply him with policemen and fire brigades. The Cockney cad cannot understand what the word means. The bloomin' toffs he knows, and the law and the soldiers that supply him with a spectacle in the parks, but he would laugh in your face at the notion of any duty being owed by himself to his land. Pick an American of the second generation anywhere you please, from the cab rank, the porter's room, or the ploutel, specially the plouteland. That man make you understand in 5 minutes that he understands what manner of thing his republic is. He might laugh at a law that didn't suit his convenience, draw your eye teeth in a bargain, and applaud cuteness on the outer verge of swindling, but you should hear him stand up and sing, "My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing." I have heard a few thousand of them engaged in that employment. I respect him. There is too much Romeo and too little balcony about our national anthem. With the American article it is all balcony. There must be born a poet who shall give the English the song of their own country, which is to say of about half the world remains, then only to compose the greatest song of all, the saga of the Anglo-Saxon, all round the earth, a pan that shall combine the terrible slow swing of the battle hymn of the Republic, which, if you know not PG 158, get chanted to you with Britannia needs no bulwarks, the skirl of the British Grenadiers, with that perfect quick-step marching through Georgia, and at the end, the wail of the Dead March. For we, even we who share the earth between us as no gods have ever shared it, we also are mortal in the matter of our single selves. Will anyone take the contract? It was with these rambling notions that I arrived at the infinite peace of the tiny township of Musquash on the Monongahela River. The clang and tumult of Chicago belonged to another world. Imagine a rolling wooded English landscape under softest of blue skies, darted at 3-mile intervals, with fat little quiet little villages or aggressive little manufacturing towns that the trees and the folds of the hills mercifully prevented from betraying their presence. The goldenrod blazed in the pastures against the green of the mulleins, and the cows picked their way home through the twisted paths between the blackberry bushes. All summer was on the orchards, and the apple, such apples as we dream of when we eat the woolly imitations of Kashmir, ripe and toothsome. It was good to lie in a hammock with half-shut eyes, and in the utter stillness to hear the apples dropping from the trees and the tinkle of the cowbells, as the cows walked statelily down the main road of the village. Everybody, in that restful place, seemed to have just as much as he wanted: a house with all comfortable appliances, a big or little veranda, wherein to spend the day, a neatly shaved garden with a wild wealth of flowers, some cows, and an orchard. Everybody knew everybody else intimately, and what they did not know, the local daily paper, a daily for a village of 12 PG 15900 people. Supplied there was a courthouse where justice was done, and a jail where some most enviable prisoners lived, and there were 4 or 5 churches of 4 or 5 denominations, Also, it was impossible to buy openly any liquor in that little paradise butte, and this is a very serious butte, could by procuring a medical certificate, get strong drinks from the chemist. That is the drawback of prohibition. It makes a man who wants a drink a shirker, and a contriver, which things are not good for the soul of a man, and presently specially, if he be young, causes him to believe that he may just as well be hanged for a sheep as for a lamb, and the end of that young man is not pretty nothing, except a rattling foal will persuade an average colt that a fence is not meant to be jumped over, whereas if he be turned out into the open, he learns to carry himself with discretion. One heard a good deal of this same dread of drink in Musquash, and even the maidens seemed to know too much about its effects upon certain unregenerate youths, who, if they had been once made thoroughly effectually and persistently drunk with a tepid brandy and soda thrust before their goose-fleshed noses on the terrible next morning, would perhaps have seen the futility of their ways. It was a sin by village canons to imbibe lager, though experto crediu can get dropsy on that stuff long before you can get drunk, but what man knows his mind besides it was all their own affair. The little community seemed to be as self-contained as an Indian village. Had the rest of the land sunk under the sea, Musquash would have gone on sending its sons to school in order to make them good citizens, which is PG 160, the constant prayer of the true American father, settling its own road-making local cesses, townlot arbitrations and internal government by ballot and vote, and due respect to the voices of the headmen, which is the salvation of the ballot, until such time as all should take their places in the cemetery appointed for their faith. Here were Americans, and no aliens, men ruling themselves by themselves, and for themselves and their wives and their children in peace, order and decency. But what went straightest to this heart, though they did not know it, was that they were Methody folk, for the most part Methody as ever trod a Yorkshire moor or drove on a Sunday to some chapel of the faith in the Dales. The old Methody talk was there with the discipline, whereby the souls of the just are sometimes to their intense vexation made perfect on this earth, in order that they may take out their letters and live and die in good standing. If you don't know the talk, you won't know what that means. The discipline or discipline is no thing to be trifled with, and its working among a congregation depends entirely upon the tact, humanity and sympathy of the leader who works it. He, knowing what youth's desires are, can turn the soul in the direction of good, gently instead of wrenching it savagely towards the right path, only to see it break away quivering and scared. The arm of the discipline is long, a maiden told me, as a new and strange fact, and one that would interest a foreigner, of a friend of hers who had once been admonished by some elders somewhere not in Musquash for the heinous crime of dancing. She, the friend, did not in the least like it. She would not. Can't you imagine the delightful PG 161 results of a formal wigging administered by a youngish and austere elder who was not accustomed to make allowances for the natural dancing instincts of the young of the human animal? The hot irons that are held forth to scare may also sear, as those who have ever lain under an unfortunate exposition of the old faith can attest. But it was all immensely interesting, the absolutely fresh, wholesome, sweet life that paid due reverence to the things of the next world, but took good care to get enough tennis in the cool of the evening, that concerned itself as honestly and thoroughly with the daily round the trivial task. And that same task is anything but trivial when you are helped by an American help. As with the salvation of the soul, I had the honor of meeting in the flesh, even as Miss Louisa Alcott drew them, Meg and Joe and Bate and Amy, whom you ought to know. There was no affectation of concealment in their lives, who had nothing to conceal. There were many little women in that place, because even as is the case in England, the boys had gone out to seek their fortunes. Some were working in the thundering, clanging cities, others had removed to the infinite west, and others had disappeared in the languid, lazy south, and the maidens waited their return, which is the custom of maidens all over the world. Then the boys would come back in the soft sunlight, attired in careful raiment, their tongues cleansed of evil words and discourtesy. They had just come to coalbless their carefully groomed heads, so they had, and the maidens in white dresses glimmered like ghosts on the stoop, and received them according to PG 162. Their merits. Mama had nothing to do with this, nor Papa either, for he was downtown trying to drive reason into the head of a land surveyor. And all along the shaded, lazy, intimate street, you heard the garden gates click and clash as the mood of the man varied, and bursts of pleasant laughter, where 3 or 4 sure the white muslins were among them discussed a picnic past, or a bugger drive to come. Then the couples went their ways and talked together, till the young men had to go at last on account of the trains, and all trooped joyously down to the station, and thought no harm of it. And indeed, why should they? From her 15th year, the American maiden moves among the boys as a sister among brothers. They are her servants to take her out, ridding witches Dravingto give her flowers and candy. The last two items are expensive, and this is good for the young man as teaching him to value friendship that costs a little in cash and may necessitate economy on the cigar side. As to the maiden, she is taught to respect herself, that her fate is in her own hands, and that she is the more stringently bound by the very measure of the liberty so freely accorded to her. Wherefore, in her own language, she has a lovely time with about 200 or 300 boys who have sisters of their own, and a very accurate perception that if they were unworthy of their trust, a syndicate of other boys would probably pass them into a world where there is neither marrying nor giving in marriage. And so time goes till the maiden knows the other side of the house, knows that a man is not a demigod, nor a mysteriously veiled monster, but an average egotistical vain gluttonous PG 163, but on the whole companionable sort of person, to be soothed, fed and managed. Knowledge that does not come to her sister in England till after a few years of matrimony, and then she makes her choice. The golden light touches eyes that are full of comprehension, but the light is golden none the less, for she makes just the same sweet irrational choices that an English girl does, with this advantage: she knows a little more, has experience in entertaining insight into the businesses, employ, and hobbies of men gathered from countless talks with the boys, and talks with the other girls who find time at those mysterious conclaves to discuss what Tom, Ted, Stook, or Jack have been doing. Thus it happens that she is a companion in the fullest sense of the word of the man. She weds zealous for the interest of the firm, to be consulted in time of stress, and to be called upon for help and sympathy in time of danger. Pleasant it is that one heart should beat for you, but it is better when the head above that heart has been thinking hard on your behalf, and when the lips that are also very pleasant to kiss give wise counsel. When the American maiden, I speak now for the rank and file of that noble army, is once married, why, it is finished. She has had her lovely time. It may have been 5, 7 or 10 years, according to circumstances. She abdicates promptly with startling speed, and her place knows her no more, except as with her husband the queen is dead, or looking after the house. This same household work seems to be the thing that ages the American woman. She is infamously helped by the Irish trollop, and the negress alike. It is not fair upon PG 164 her, because she has to do 3 parts of the housework herself, and in dry nervous straining air the chores are a burden. Be thankful, O my people, for More's baksh kadir baksh, and the ayah while they are with you they are twice as handy as the unkempt slatterns of the furnished apartments, to which you will return commissioners though you be, and 5 times as clever as the Amelia Araminta Rebellia Secessia Jackson, coloured under whose ineptitude and insolence the young American housewife groans. But all this is far enough from peaceful placid Musquash, and its boundless cordiality, its simple genuine hospitality, and it's what's the French word that just covers all graciousness, isn't it? Oh, be good to an American wherever you meet him, put him up for the club, and he will hold you listening till 3 in the morning. Give him the best tent, and the gramped mutton. I have incurred a debt of salt that I can never repay, but do you return it piecemeal to any of that nation, and the account will be on my head, till our paths in the world cross again. He drinks iced water just as we do, but he doesn't quite like our cigars. And how shall I finish the tale? Would it interest you to learn of the picnics in the hot, still woods that overhang the Monongahela, when those idiotic American buggies that can't turn round got stuck among the brambles, and all but capsized, of boating in the blazing sun on the river, that but a little time before had cast at the feet of the horrified village the corpses of the Johnstown tragedy? I saw only one remnant of that terrible. He had been a minister, house, church, congregation, wife and children, had been swept PG 165 away from him in one night of terror. He had no employment, he could have employed himself at nothing, but God had been very good to him. He sat in the sun, and smiled a little weakly. It was in his poor blurred mind that something had happened. He was not sure what it was, but undoubtedly something had occurred. One could only pray that the light would never return. But there be many pictures on my mind of a huge manufacturing city of 300,000 souls, lighted and warmed by natural gas, so that the great valley full of flaming furnaces sent up no smoke, wreaths to the clear sky of Musquash itself, lighted by the same mysterious agency, flares of gas, 8 feet long, roaring day and night at the corners of the grass-grown streets, because it wasn't worthwhile to turn them out of fleets of coal flats being hauled down the river on an interminable journey to St. Louis, of factories nestling in woods, where all the axe handles and shovels in the world seem to be manufactured daily. And last of that, quaint forgotten German community, the brotherhood of perpetual separation, who founded themselves when the state was yet young and land cheap, and are now dying out because they will neither marry nor give in marriage, and their recruits are very few. The advance in the value of land has almost smothered these poor old people in a golden affluence that they never desired. They live in a little village, where the houses are built old Dutch fashion with their front doors away from the road, and cobbled paths all about the cloistered piece of Musquash. Is a metropolitan riot beside the hush of that village, and there is too a love-tale tucked away among the flowers. It has taken 70 PG 166 years in the telling, for the brother and sister loved each other well. But they loved their duty to the brotherhood more, so they have lived, and still do live, seeing each other daily, and separated for all time. Any trouble that might have been is altogether wiped out of their faces, which are as calm as those of very little children to the uninitiated. Those constant ones resemble extremely old people in garments of absurd cut, but they love each other, and that seems to bring one back quite naturally to the girls. And the boys in Musquash, the boys were nice boys, graduates of Yale, of course. You mustn't mention Harvard here, but none the less skilled in business, in stocks, and shares the boring for oil, and the sale of everything that can be sold by one sinner to another. Skilled too in baseball, big-shouldered with straight eyes and square chins, but not above occasional diversion and mild orgies. They will make good citizens, and possess the earth, and eventually wed one of the nice white muslin dresses. There are worse things in this world than being one of the boys in Musquash. PG 167, no Roman 37. An interview with Mark Twain. You are a contemptible lot over yonder. Some of you are commissioners, and some lieutenant governors, and some have the Roman 5, Roman 100, and a few are privileged to walk about the mall arm in arm with the viceroy. But I have seen Mark Twain this golden morning, have shaken his hand, and smoked a cigar, no 2 cigars with him, and talked with him for more than 2 hours. Understand clearly that I do not despise you, indeed, I don't. I am only very sorry for you from the viceroy downward, to soothe your envy, and to prove that I still regard you as my equals. I will tell you all about it. They said in Buffalo that he was in Hartford Con, and again they said perchance he is gone upon a journey to Portland, and a big fat drummer vowed that he knew the great man intimately, and that Mark was spending the summer in Europe. Which information so upset me that I embarked upon the wrong train and was incontinently turned out by the conductor 3/4 of a mile from the station, amid the wilderness of railway tracks. Have you ever, encumbered with greatcoat and valise, tried to dodge diversely-minded locomotives when the sun was shining in your eyes? PG 168. But I forgot that you have not seen Mark Twain, you people of no account. Saved from the jaws of the cowcatcher, me wandering devious, a stranger met. Elmira is the place, Elmira in the state of New York, thy state, not 200 miles away, and he added perfectly unnecessarily, slide Kelly slide. I slid on the West Shore line, I slid till midnight, and they dumped me down at the door of a frowsy hotel in Elmira. Yes, they knew all about that man Clemens, but reckoned he was not in town, had gone east somewhere. I had better possess my soul in patience till the morrow, and then dig up the man Clemens' brother-in-law who was interested in coal. The idea of chasing 6 relatives, in addition to Mark Twain, up and down a city of 30,000 inhabitants, kept me awake. Morning revealed Elmira, whose streets were desolated by railway tracks, and whose suburbs were given up to the manufacture of door sashes and window frames. It was surrounded by pleasant fat little hills, rimmed with timber, and topped with cultivation. The Kemung River flowed generally up and down the town, and had just finished flooding a few of the main streets. The hotelman and the telephoneman assured me that the much-desired brother-in-law was out of town, and no one seemed to know where the man Clemens abode. Later on, I discovered that he had not summered in that place for more than 19 seasons, and so was comparatively a new arrival. A friendly policeman volunteered the news that he had seen Twain, or someone very like him, driving PG 169, a buggy the day before this. Gave me a delightful sense of nearness. Fancy living in a town where you could see the author of Tom Sawyer, or someone very like him, jolting over the pavements in a buggy. He lives out yonder at East Hill, said the policeman, 3 miles from here. Then the chase began in a hired hack up an awful hill, where sunflowers blossomed by the roadside and crops waved, and Harper's Magazine cows stood in eligible and commanding attitudes, knee-deep in clover, all ready to be transferred to photogravure. The great man must have been persecuted by outsiders aforetime, and fled up the hill for refuge. Presently the driver stopped at a miserable little white wood shanty, and demanded Mr. Clemens. I know he's a big bug and all that, he explained, but you can never tell what sort of notions those sort of men take into their heads to live in anyways. There rose up a young lady who was sketching thistletops and goldenrod amid a plentiful supply of both, and set the pilgrimage on the right path. It's a pretty Gothic house on the left-hand side a little way farther on. Gothic H, said the driver. Very few of the city hacks take this drive, specially if they know they are coming out here, and he glared at me savagely. It was a very pretty house, anything but Gothic, clothed with ivy, standing in a very big compound, and fronted by a veranda full of chairs and hammocks. The roof of the veranda was a trellis work of creepers, and the sun peeping through moved on the shining boards below. PG 170. Decidedly, this remote place was an ideal one for work, if a man could work among these soft airs, and the murmur of the longered crops. Appeared suddenly a lady used to dealing with rampageous outsiders. Mr. Clemens has just walked downtown. He is at his brother-in-law's house. Then he was within shouting distance after all, and the chase had not been in vain. With speed I fled, and the driver, skidding the wheel and swearing audibly, arrived at the bottom of that hill. Without accidents, it was in the pause that followed between ringing the brother-in-law's bell and getting an answer that it occurred to me for the first time Mark Twain might possibly have other engagements than the entertainment of escaped lunatics from India, be they never so full of admiration. And in another man's house anyhow, what had I come to do or say? Suppose the drawing-room should be full of people, suppose a baby were sick, how was I to explain that I only wanted to shake hands with him? Then things happened somewhat in this order: a big darkened drawing-room, a huge chair, a man with eyes, a mane of grizzled hair, a brown moustache covering a mouth as delicate as a woman's, a strong square hand shaking mine, and the slowest, calmest, levelest voice in all the world saying, "Well, you think you owe me something, and you've come to tell me, so that's what I call squaring a debt handsomely." Piff from a carp pipe. I always said that a Missouri meerschaum was the best smoking in the world, and behold, Mark Twain had curled himself up in the PG 171 big armchair, and I was smoking reverently as befits one in the presence of his superior. The thing that struck me first was that he was an elderly man, yet after a minute's thought I perceived that it was otherwise, and in 5 minutes, the eyes looking at me, I saw that the grey hair was an accident of the most trivial. He was quite young. I was shaking his hand, I was smoking his cigar, and I was hearing him talk. This man I had learned to love and admire 14,000 miles away. Reading his books, I had striven to get an idea of his personality, and all my preconceived notions were wrong, and beneath the reality blessed is the man who finds no disillusion when he is brought face to face with a revered writer. That was a moment to be remembered. The landing of a 12-pound salmon was nothing to it. I had hooked Mark Twain, and he was treating me as though under certain circumstances I might be an equal. About this time I became aware that he was discussing the copyright question. Here, so far as I remember, is what he said: attend to the words of the oracle through this unworthy medium, transmitted. You will never be able to imagine the long, slow surge of the drawl, and the deadly gravity of the countenance, the quaint pucker of the body, 1 foot thrown over the arm of the chair, the yellow pipe clinched in one corner of the mouth, and the right hand casually caressing the square chin. Copyright. Some men have morals, and some men have other things. I presume a publisher is a man. He is not born, he is created by circumstances. Some publishers have morals, mine have. They pay me for the English productions of my books. When PG 172, you hear men talking of Bret Harte's works and other works, and my books being pirated, ask them to be sure of their facts. I think they'll find the books are paid for. It was ever thus. I remember an unprincipled and formidable publisher, perhaps he's dead now. He used to take my short stories. I can't call it steal or pirate them. It was beyond these things altogether. He took my stories one at a time, and made a book of it. If I wrote an essay on dentistry or theology, or any little thing of that kind, just an essay that long, he indicated half an inch on his finger, any sort of essay, that publisher would amend and improve my s. He would get another man to write some more to it, or cut it about exactly as his needs required. Then he would publish a book called Dentistry by Mark Twain, that little essay, and some other things not mine added. Theology would make another book, and so on. I do not consider that fair. It's an insult, but he's dead now. I think I didn't kill him. There is a great deal of nonsense talked about international copyright. The proper way to treat a copyright is to make it exactly like real estate in every way. It will settle itself under these conditions. If Congress were to bring in a law that a man's life was not to extend over 160 years, somebody would laugh. That law wouldn't concern anybody. The man would be out of the jurisdiction of the court. A term of years in copyright comes to exactly the same thing. No law can make a book live, or cause it to die before the appointed time. Tuttletown Cal was a new town with a population PG 173 of 3,000 banks, fire brigade brick buildings, and all the modern improvements it lived it flourished, and it disappeared today. No man can put his foot on any remnant of Tottletown. Cal, it's dead. London continues to exist. Bill Smith, author of a book read for the next year or so, is Real Estate in Tottletown. William Shakespeare, whose works are extensively read, is Real Estate in London. Let Bill Smith, equally with Mr. Shakespeare, now deceased, have as complete a control over his copyright as he would over his real estate. Let him gamble it away, drink it away, or give it to the church. Let his heirs and assigns treat it in the same manner. Every now and again, I go up to Washington, sitting on a board, to drive that sort of view into Congress. Congress takes its arguments against international copyright, delivered ready-made, and Congress isn't very strong. I put the real estate view of the case before one of the senators. He said, suppose a man has written a book that will live forever. I said, neither you nor I will ever live to see that man, but well, assume it, what then? He said, I want to protect the world against that man's heirs and assigns working under your theory. I said, you think that all the world has no commercial sense, the book that will live forever can't be artificially kept up at inflated prices. There will always be very expensive editions of it, and cheap ones issuing side by side. Take the case of Sir Walter Scott's novels. Mark PG 174. Twain continued, turning to me, when the copyright notes protected them. I bought editions as expensive as I could afford, because I liked them. At the same time, the same firm was selling editions that a cat might buy. They had their real estate, and not being fools recognized that one portion of the plot could be worked as a gold mine, another as a vegetable garden, and another as a marble quarry. Do you see? What I saw with the greatest clearness was Mark Twain being forced to fight for the simple proposition that a man has as much right to the work of his brains, think of the heresy of it, as to the labor of his hands. When the old lion roars, the young whelps growl. I growled assentingly, and the talk ran on from books in general to his own in particular. Growing bold and feeling that I had a few 100,000 folk at my back, I demanded whether Tom Sawyer married Judge Thatcher's daughter, and whether we were ever going to hear of Tom Sawyer as a man. I haven't decided, quoth Mark Twain, getting up, filling his pipe, and walking up and down the room in his slippers. I have a notion of writing the sequel to Tom Sawyer in two ways. In one, I would make him rise to great honor and go to Congress, and in the other I should hang him. Then the friends and enemies of the book could take their choice. Here I lost my reverence completely, and protested against any theory of the sort, because to me at least Tom Sawyer was real. Oh, he is real, said Mark Twain. He's all the boy that I have known or recollect, but that would be a good way of ending the book. Then turning round, PG 175, because when you come to think of it, neither religion training nor education avails anything against the force of circumstances that drive a man. Suppose we took the next 24 years of Tom Sawyer's life, and gave a little joggle to the circumstances that controlled him. He would logically and according to the joggle turn out a rip or an angel. Do you believe that then? I think so. Isn't it what you call kismet? Yes, but don't give him 2 joggles and show the result, because he isn't your property any more, he belongs to us. He laughed a large wholesome laugh, and this began a dissertation on the rights of a man to do what he liked with his own creations, which being a matter of purely professional interest, I will mercifully omit. Returning to the big chair, he, speaking of truth and the like in literature, said that an autobiography was the one work in which a man, against his own will, and in spite of his utmost striving to the contrary, revealed himself in his true light to the world. A good deal of your life on the Mississippi is autobiographical, isn't it? I asked. As near as it can be when a man is writing to a book, and about himself, but in genuine autobiography, I believe it is impossible for a man to tell the truth about himself, or to avoid impressing the reader with the truth about himself. I made an experiment once. I got a friend of many, a man painfully given to speak the truth on all occasions, a man who wouldn't dream of telling a lie, and I made him write his autobiography for his own PG 176 amusement. And mind, he did it. The manuscript would have made an 8vo volume, but good honest man that he was in every single detail of his life that I knew about, he turned out on paper a formidable liar. He could not help himself. It is not in human nature to write the truth about itself. None the less the reader gets a general impression from an autobiography whether the man is a fraud or a good man. The reader can't give his reasons any more than a man can explain why a woman struck him as being lovely when he doesn't remember her hair, eyes, teeth, or figure, and the impression that the reader gets is a correct one. Do you ever intend to write an autobiography? If I do, it will be, as other men have done, with the most earnest desire to make myself out to be the better man in every little business that has been to my discredit, and I shall fail like the others to make my readers believe anything except the truth. This naturally led to a discussion on conscience. Then said Mark Twain, and his words are mighty and to be remembered: "Your conscience is a nuisance. A conscience is like a child. If you pet it and play with it, and let it have everything that it wants, it becomes spoiled, and intrudes on all your amusements, and most of your griefs. Treat your conscience as you would treat anything else. When it is rebellious, spank it, severe with it, argue with it, prevent it from coming to play with you at all hours, and you will secure a good conscience, that is to say, a properly trained one. A spoiled one simply destroys all the pleasure in life. I think I have reduced mine to PG 177 order. At least I haven't heard from it for some time. Perhaps I have killed it from over-severity. It's wrong to kill a child. But in spite of all I have said, a conscience differs from a child in many ways. Perhaps it's best when it's dead." Here he told me a little such things as a man may tell a stranger of his early life and upbringing, and in what manner he had been influenced for good by the example of his parents. He spoke always through his eyes, a light under the heavy eyebrows, anon crossing the room with a step as light as a girl's to show me some book or other, then resuming his walk up and down the room puffing at the cob pipe. I would have given much for nerve enough to demand the gift of that pipe value 5 cents, when new I understood why certain savage tribes ardently desired the liver of brave men slain in combat. That pipe would have given me perhaps a hint of his keen insight into the souls of men, but he never laid it aside within stealing reach. Once indeed he put his hand on my shoulder. It was an investiture of the Star of India, blue silk trumpets, and diamond-studded jewel, all complete. If hereafter, in the changes and chances of this mortal life, I fall to cureless ruin, I will tell the superintendent of the workhouse that Mark Twain once put his hand on my shoulder, and he shall give me a room to myself, and a double allowance of paupers to back. "I never read novels myself," said he, "except when the popular persecution forces me. Tohan people plague me to know what I think of the last book that everyone is reading." "And how did the latest persecution affect you?" PG 178. "Robert," said he interrogatively. I nodded. "I read it, of course, for the workmanship that made me think I had neglected novels too long, that there might be a good many books as graceful in style somewhere on the shelves. So I began a course of novel reading. I have dropped it now. It did not amuse me, but as regards Robert, the effect on me was exactly as though a singer of street ballads were to hear excellent music from a church organ. I didn't stop to ask whether the music was legitimate or necessary. I listened, and I liked what I heard. I am speaking of the grace and beauty of the style. You see," he went on, "every man has his private opinion about a book, but that is my private opinion. If I had lived in the beginning of things, I should have looked around the township to see what popular opinion thought of the murder of Abel before I openly condemned Cain. I should have had my private opinion, of course, but I shouldn't have expressed it until I had felt the way you have my private opinion about that book. I don't know what my public ones are exactly. They won't upset the earth." He recurled himself into the chair and talked of other things. "I spend 9 months of the year at Hartford. I have long ago satisfied myself that there is no hope of doing much work during those 9 months. People come in and call. They call at all hours about everything in the world. One day I thought I would keep a list of interruptions. It began this way. A man came and would see no one but Mr. Clemens, PG 179. He was an agent for photogravure reproductions of salon pictures. I very seldom use salon pictures in my books. After that man, another man who refused to see anyone but Mr. Clemens came to make me write to Washington about something. I saw him. I saw a third man, then a fourth. By this time it was noon. I had grown tired of keeping the list. I wished to rest. But the fifth man was the only one of the crowd with a card of his own. He sent up his card: Ben Kuntz, Hannibal, Mo. I was raised in Hannibal. Ben was an old schoolmate of mine. Consequently, I threw the house wide open and rushed with both hands out at a big fat heavy man who was not the Ben I had ever known or anything like him. "But is it you, Ben?" I said. "You've altered in the last 1,000 years." The fat man said, "Well, I'm not Kuntz exactly, but I met him down in Missouri, and he told me to be sure and call on you, and he gave me his card, and he acted the little scene for my benefit. If you can wait a minute till I can get out the circulars. I'm not Kuntz exactly, but I'm traveling with the fullest line of rods you ever saw." "And what happened?" I asked breathlessly. "I shut the door. He was not Ben Kuntz exactly, not my old schoolfellow, but I had shaken him by both hands in love, and I had been bearded by a lightning-rod man in my own house. As I was saying, I do very little work in Hartford. I come here for 3 months every year, and I work 4 or 5 hours a day in a study down the garden of that little house on the hill. Of course, I do not object pg 180 to 2 or 3 interruptions. When a man is in the full swing of his work, these little things do not affect him. 8 or 10 or 20 interruptions retard composition. I was burning to ask him all manner of impertinent questions, as to which of his works he himself preferred and so forth, but standing in awe of his eyes, I dared not. He spoke on, and I listened grovelling. It was a question of mental equipment that was on the carpet, and I am still wondering whether he meant what he said. Personally, I never care for fiction or storybooks. What I like to read about are facts and statistics of any kind. If they are only facts about the raising of radishes, they interest me. Just now, for instance, before you came in, he pointed to an encyclopedia on the shelves. I was reading an article about mathematics, perfectly pure mathematics. My own knowledge of mathematics stops at 12 times 12. But I enjoyed that article immensely. I didn't understand a word of it, but facts, or what a man believes to be facts, are always delightful. That mathematical fellow believed in his facts. So do Roman 1 get your facts first, and the voice dies away to an almost inaudible drone. Then you can distort em as much as you please. Bearing this precious advice in my bosom, I left the great man, assuring me with gentle kindness that I had not interrupted him in the least. Once outside the door, I yearned to go back and ask some questions. It was easy enough to think of them. No, but his time was his own, though his books belonged to me. pg 181. I should have ample time to look back to that meeting across the graves of the days, but it was sad to think of the things he had not spoken about. In San Francisco, the men of the call told me many legends of Mark's apprenticeship in their paper 5 and 20 years ago, how he was a reporter delightfully incapable of reporting, according to the needs of the day. He preferred, so they said, to coil himself into a heap and meditate, until the last minute. Then he would produce copy bearing no sort of relationship to his legitimate work, copy that made the editor swear horribly, and the readers of the call ask for more. I should like to have heard Mark's version of that, with some stories of his joyous and variegated past. He has been journeyman printer in those days. He wandered from the banks of the Missouri, even to Philadelphia, pilot cub, and full-blown pilot soldier of the South, that was for 3 weeks only private secretary to a lieutenant governor of Nevada. That displeased him. Minor editor, special correspondent in the Sandwich Islands, and the Lord only knows what else. If so experienced a man could by any means be made drunk, it would be a glorious thing to fill him up with composite liquors, and in the language of his own country, let him retrospect, but these eyes will never see that orgy fit for the gods. pg 182. pg 183, The City of Dreadful Night. pg 184. pg 185. The City of Dreadful Night. Chapter 1. Jan-Feb 1888. A real live city. We are all backwoodsmen and barbarians, toj there we others dwelling beyond the ditch in the outer darkness of the mofussil. There are no such things as commissioners and heads of departments in the world, and there is only one city in India. Bombay is too green, too pretty, and too stragglesome, and Madras died ever so long ago. Let us take off our hats to Calcutta, the manicided, the smoky, the magnificent, as we drive in over the Hughley Bridge in the dawn of a still February morning. We have left India behind us at Howrah Station, and now we enter foreign parts. No, not wholly foreign, say rather too familiar. All men of a certain age know the feeling of caged irritation and illustration in the graphic, a bar of music, or the light words of a friend from home, may set it ablazeth at, comes from the knowledge of our lost heritage of London, at home. They, the other men, our equals, have at their disposal all that town can supply, the roar of the streets, the lights, the music, the pleasant places, the millions of their own kind, and a wilderness full of pretty fresh-coloured Englishwomen. pg 186. Theatres and restaurants, it is their right, they accept it as such, and even affect to look upon it with contempt, and we have nothing except the few amusements that we painfully build up for ourselves, dolorous dissipations of gymkhanas, where everyone knows everybody else, or the chastened intoxication of dances, where all engagements are booked in ink 10 days ahead, and where everybody's antecedents are as patent as his or her method of waltzing. We have been deprived of our inheritance. The men at home are enjoying it all, not knowing how fair and rich it is, and we at the most can only fly westward for a few months, and gorge what properly speaking should take 7 or 8 or 10 luxurious years. that is the lost heritage of London, and the knowledge of the forfeiture wilful or forced, comes to most men at times and seasons, and they get cross. Calcutta holds out false hopes of some return. The dense smoke hangs low in the chill of the morning over an ocean of roofs, and as the city wakes there goes up to the smoke a deep full-throated boom of life and motion and humanity. For this reason does he who sees Calcutta for the first time hang joyously out of the Tikakari 11 and sniff the smoke, and turn his face toward the tumult, saying, "This is at last some portion of my heritage returned to me. This is a city, there is life here, and there should be all manner of pleasant things for the having across the river, and under the smoke." The litany is an expressive one, and exactly describes the first emotions of a wandering savage adrift in Calcutta. The eye has lost its sense of proportion. The PG 187 focus has contracted through overmuch residence in upcountry stations. 20 minutes canter from hospital to parade ground, and the mind has shrunk with the eye, both say together, as they take in the sweep of shipping above and below the Hugley Bridge. Why, this is London. This is the docks, this is imperial, this is worth coming across India to see. Then a distinctly wicked idea takes possession of the mind. What a divine, what a heavenly place to loot this, gives place to a much worse devil, that of conservatism. It seems not only a wrong, but a criminal thing to allow natives to have any voice in the control of such a city, adorned, docked, wharfed, fronted and reclaimed by Englishmen, existing only because England lives, and dependent for its life on England. All India knows of the Calcutta municipality. But has anyone thoroughly investigated the big Calcutta stink? There is only one. Benares is fouler, in point of concentrated pent-up muck, and there are local stenches in Peshawar which are stronger than the B Roman 100s, but for diffused soul-sickening expansiveness, the reek of Calcutta beats both Benares and Peshawar. Bombay cloaks her stenches with a veneer of asafoetida and tobacco. Calcutta is above pretense. There is no tracing back the Calcutta plague to any one source. It is faint, it is sickly, and it is indescribable, but Americans at the Great Eastern Hotel say that it is something like the smell of the Chinese Quarter in San Francisco. It is certainly not an Indian smell. It resembles the essence of corruption that has rotted for the second time, with clammy odor of blue slime, and there is no escape from it. It blows across the Maidan. It comes in gusts into the corridors. PG 188 of the Great Eastern Hotel, what they are pleased to call the palaces of Charinghi. It swirls round the Bengal Club. It pours out of by-streets with sickening intensity, and the breeze of the morning is laden with it. It is first found in spite of the fume of the engines in Howrah Station. It seems to be worst in the little lanes at the back of Lai Bazar, where the drinking shops are, but it is nearly as bad opposite Government House, and in the public offices. The thing is intermittent. 6 moderately pure mouthfuls of air may be drawn without offence. Then comes the 7th wave, and the queasiness of an uncultured stomach. If you live long enough in Calcutta, you grow used to it. The regular residents admit the disgrace, but their answer is wait till the wind blows off the salt lakes where all the sewage goes, and then you'll smell something. That is their defence. Small wonder that they consider Calcutta is a fit place for a permanent viceroy. Englishmen, who can calmly extenuate one shame by another, are capable of asking for anything and expecting to get it. If an upcountry station holding 3,000 troops and 20 civilians own such a possession as Calcutta does, the deputy commissioner or the cantonment magistrate would have all the natives off the board of management or decently shovelled into the background until the mess was abated. Then they might come on again and talk of high-handed oppression as much as they liked. That stink to an unprejudiced nose damns Calcutta as a city of kings. And in spite of that stink, they even encourage natives to look after the place. The damp drainage-soaked soil is sick with the teeming life of 100 years, and the municipal PG 189 board list is choked with the names of nativesmen of the breed born in and raised off this surfeited muck-heap. They own property. These amiable Aryans on the municipal and the Bengal Legislative Council launch a proposal to tax them on that property, and they naturally howl. They also howl up country. But there the halls for mass meetings are few and the vernacular papers fewer, and with a strong secretary and a president whose favour is worth the having and whose wrath is undesirable, men are kept clean despite themselves, and may not poison their neighbours. Why, asks a savage, let them vote at all? They can put up with this filthiness. They cannot have any feelings worth caring a rush for. Let them live quietly and hide away their money under our protection, while we tax them till they know through their purses the measure of their neglect in the past. And when a little of the smell has been abolished, let us bring them back again to talk and take the credit of enlightenment. The better classes on their broughams and barouches, the worse can shoulder an Englishman into the kennel, and talk to him as though he were a cook. They can refer to an English lady as an or at 12, they are permitted a freedom not to put it too coarsely off, speech which if used by an Englishman toward an Englishman would end in serious trouble. They are fenced and protected, and made inviolate. Surely they might be content with all those things, without entering into matters which they cannot by the nature of their birth understand. Now whether all this genial diatribe be the outcome of an unbiased mind, or the result first of sickness caused by that ferocious stench, and secondly of headache due PG 190, to day-long smoking to drown the stench, is an open question. Anyway, Calcutta is a fearsome place for a man not educated up to it. A word of advice to other barbarians: do not bring a North Country servant into Calcutta. He is sure to get into trouble, because he does not understand the customs of the city. A Punjabi, in this place, for the first time esteems it his bounden duty to go to the Ajaibgarh Museum. Such an one has gone, and is even now returned very angry and troubled in the spirit. I went to the museum, says he, and no one gave me any abuse. I went to the market to buy my food, and then I sat upon a seat. There came an orderly who said, go away. I want to sit here. I said, I am here first. He said, I am a chaprassi, 13, get out. And he hit me. Now that sitting place was open to all, so I hit him, till he wept. He ran away for the police, and I went away too for the police. Here are all sahibs. Can I have leave from 2 o'clock to go and look for that man, and hit him again? Behold the situation, an unknown city full of smell that makes one long for rest and retirement, and a champing servant not yet 6 hours in the stew, who has started a blood feud with an unknown chaprassi, and clamours to go forth to the fray. Alas for the lost delusion of the heritage that was to be restored. Let us sleep, and pray that Calcutta may be better tomorrow. At present it is remarkably like sleeping with a corpse. PG 191, Chapter Roman 2. The Reflections of a Savage. Morning brings counsel. Does Calcutta smell so pestiferously? After all heavy rain has fallen in the night, she is newly washed, and the clear sunlight shows her at her best. Where in all this wilderness of life shall a man go? The Great Eastern hums with life through all its 100 rooms. Doors slam merrily, and all the nations of the earth run up and down the staircases. This alone is refreshing, because the passers bump you and ask you to stand aside. Fancy finding any place outside the leverum where Englishmen are crowded together to this extent. Fancy sitting down 70 strong to table d'hote, and with a deafening clatter of knives and forks. Fancy finding a real bar whence drinks may be obtained, and joy of joys. Fancy stepping out of the hotel into the arms of a live, white-helmeted, button-truncheoned Barbie. What would happen if one spoke to this Barbie? Would he be offended? He is not offended, he is affable. He has to patrol the pavement in front of the Great Eastern, and to see that the crowding carriages do not jam toward a presumably respectable white. He behaves as a man and a brother. There is no arrogance about him, and this is disappointing. Closer inspection shows that he is not a real Barbie after all. He is a municipal PG 192 police something, and his uniform is not correct, at least if they have not changed the dress of the men at home. But no matter, later on we will inquire into the Calcutta Barbie, because he is a white man, and has to deal with some of the toughest folk that ever set out of malice aforethought to paint Job Charnock's city vermilion. You cannot cross Old Court House Street without looking carefully to see that you stand no chance of being run over. This is beautiful. There is a steady roar of traffic, cut every 2 minutes by the deep roll of the trams. The driving is eccentric, not to say bad. But there is the traffic more than unsophisticated eyes have beheld for a certain number of years. It means business, it means money-making, it means crowded and hurrying life, and it gets into the blood, and makes it move. Here be big shops with plateless front sole, displaying the well-known names of firms that we savages only correspond with through the parcels post. 14. They are all here as large as life, ready to supply anything you need if you only care to sign. Great is the fascination of being able to obtain a thing on the spot, without having to write for a week and wait for a month, and then get something quite different. No wonder pretty ladies, who live anywhere within a reasonable distance, come down to do their shopping personally. There was a man up country once who owned a top hat. He leased it to amateur theatrical companies for some seasons, until the nap wore off. Then he threw it into a tree and wild bees hived in it. Men were wont to come and look at the hat in its palmy days for the sake of feeling homesick. It interested all the station and died, with 2 seers of babel flower honey in its bosom. But top hats are not intended to be worn in India. They are as sacred as home letters and old rosebuds the friend cannot see this. He allows that if he stepped out of his brougham and walked about in the sunshine for 10 minutes, he would get a bad headache in half an hour. He would probably die of sunstroke. He allows all this, but he keeps to his hat, and cannot see why a barbarian is moved to inextinguishable laughter at the sight. Everyone who owns a brougham, and many people who hire tikakaris, keep top hats and black frock coats. The effect is curious, and at first fills the beholder with surprise. And now let us see the handsome houses where the wealthy nobles dwell. Northerly lies the great human jungle of the native city, stretching from Burra Bazar to Chitpur. That can keep southerly is the Maidan and Charinghi. If you get out into the center of the Maidan, you will understand why Calcutta is called the City of Palaces, the travelled American said. So at pg 190 for the Great Eastern, there is a short tower falsely called a memorial, standing in a waste of soft sour green, that is as good a place to get to as any other. The size of the Maidan takes the heart out of anyone accustomed to the gardens of up country, just as they say Newmarket Heath cows a horse accustomed to more a shoot in course. The huge level is studded with brazen statues of eminent gentlemen riding fretful horses on diabolically severe curbs. The expanse dwarfs the statues, dwarfs everything, except the frontage of the faraway Charinghi Road. Its budget is impressive. There is no escaping the fact they built houses in the old days when the rupee was 2 shillings and a penny. Those houses are 3-storied and ornamented with service staircases like houses in the hills. They are very close together, and they have garden walls of masonry pierced with a single gate in their shoot-upness. They are British in their spaciousness, they are Oriental, but those service staircases do not look healthy. We will form an amateur sanitary commission and call upon Charinghi. A first introduction to the Calcutta Darwan or doorkeeper is not nice. If he is chewing pan, he does not take the trouble to get rid of his quid. If he is sitting on his cot chewing sugarcane, he does not think it worth his while to rise. He has to be taught those things, and he cannot understand why he should be reproved. Clearly, he is a survival of a played-out system. Providence never intended that any native should be made a concierge more insolent than any of the French variety. The people of Calcutta put a man in a little lodge close to the gate pg 195 of their house in order that loafers may be turned away, and the house is protected from theft. The natural result is that the Darwin treats everybody whom he does not know as a loafer, has an intimate and vendible knowledge of all the outgoings and incomings in that house, and controls to a large extent the nomination of the servants. They say that one of the estimable class is now suing a bank for about 3 lakhs of rupees, 15 up country. A lieutenant governor's servant has to work for 30 years before he can retire on 70,000 rupees of savings. The Calcutta Darwin is a great institution. The head and front of his offence is that he will insist upon trying to talk English. How he protects the houses Calcutta only knows. He can be frightened out of his wits by severe speech, and is generally asleep in calling hours. If a rough round of visits be any guide, 3 times out of 7, he is fragrant of drink. So much for the Darwin. Now for the houses he guards. Very pleasant is the sensation of being ushered into a pestiferously stablesome drawing-room. Does this always happen? No, not unless you shut up the room for some time. But if you open the shutters, there are other smells. You see the stables and the servants' quarters are close to people. Pay 500 a month for half a dozen rooms filled with scents of this kind. They make no complaint when they think the honour of the city is at stake. They say defiantly yes, but you must remember, we're a metropolis. We are crowded here. We have no room. We aren't like your little stations. Charinghi is a stately place full of sumptuous houses, but it is best to look at it. Hastily stop to pg 196. Consider for a moment what the cramped compounds, the black-soaked soil, the netted intricacies of the service staircases, the packed stables, the seethment of human life round the Darwin's lodges, and the curious arrangement of little open drains mean, and you will call it a whited sepulchre. Men living in expensive tenements suffer from chronic sore throat, and will tell you cheerily that we've got typhoid in Calcutta now. Is the pest ever out of it? Everything seems to be built with a view to its comfort. It can lodge comfortably on roofs, climb along from the gutter pipe to piazza, or rise from sink to veranda, and thence to the topmost story. But Calcutta says that all is sound and produces figures to prove it at the same time, admitting that healthy cut flesh will not readily heal. Further evidence may be dispensed with. Here come pouring down Park Street on the Maidan a rush of broughams, neat buggies, the lightest of gigs, trim office brownberries, shining Victorias, and a sprinkling of veritable hansom cabs. In the broughams sit men in top hats, in the other carts young men, all very much alike, and all immaculately turned out. A fresh stream from Charinghi joins the Park Street detachment, and the two together stream away across the Maidan. toward the business quarter of the city. This is Calcutta going to office civilians to the government buildings, and the young men too, their firms and their blocks and their wharves. Here one sees that Calcutta has the best turnout in the empire. Horses and traps alike are enviably perfect, and mark, the touchstone of civilization's lamps are in their sockets. The contrabrid is a rare beast here. His PG 197 place is taken by the whaler 16, and the whaler, though a ruffian at heart, can be made to look like a gentleman. It would be indecorous to applaud the winking harness, the perfectly lacquered panels, and the liveried saises. They show well in the outwardly fair roads, shadowed by the palaces. How many sections of the complex society of the place do the carts carry? First, the Bengal civilian, who goes to writers' buildings and sits in a perfect office, and speaks flippantly of sending things to India, meaning thereby referring matters to the supreme government. He is a great person, and his mouth is full of promotion and appointment shop. Generally, he is referred to as a rising man. Calcutta seems full of rising men. Secondly, the government of India man, who wears a familiar similar face, rents a flat when he is not up in the hills, and is rational on the subject of the drawbacks of Calcutta. Thirdly, the man of the firms, the pure non-official who fights under the banner of one of the great houses of the city, or for his own hand in a neat office, or dashes about Clive Street in a brougham doing share work or something of the kind. He fears not Bengal nor regards he India. He swears impartially at both when their actions interfere with his operations. His shop is quite unintelligible. He is like the English city man with the chill-off lives well, and entertains hospitably. In the old days, he was greater than he is now, but still he bulks large. He is rational in so far that he will help the abuse of the municipality, but womanish in his insistence on the excellencies of Calcutta. Over and above these, who are hurrying to work, are the various PG 198, brigades, squads and detachments of the other interests, but they are sets and not sections, and revolve round Belvedere Government House and Fort William Simla, and Darjeeling claim them in the heart. Whether let them go, they wear top hats and frock coats. It is time to escape from Charinghi Road, and get among the longshore folk who have no prejudices against tobacco, and who all use very much the same sort of hat. PG 199, Chapter Roman 3. The Council of the Gods. He set up conclusions to the number of 9,764. He went afterwards to the Sorbonne, where he maintained argument against the theologians for the space of 6 weeks, from 4 o'clock in the morning till 6 in the evening, except for an interval of 2 hours to refresh themselves and take their repasts, and at this were present the greatest part of the lords of the court, the masters of request, presidents, councillors, those of the accompts, secretaries, advocates, and others, as also the sheriffs of the said town Pantagruel. The Bengal Legislative Council is sitting now. You will find it in an octagonal wing of writers' buildings, straight across the Maidan. It's worth seeing. What are they sitting on? Municipal business, no end of a debate. So much for trying to keep low company. The longshore loafers must stand over without doubt. This council is going to hang someone for the state of the city, and Sir Stuart Bailey will be chief executioner. One does not come across councils every day. Writers' buildings are large. You can trouble the busy workers of half a dozen departments before you stumble upon the black-stained staircase that leads to an upper chamber looking out over a populous street. Wild orderlies block the way. The councillor sahibs are sitting, but anyone can enter to the right of PG 200, the Lat Sahib's chair, and go quietly. Ill-mannered minion, does he expect the Austrican spectator to prance in with a war-whoop or turn Catherine wheels round that sumptuous octagonal room with the blue-domed roof? There are gilt capitals to the half-pillars, and an Egyptian-patterned lotus stencil makes the walls gay. A thick-piled carpet covers all the floor and must be delightful in the heart. Whether on a black wooden throne, comfortably cushioned in green leather, sits Sir Stuart Bailey, ruler of Bengal. The rest are all great men, or else they would not be there. Not to know them argues oneself unknown. There are a dozen of them, and sit 6 aside at 2 slightly curved lines of beautifully polished desks. Thus Sir Stuart Bailey occupies the frog of a badly made horseshoe split at the toe. In front of him, at a table covered with books and pamphlets and papers, toils a secretary. There is a seat for the reporters, and that is all. The place enjoys a chastened gloom, and its very atmosphere fills one with awe. This is the heart of Bengal, and uncommonly well upholstered. If the work matches the first-class furniture, the ink coats the carpet, and the resplendent ceilings, there will be something worth seeing. But where is the criminal who is to be hanged for the stench that runs up and down writers' building staircases, for the rubbish heaps in the Chitpur Road, for the sickly savour of Charinghi, for the dirty little tanks at the back of Belvedere, for the street full of smallpox, for the reeking Garistan, outside the Great Eastern for the state of the stone and dirt pavements, for the condition of the gullies of Champooker, and for 100 other things PG 201. This, I submit, is an artificial scheme, in supersession of natures. Unit the individual. The speaker is a slight spare native in a flat hatterban and a black alpaca frock coat. He looks like a scribe to the Bouthiels, and with his unvarying smile and regulated gesticulation, recalls memories of up-country courts. He never hesitates, is never at a loss for a word, and never in one sentence repeats himself. He talks and talks and talks in a level voice, rising occasionally half an octave. When a point has to be driven home, some of his periods sound very familiar. This, for instance, might be a sentence from the Indian Mirror. So much for the principle. Let us now examine how far it is supported by precedent. This sounds bad. When a fluent native is discoursing of principles and precedents, the chances are that he will go on for some time. Moreover, where is the criminal? And what is all this talk about abstractions? They want shovels, not sentiments, in this part of the world. A friendly whisper brings enlightenment. They are ploughing through the Calcutta Municipal Bill. Plurality of votes, here are the papers. And so it is a mass of motions and amendments on matters relating to ward votes. Is it to be allowed to give 2 votes in one ward, and 1 in another? Is Section 10 to be omitted? And is 1 man to be allowed 1 vote, and no more? How many votes does 300 rupees worth of landed property carry? Is it better to kiss a post or throw it in the fire? Not a word about carbolic acid, and gangs of sweepers. The little man in the black dressing gown revels in his subject. He is great on principles and precedents. And PG 202, the necessity of popularizing our system. He fears that under certain circumstances the status of the candidates will decline. He riots in self-adjusting majorities and the healthy influence of the educated middle classes. For a practical answer to this, there steals across the council chamber just one faint whiff of the stink. It is as though someone laughed low and bitterly. But no man heeds. The Englishmen look supremely bored. The native members stare stolidly in front of them. Sir Stuart Bailey's face is as set as the face of the Sphinx. For these things he draws his pay, a low wage for heavy labour. But the speaker now adrift is not altogether to be blamed. He is a Bengali who has got before him just such a subject as his soul loveth. An elaborate piece of academical reform, leading nowhere. Here is a quiet room full of pens and papers, and there are men who must listen to him. Apparently there is no time limit to the speeches. Can you wonder that he talks? He says, "I submit," once every 90 seconds, varying the form with "I do submit." The popular element in the electoral body should have prominence quite, so he quotes one John Stuart Mill. To prove it, there steals over the listener numbing sense of nightmare. He has heard all this before somewhere, even down to J.S. Mill, and the references to the true interests of the ratepayers. He sees what is coming next. Yes, there is the old Sabah Anjuman journalistic formula. Western education is an exotic plant of recent importation. How on earth did this man drag Western education into this discussion? Who knows? Perhaps Sir Stuart Bailey. Does he? PG 203 seems to be listening. The others are looking at their watches. The spell of the level voice sinks the listener yet deeper into a trance. He is haunted by the ghosts of all the cant of all the political platforms of Great Britain. He hears all the old vestry phrases, and once more he smells the smell that is no dream. Western education is an exotic plant. It is the upas tree. And it is all our fault. We brought it out from England, exactly as we brought out the ink bottles, and the patterns for the chairs. We planted it, and it grew monstrous as a banyan. Now we are choked by the roots of it spreading so thickly in this fat soil of Bengal. The speaker continues, bit by bit we builded this dome visible, and invisible the crown of writers' buildings, as we have built, and peopled the buildings. Now we have gone too far to retreat, being tied and bound with the chain of our own sins. The speech continues. We may. That florid sentence, that torrent of verbiage is ours. We taught him what was constitutional, and what was unconstitutional in the days when Calcutta smelt. Calcutta smells still. But we must listen to all that he has to say about the plurality of votes, and the thrashing of wind, and the weaving of ropes of sand. It is our own fault. The speech ends, and there rises a grey Englishman in a black frock coat. He looks a strong man, and a worldly. Surely he will say, "Yes, Lala Sahib, all this may be true talk. But there's a vile smell in this place, and everything must be cleaned in a week, or the Deputy Commissioner will not take any notice of you in Durbar." He says nothing of the kind. This is a legislative council, where they call each other. PG 204 Honourable Sound, sauce. The Englishman in the frock coat begs all to remember that we are discussing principles, and no consideration of the details ought to influence the verdict on the principles. Is he then like the rest? How does this strange thing come about? Perhaps these so English office fittings are responsible for the warp. The council chamber might be a London boardroom perhaps after long years among the pens and papers its occupants grew to think that it really is, and in this belief, give resumes of the history of local self-government in England. The black frockcoat, emphasizing his points with his spectacle case, is telling his friends how the parish was first the unit of self-government. He then explains how burgesses were elected, and in tones of deep fervour announces, commissioners of sewers are elected in the same way whereunto. All this lecture is he trying to run a motion through under cover of a cloud of words, essaying the well-known cuttlefish trick of the West. He abandons England for a while, and now we get a glimpse of the cloven hoof, in a casual reference to Hindus and Mahometans. The Hindus will lose nothing by the complete establishment of plurality of votes. They will have the control of their own wards, as they used to have. So there is race feeling to be explained away even among these beautiful desks. Scratch the council, and you come to the old trouble. The black frockcoat sits down, and a keen-eyed black-bearded Englishman rises with one hand in his pocket to explain his views on an alteration of the vote qualification. The idea of an amendment seems to have just PG 205 struck him. He hints that he will bring it forward later on. He is academical like the others, but not half so good a speaker. All this is dreary beyond words. Why do they talk, and talk about owners and occupiers and burgesses in England, and the growth of autonomous institutions, when the city, the great city, is here, crying out to be cleansed? What has England to do with Calcutta's evil? And why should Englishmen be forced to wander through mazes of unprofitable argument against men who cannot understand the iniquity of dirt? A pause follows the black-bearded man's speech. Rises another native, a heavily built babu in a black gown and a strange headdress. A snowy white strip of cloth is thrown dusterwise over his shoulders. His voice is high, and not always under control. He begins, I will try to be as brief as possible. This is ominous, by the way. In council, there seems to be no necessity for a form of address. The orators plunge in medias res, and only when they are well launched throw an occasional sir towards Sir Stuart Bailey, who sits with one leg doubled under him, and a dry pen in his hand. This speaker is no good. He talks, but he says nothing, and he only knows where he is drifting to. He says, we must remember that we are legislating for the metropolis of India, and therefore we should borrow our institutions from large English towns, and not from parochial institutions. If you think for a minute, that shows a large and healthy knowledge of the history of local self-government. It also reveals the attitude of Calcutta. If the city thought less about itself as a metropolis, and more as a midden state, would be better. The speaker talks patronizingly of my friend PG 206, alluding to the black frockcoat. Then he flounders afresh, and his voice gallops up the gamut as he declares, and therefore that makes all the difference. He hints vaguely at threats, something to do with the Hindus and the Mahometans, but what he means it is difficult to discover here. However, is a sentence taken verbatim. It is not likely to appear in this form in the Calcutta papers. The black frockcoat had said that if a wealthy native had 8 votes to his credit, his vanity would prompt him to go to the polling booth, because he would feel better than half a dozen Gariwans or petty traders. Fancy allowing a Gariwan to vote. He has yet to learn how to drive here on the gentleman with the white cloth. Then the complaint is that influential voters will not take the trouble to vote. In my humble opinion, if that be so, adopt voting papers. That is the way to meet them. In the same way the Calcutta Trades Association, you abolish all plurality of votes. And that is the way to meet them. Lucid, is it not? Up flies the irresponsible voice, and delivers this statement in the election. For the House of Commons, plurality are allowed for persons having interest in different districts. Then hopeless fog. It is a great pity that India ever heard of anybody higher than the heads of the civil service. Once more a whiff of the stink. The gentleman gives a defiant jerk of his shoulder-cloth, and sits down. Then Sir Stuart Bailey, the question before the council is etc. There is a ripple of eyes and noes, and the noes have it. Whatever it may be, the black-bearded gentleman springs his amendment about the voting qualifications, a large senator, in a PG 207 white waistcoat, and with a most genial smile rises and proceeds to smash up the amendment. Can't see the use of it, calls it, in effect, rubbish. The black dressing gown, he who spoke first of all, speaks again and talks of the sojourner who comes here for a little time, and then leaves the land. Well, it is for the black gown that the sojourner does come, or there would be no comfy places wherein to talk about the power that can be measured by wealth, and the intellect, which, sir, I submit cannot be so measured. The amendment is lost, and trebly and quadruply lost, is the listener in the name of sanity, and to preserve the tattered shirt-tails of a torn illusion. Let us escape. This is the Calcutta Municipal Bill. They have been at it for several Saturdays. Last Saturday, Sir Stuart Bailey, pointed out that at their present rate, they would be about 2 years in getting it through. Now they will sit till dusk unless Sir Stuart Bailey, who wants to see Lord Connemara off, puts up the black frock coat to move an adjournment. It is not good to watch a government close to this leads to the formation of blatantly self-satisfied judgments, which may be quite as wrong as the cramping system with which we have encompassed ourselves, and in the streets outside Englishmen summarize the situation brutally. Thus the whole thing is a farce. Time is money to us. We can't stick out those everlasting speeches in the municipality. The natives choke us off. But we know that if things get too bad the government will step in and interfere, and so we worry along. Meantime Calcutta continues to cry out for the bucket and the broom. pg 208 chapter Roman 4. On the banks of the Hugli. The clerks of the city have struck too. Where can a man get food? Calcutta is not rich in respect of dainty accommodation. You can stay your stomach at Pelitis or Bansard's, but their shops are not to be found in Hastings Street, or in the places where brokers fly to and fro in office johns, sweating and growing. Visibly rich, there must be some sort of entertainment where sailors congregate. Honest Bombay Jack supplies nothing but Burma cheroots and whiskey in liqueur glasses. But in Lal Bazar, not far from the sailors' coffee rooms, a board gives bold advertisement that officers and seamen can find good quarters in evidence. Row of neat officers and seamen are sitting on a bench by the hotel door smoking. There is an almost military likeness in their clothes. Perhaps honest Bombay Jack only keeps one kind of felt hat and one brand of suit. When Jack of the mercantile marine is sober, he is very sober. When he is drunk, he is but ask the river police what a lean mad Yankee can do with his nails and teeth. These gentlemen smoking on the bench are impassive, almost as Red Indians. Their attitudes are unrestrained, and they do not wear braces, nor, it would appear from the bill of fare, are they particular as to what they eat when they attend table. The fare is pg 209 substantial, and the regulation peg. Every house has its own depth of peg, if you will refrain from stopping Ganim to something to wonder at 3 fingers, and a trifle over seems to be the use of the officers and seamen who are talking so quietly in the doorway. One Saish has evidently finished a long story, and so he shipped for £4.10 with a first mate's certificate, and all, and that was in a German bark. Another spits with conviction, and says genially, without raising his voice, that was a hell of a ship. Who knows her? No answer from the assembly, but a Dane or a German wants to know whether the Myra is up yet. A dry red-haired man gives her exact position in the river. How in the world can he know, and the probable hour of her arrival? The grave debate drifts into a discussion of a recent river accident, whereby a big steamer was damaged and had to put back and discharge cargo. A burly gentleman who is taking a constitutional down Lal Bazar strolls up and says, I tell you she fouled her own chain with her own forefoot. Have you seen the plates? No. Then how the can any like you say what it well was? He passes on, having delivered his highly flavoured opinion without heat or passion. No one seems to resent the garnish. Let us get down to the river and see this stamp of men more thoroughly. Clark Russell has told us that their lives are hard enough in all conscience. What are their pleasures and diversions? The Port Office, where live the gentlemen who make improvements in the port of Calcutta, ought to supply information. It stands large and fair, and built in an orientalized manner after the pg 210 Italians at the corner of Fairley Place upon the Great Strand Road, and a continual clamour of traffic by land and by sea goes up throughout the day and far into the night against its windows. This is a place to enter more reverently than the Bengal Legislative Council, for it controls the direction of the uncertain, Hugli down to the sandheads, owns enormous wealth and spends huge sums on the frontaging of river banks, the expansion of jetties, and the manufacture of docks, costing 200 lakhs of rupees. 2 million tons of seagoing shippage yearly find their way up and down the river by the guidance of the Port Office, and the men of the Port Office know more than it is good for men to hold in their heads. They can, without reference to telegraphic bulletins, give the position of all the big steamers coming up or going down from the Hugli to the sea day by day, with their tonnage, the names of their captains, and the nature of their cargo. Looking out from the veranda of their office over a lancer regiment of masts, they can declare truthfully the name of every ship within eyescope, with the day and hour when she will depart. In a room at the bottom of the building lounge, big men carefully dressed now, there is a type of face which belongs almost exclusively to Bengal cavalry officers, majors for choice. Everybody knows the bronzed, black-moustached, clear-speaking native cavalry officer. He exists unnaturally in novels, and naturally on the frontier. These men in the big room have his cast of face so strongly marked that one marvels what officers are doing by the river. Have they come to book passages for home? Those men, Their A pilots, some of them draw between 2 and PG 211 3,000 rupees a month. They are responsible for £500,000 worth of cargo. Sometimes they certainly are men, and they carry themselves as such. They confer together by 2s and 3s, and appeal frequently to shipping lists. Isn't a pilot a man who always wears a pea jacket and shouts through a speaking trumpet? Well, you can ask those gentlemen. If you like, you've got your notions from home. Pilots' hours aren't that kind exactly. They are a picked service, as carefully weeded as the Indian Roman 153. Some of them have brothers in it, and some belong to the old Indian army families. But they are not all equally well paid. The Calcutta papers echo the groans of the junior pilots who are not allowed the handling of ships over a certain tonnage, as it is yearly growing cheaper to build one big steamer than 2 little ones. These juniors are crowded out, and while the seniors get their thousands, some of the youngsters make at the end of 1 month exactly 30 rupees. This is a grievance with them, and it seems well-founded. In the flats above the pilot's room are hushed and chamber-like offices, all sumptuously fitted, where Englishmen write and telephone and telegraph, and deft babus forever draw maps of the shifting Hugli. Any hope of understanding the work of the port commissioners is thoroughly dashed by being taken through the port maps of a quarter of a century past. Men have played with the Hugli as children play with a gutty-runnel, and in return the Hugli once rose and played with men and ships, till the Strand Road was littered with the raffle and the carcasses of big ships. Their PG 212 are photos on the walls of the cyclone of '64, when the Thunder came inland and sat upon an American bark, obstructing all the traffic. Very curious are these photos, and almost impossible to believe. How can a big strong steamer have her 3 masts raised to deck level? How can a heavy country boat be pitched on to the poop of a high-walled liner? And how can the side be bodily torn out of a ship? The photos say that all these things are possible, and men aver that a cyclone may come again and scatter the craft like chaff. Outside the port office are the export and import sheds, buildings that can hold a ship's cargo apiece, all standing on reclaimed ground. Here be several strong smells, a mass of railway lines, and a multitude of men. Do you see where that trolley is standing behind the big P? And oh, berth in that place, as nearly as may be. The Garvanpoor went down about 20 years ago and began to shift out, but that is solid ground. She sank there, and the next tide made a scour hole on one side of her. The returning tide knocked her into it, then the mud made up behind her. Next tide the business was repeated, always the scour hole in the mud, and the filling up behind her. So she rolled and was pushed out and out, until she got in the way of the shipping right out yonder, and we had to blow her up. When a ship sinks in mud or quicksand, she regularly digs her own grave, and wriggles herself into it deeper and deeper, till she reaches moderately solid stuff. Then she sticks. Horrible idea, is it not, to go down and down with each tide into the foul Hugli mud. Close to the port offices is the shipping office, where the captains engage their crews. The men must produce PG 213, their discharges from their last ships, in the presence of the shipping master, or as they call him, the deputy shipping. He passes them, after having satisfied himself that they are not deserters from other ships, and they then sign articles for the voyage. This is the ceremony, beginning with the dearly beloved of the crew-hunting captain, down to the amazement of the deserter. There is a dingy building, next door to the sailor's home, at whose gate stand the cast-ups of all the seas in all manner of raiment. There are the seedy boys, Bombay Sarangs, and Madras fishermen of the salt villages, Malays, who insist upon marrying Calcutta women, grow jealous, and run amok. Malay Hindus, Hindu Malay whites, Burmese Burma whites, Burma native whites, Italians with gold earrings, and a thirst for gambling, Yankees of all the states with mulattoes and pure buckniggers, red and rough Danes, Singhalese, Cornish boys fresh, taken from the Ploughtail cornstalks from colonial ships, where they got £4.10 a month, as seamen, tun-bellied Germans, Cockney mates, keeping a little aloof from the crowd, and talking in knots together, unmistakable Tommies who have tumbled into seafaring life, by some mistake, cockatoo-tufted Welshmen, spitting and swearing like cats, broken-down loafers, grey-headed, penniless and pitiful swaggering boys, and very quiet men with gashes and cuts on their faces. It is an ethnological museum, where all the specimens are playing comedies and tragedies. The head of it all is the deputy shipping, and he sits supported by an English policeman, whose fists are knobby, in a great chair of state. The deputy shipping knows all the PG 214 iniquity of the riverside, all the ships, all the captains, and a fair amount of the men. He is fenced off from the crowd by a strong wooden railing, behind which are gathered the unemployed of the mercantile marine. They have had their spree pour devil sand. Now they will go to sea again on as low a wage as £3.10 a month to fetch up at the end in some Shanghai stew or San Francisco hell. They have turned their backs on the seductions of the Harrow boarding houses, and the delights of Kalutola. If fate will, nightingales will know them no more for a season. But what skipper will take some of these battered, shattered wrecks whose hands shake and whose eyes are red? Enter suddenly a bearded captain who has made his selection from the crowd on a previous day, and now wants to get his men past. He is not fastidious in his choice. His 11 seem a tough lot for such a mild-eyed, civil-spoken man to manage, but the captain in the shipping office and the captain on his ship are two different things. He brings his crew up to the deputy shipping's bar and hands in their greasy, tattered discharges, but the heart of the deputy shipping is hot within him, because 2 days ago a Harrow crimp stole a whole crew from a down-dropping ship, insomuch that the captain had to come back and whip up a new crew at 1 o'clock in the day. Evil will it be if the deputy shipping finds one of these bounty-jumpers in the chosen crew of the Blenheim. The deputy shipping tells the story with heat. I didn't know they did such things in Calcutta. Says the captain, do such things, they'd steal the eye teeth out of your head. Their captain, he PG 215, picks up a discharge and calls for Michael Donnelly, a loosened, vicious-looking Irish-American who chews stand-up man. Stand up, Michael. Donnelly wants to lean against the desk, and the English policeman won't have it. What was your last ship, Fairy Queen? When did you leave her? Bout leavin' days. Captain's name? Flahy Thatlow. Do next man. Jules Anderson. Jules Anderson is a Dane. His statements tally with the discharge certificate of the United States, as the eagle attesteth he is. Passed and falls back Slivy the Englishman, and David, a huge plum-coloured Negro who ships as cook, are also passed. Then comes Basumper, a little Italian who speaks English. What's your last ship? Ferdinand. No. After that, German bark. Basumper does not look happy. When did she sail? About 3 weeks ago. What's her name? Haiti. You deserted from her? Yes. But she's left port. The deputy shipping runs rapidly through a shipping list, throws it down with a bang. Twant do no German bark. Haiti here for 3 months. How do I know you don't belong to the Jackson's crew? Cap'n, I am afraid y'all have to ship another man. He must stand over, take the rest away, and make him sign. The bead-eyed Basumper seems to have lost his chance of a voyage, and his case will be inquired into. The captain departs with his men, and they sign articles for the voyage, while the deputy shipping tells strange tales of the sailorman's life. They'll quit a good ship for the sake of a spree, and catch on again at £3.10, and by Jove they'll let their skippers PG 216 pay at 10 rupees to the sovereign per beggars as soon as the money's gone. They'll ship, but not before everyone under rank of captain engages here. The competition makes first mates ship sometimes for £5 or as low as £4.10 a month. The gentleman in the boarding house was right. You see, a first mate's wages are £7.10 or £8, and foreign captains ship for £12 a month, and bring their own small stores, everything, that is to say, except beef, peas, flour, coffee, and molasses. These things are not pleasant to listen to while the hungried men in the bad clothes lounge and scratch and loaf behind the railing. What comes to them in the end? They die, it seems, though that is not altogether strange. They die at sea in strange and horrible ways. They die, a few of them, in the quintals being lost and suffocated in the great sink of Calcutta. They die in strange places by the waterside, and the Hughley takes them away under the mooring chains and the buoys and casts them up on the sands below. If the river police have missed the capture, they sail the sea because they must live, and there is no end to their toil. Very, very few find haven of any kind, and the earth, whose ways they do not understand, is cruel to them. When they walk upon it to drink and be merry after the manner of beasts, Jack ashore is a pretty thing when he is in a book, or in the blue jacket of the Navy mercantile. Jack is not so lovely. Later on we will see where his sprees lead him. PG 217, Chapter Roman 5. With the Calcutta police, the city was of night, perchance of death, but certainly of night. The city of dreadful night. In the beginning, the police were responsible. They said in a patronizing way that they would prefer to take a wanderer round the great city themselves sooner than let him contract a broken head on his own account in the slums. They said that there were places and places where a white man unsupported by the arm of the law would be robbed and mobbed, and that there were other places where drunken seamen would make it very unpleasant for him. Come up to the fire lookout in the first place, and then you'll be able to see the city. This was at No. 22 Lal Bazar, which is the headquarters of the Calcutta police, the centre of the great web of telephone wires, where justice sits all day and all night looking after 1 million people, and a floating population of 100,000, but her work shall be dealt with later on. The fire lookout is a little sentry box on the top of the three-storied police offices. Here a native watchman waits to give warning to the brigade below if the smoke rises by day or the flames by night in any ward of the city, from this eerie, in the warm PG 218 night. 1. Here's the heart of Calcutta beating northward. The city stretches away 3 long miles, with 3 more miles of suburbs. Beyond to Dum Dum and Barrackpore, the lamplit dusk on this side is full of noises and shouts and smells. Close to the police office, jovial mariners at the sailors' coffee shop are roaring hymns southerly. The city's confused lights give place to the orderly lamprows of the Maidan and Charinghi, where the respectabilities live, and the police have very little to do. From the east goes up to the sky the clamour of Sealdah, the rumble of the trams, and the voices of all Beau Bazar chaffering and making merry. Westward are the business quarters hushed now, the lamps of the shipping on the river, and the twinkling lights on the Harrow side. Does the noise of traffic go on all through the hot weather? Of course, the hot months are the busiest in the year, and money's tightest. You should see the brokers cutting about at that season. Calcutta can't stop, my dear sir. What happens then? Nothing happens. The death rate goes up a little, that's all. Even in February the weather would up country be cold, muggy and stifling. But Calcutta is convinced that it is her cold season. The noises of the city grow perceptibly. It is the night side of Calcutta waking up and going abroad. Jack in the sailor's coffee shop is singing joyously, "Shall we gather at the river? Beautiful, the river." There is a clatter of hoofs in the courtyard. Below, some of the mounted police have come in from somewhere or other out of the great darkness. A clogdance of iron hoofs follows, and an Englishman's voice is heard soothing an agitated horse, who seems to be standing PG 219 on his hind legs. Some of the mounted police are going out into the great darkness. What's on a dance at Government House? The reserve men are being formed up below. They're calling the roll. The reserve men are all English, and big English at that. They form up and tramp out of the courtyard to line Government Place, and see that Mrs. Lollipop's brougham does not get smashed up by Sardar Chuckabuddy Bahadur's lumbering sea-spring barouche with the 2 raw whalers. Very military men are the Calcutta European police in their setup, and he who knows their composition knows some startling stories of gentlemen rankers and the like. They are, despite the wearing climate they work in, and the wearing work they do, as fine a 50 of Englishmen as you shall find east of Suez. Listen for a moment from the fire, look out to the voices of the night, and you will see why they must be so. 2,000 sailors of 50 nationalities are adrift in Calcutta every Sunday, and of these perhaps 200 are distinctly the worse for liquor. There is a mild row going on even now somewhere at the back of Beau Bazar, which at nightfall fills with sailormen who have a wonderful gift of falling foul of the native population to keep the Queen's peace. Is of course only a small portion of police duty, but it is trying the burly president of the lockup for European drunks. Calcutta Central Lockup is worth seeing. Gregis in a sprained thumb just now, and has to do his work left-handed in consequence, but his left hand is a marvellously persuasive one, and when on duty his sleeves are turned up to the shoulder that the jovial mariner may see that there is no deception. The president's labours are PG 220 handicapped, in that the road of sin to the lockup runs through a grimy little garden. Brick paths are worn deep with the tread of many drunken feet, where a man can give a great deal of trouble by sticking his toes into the ground and getting mixed up with the shrubs. A straight runin would be much more convenient both for the president and the drunk. Generally speaking, and here police experience is pretty much the same all over the civilized world. A woman drunk is a good deal worse than a man drunk. She scratches and bites like a Chinaman and swears like several fiends. Strange people may be unearthed in the lockups. Here is a perfectly true story, not 3 weeks old. A visitor, an unofficial one, wandered into the native side of the spacious accommodation provided for those who have gone or done wrong. Wildid Babu rose from the fixed charpie and said in the best of English, "Good morning, sir, good morning. Who are you, and what are you in for?" Then the Babu in one breath, "I would have you know that I do not go to prison as a criminal, but as a reformer." "You've read The Vicar of Wakefield?" "Yees, well, I am the Vicar of Bengal, at least that's what I call myself." The visitor collapsed. He had not nerve enough to continue the conversation. Then said the voice of the authority, "He's down in connection with a cheating case at Serampore, may be shamming insane, but he'll be looked to in time." The best place to hear about the police is the fire. Lookout from that eerie one can see how difficult must be the work of control over the great growling beast of a city. By all means, let us abuse the police, but let us PG 221 see what the poor wretches have to do with their 3,000 natives and 100 Englishmen from Howrah and Bawley and the other suburbs. At least 100,000 people come into Calcutta for the day and leave at night. Then too, Chandernagore is handy for the fugitive lawbreaker who can enter in the evening and get away before the noon of the next day, having marked his house and broken into it. But how can the prevalent offence be housebreaking in a place like this? Easily enough, when you've seen a little of the city. You'll see natives sleep and lie about all over the place, and whole quarters are just so many rabbit warrens. Wait till you see the mature bazaar. Well, besides the petty theft and burglary, we have heavy cases of forgery and fraud that leave us with our wits pitted against a Bengalis. When a Bengali criminal is working a fraud of the sort he loves, he is about the cleverest soul you could wish for. He gives us cases a year long to unravel. Then there are the murders in the low house. Very curious things they are. You'll see the house where Sheikh Babu was murdered presently, and you'll understand the Burra Bazaar and Jora Bagan sections are the two worst ones for heavy cases. But Kalutola is the most aggravating. There's Kalutola over yonder, that patch of darkness beyond the lights. That section is full of tuppenny halfpenny petty cases that keep the men up all night and make him swear. You'll see Kalutola, and then perhaps you'll understand Baman Basti is the quietest of all, and Lal Bazaar and Bo Bazaar, as you can see for yourself, are the rowdiest. You've no notion what the natives come to the police station for. A man will come PG 222 on and want a summons against his master for refusing him half an hour's leave. I suppose it does seem rather revolutionary to an upcountry man, but they try to do it here. Now wait a minute before we go down into the city and see. The fire brigade turned out. Business is slack with them just now, but you time M and see an order is given and a bell strikes softly thrice. There is a rush of men, the click of a bolt, a red fire engine spitting and swearing with the sparks flying from the furnace is dragged out of its shelter. A huge brake, which holds supplementary horses, men and hatchets, follows, and a hostcart is the third on the list. The men push the heavy things about as though they were pith toys. The men clamber up. Someone says softly, "Already there," and with an angry whistle, the fire engine, followed by the other two, flies out into Lal Bazaar. Time 1 min 40 secs. They'll find out it's a false alarm and come back again in 5 minutes. Why? Because there will be no constables on the road to give him the direction of the fire, and because the driver wasn't told the ward of the outbreak when he went out. Do you mean to say that you can, from this absurd pigeon loft, locate the wards in the night time? What would be the good of a lookout if the man couldn't tell where the fire was? But it's all pitchy black, and the lights are so confusing. You'll be more confused in 10 minutes. You'll have lost your way, as you never lost it before. You're going to go round Bo Bazaar section, and the Lord have mercy on my soul, Calcutta, the darker portion of it, does not look an inviting place to dive into at night. PG 223, Chapter Roman 6. The city of dreadful night. And since they cannot spend or use aright the little time here given them in trust, but lavish it in weary underlight of foolish toil and trouble, strife and lust, they naturally clamour to inherit the everlasting futureth at their merit, may have full scope as surely is most just. The city of dreadful night. The difficulty is to prevent this account from growing steadily unwholesome, but one cannot rake through a big city without encountering muck. The police kept their word in 5 short minutes, as they had prophesied. Their charge was lost, as he had never been lost before. Where are we now? Somewhere off the Chitpur road, but you wouldn't understand if you were told. Follow now, and step. Pretty much where we step there's a good deal of filth hereabouts. The thick greasy night shuts in everything. We have gone beyond the ancestral houses of the Gozes of the Boses, beyond the lamps, the smells and the crowd of Chitpur road, and have come to a great wilderness of packed house, just such mysterious conspiring tenements as Dickens would have loved. There is no breeze here, and the air is perceptibly warmer. If Calcutta PG 224 keeps such luxuries as commissioners of sewers and paving, they die before they reach this place. The air is heavy, with a faint sour stenched essence of long-neglected abomination sand. It cannot escape from among the tall 3-storied houses. This, my dear sir, is a perfectly respectable quarter, as quarters go. That house at the head of the alley, with the elaborate stuckwork round the top of the door, was built long ago by a celebrated midwife. Great people used to live here once now. It's the aha! Look out for that carriage. A big mail phaeton crashes out of the darkness, and recklessly driven, disappears. The wonder is how it ever got into this maze of narrow streets, where nobody seems to be moving, and where the dull throbbing of the city's life only comes faintly and by snatches. Now it's the what the St. John's Wood of Calcutta, the rich babus that fit and belong to one of them. Well, it's not much of a place to look at. Don't judge by appearances. About here live the women who have beggared kings. We aren't going to let you down into unadulterated vice. All at once you must see it, first with the gilding on and mind that rotten board. Stand at the bottom of a lift shaft and look upwards. Then you will get both the size and the design of the tiny courtyard round which one of these big dark houses is built. The central square may be perhaps 10 feet every way, but the balconies that run inside it overhang and seem to cut away half the available space to reach the square. A man must go round many corners down a covered-in way and up, and down 2 or 3 baffling and confused steps. Now you will understand, say the police kindly, as their charge blunders shinfirst PG 225 into a well-dug winding staircase, that these are not the sort of places to visit alone. Who wants to of all the disgusting inaccessible dens holy Cupid? What's this? A glare of light on the stairhead, a clink of innumerable bangles, a rustle of much fine gauze, and the dainty iniquity stands revealed glitterily blazing with jewelry from head to foot. Take one of the fairest miniatures that the Delhi painters draw and multiply it by 10 throw in one of Angelica Kauffmann's best portraits, and add anything that you can think of from Beckford to Lalla Rookh, and you will still fall short of the merits of that perfect face. For an instant even the grim professional gravity of the police is relaxed in the presence of the dainty iniquity, with the gems who so prettily invites everyone to be seated, and proffers such refreshments, as she conceives the palates of the barbarians would prefer. Her maids are only 1 degree less gorgeous than she, half a lakh or £50,000 worth. It is easier to credit the latter statement than the former air disposed upon her little body. Each hand carries 5 jewelled rings which are connected by golden chains to a great jewelled boss of gold. In the centre of the back of the hand earrings, weighted with emeralds and pearls, diamond nose rings, and how many other 100 articles make up the list of adornments. English furniture of a gorgeous and gimcrack kind, unlimited chandeliers, and a collection of atrocious continental prints are scattered about the house, and on every landing squats or loafs a Bengali who can talk English with unholy fluency. The recurrence suggests minder grim possibility, PG 226, of the affectation of excessive virtue, by day tempered with the sort of unwholesome enjoyment, after dusk lies loafing and lobbying and chattering and smoking. And unless the Bartles lie tippling among the full-tongued handmaidens of the dainty iniquity, how many men follow this double deleterious sort of life? The police are discreetly dumb. Now don't go talking about domiciliary visits. Just because this one happens to be a pretty woman, we've got to know these creatures. They make the rich man, and the poor spend their money. And when a man can't get money for honestly, he comes under our notice. Now do you see, if there was any domiciliary visit about it, the whole houseful would be hidden past our finding, as soon as we turned up in the courtyard. Were friends to a certain extent, and indeed it seemed no difficult thing to be friends to any extent with the dainty iniquity, who was so surpassingly different from all that experience taught of the beauty of the East. Here was the face from which a man could write Lalla Rookh's by the dozen and believe every work that he wrote. Hers was the beauty that Byron sang of when he wrote, "Remember, if you come here alone, the chances are that you'll be clubbed or stuck, or anyhow mobbed. You'll understand that this part of the world is shut to Europeans. Absolutely mind the steps, and follow on. The vision dies out in the smells and gross darkness of the night, in evil time-written brickwork, and another wilderness of shoot-up houses follows after another plunge into a passage of a courtyard, and up a staircase the apparition of a fat PG 227 vice, in whom is no sort of romance nor beauty, but unlimited coarse humour. She too is studded with jewels, and her house is even finer than the house of the other, and more infested with the extraordinary men who speak such good English and are so deferential to the police. The fat vice has been a great leader of fashion in her day, and stripped a Zemindar Raja to his last acre, insomuch that he ended in the House of Correction for a theft committed for her sake. Native opinion has it that she is a monstrous well-preserved woman on this point, as on some others the races will agree to differ. The scene changes suddenly as a slide in a magic lantern. Dainty iniquity and fat vice slide away on a roll of streets and alleys, each more squalid than its predecessor. We are somewhere at the back of the Matua Bazaar, well in the heart of the city. There are no houses here, nothing but acres and acres, it seems, of foul wattle and dab huts, any one of which would be a disgrace to a frontier village. The whole arrangement is a neatly contrived germ and fire trap, reflecting great credit upon the Calcutta municipality. What happens when these pigsties catch fire? They're built up again, say the police, as though this were the natural order of things. Land is immensely valuable here, all the more reason then to turn several horsemen loose into the city, with instructions to make barracks for the population that cannot find room in the huts and sleeps in the open ways, cherishing dogs, and worse, much worse, in its unwashen bosom. Here is a licensed coffee shop. This is where your servants go for amusement, and PG 228 to see notches there is a huge thatched shed, ingeniously ornamented with insecure kerosene lamps, and crammed with drivers, cooks, small storekeepers, and the like. Never a sign of a European. Why? Because if an Englishman messed about here he'd get into trouble. Men don't come here unless they're a drunk, or have lost their way. The hack drivers they have the privilege of voting, have they not? Look peaceful enough as they squat on tables or crowd by the doors to watch the notch that is going forward. 5 pitiful draggle-tails are huddled together on a bench under one of the lamps, while the 6th is squirming and shrieking before the impassive crowd. She sings of love as understood by the Oriental, love that dries the heart and consumes the liver. In this place the words that would look so well on paper have an evil and ghastly significance. The men stare or sup tumblers and cups of a filthy decoction, and the Conchini howls with renewed vigour in the presence of the police, where the dainty iniquity was hung with gold and gems. She is trapped with pewter and glass, and where there was heavy embroidery on the fat vice's dress, defaced stamped tinsel faithfully reduplicates the pattern on the tawdry robes of the Conchini. 2 or 3 men with uneasy consciences have quietly slipped out of the coffee shop into the mazes of the huts. The police laugh, and those nearest in the crowd laugh applausively, as in duty bound. Perhaps the rabbits grin uneasily when the ferret lands at the bottom of the burrow and begins to clear the warren. The shandu shops shut up at 6, so you'll have to PG 229 see opium smoking before dark someday. No, you won't, though the detective makes for a half-open door of a hut, whence floats the fragrance of the black smoke. Those of the inhabitants who are able promptly clear out. They have no love for the police, and there remain only 4 men lying down, and one standing up. This latter has a pet mongoose coiled round his neck. He speaks English fluently. Yes, he has no fear. It was a private smoking party and no business tonight. Show how you smoke opium. Aha, you want to see? Very good, I show. Hiya Yauch kicks a man on the floor. Show how opium smoke. The kiki grunts lazily and turns on his elbow. The mongoose, always keeping to the man's neck, erects every hair of its body like an angry cat, and chatters in its owner's ear. The lamp for the opium pipe is the only one in the room, and lights a scene as wild as anything in the witches' revel. The mongoose, acting as the familiar spirit, a voice from the ground, says in tones of infinite weariness, "You take a fim." So a long pause, and another kick from the man, possessed of the devil. Mongoose, "You take a fim." He takes a pellet of the black treacly stuff on the end of a knitting needle and light a fim. He plunges the pellet into the nightlight where it swells and fumes greasily. And then you put it in your pipe. The smoking pellet is jammed into the tiny bowl of the thick bamboo-stemmed pipe, and all speech ceases, except the unearthly chitter of the mongoose. The man on the ground is sucking at his pipe, and when the smoking pellet has ceased to smoke, "We'll be halfway to Nibbin now, you go," says the man with the mongoose. IPK 230 am going smoke. The hut floor closes upon a red-lit view of huddled legs and bodies, and the man with the mongoose sinking on to his knees, his head bowed forward, and the little hairy devil chattering on the nape of his neck. After this the fetid night air seems almost cool, for the hut is as hot as a furnace now. For Kalutola come through the huts, there is no decoration about this vice. The huts now gave place to houses very tall and spacious and very dark, but for the narrowness of the streets we might have stumbled upon Charinghi in the dark. An hour and a half has passed, and up to this time we have not crossed our trail. Once you might knock about the city for a night, and never cross the same line. Recollect, Calcutta isn't one of your poky up-country cities of a lark and a half of people. How long does it take to know it? Then about a lifetime. And even then some of the streets puzzle you. How much has the head of a ward to know every house in his ward, if he can? Who owns it? What sort of character the inhabitants are? Who are their friends who go out and in, who loaf about the place at night, and so on and so on. And he knows all this by night as well as by day. Of course, why shouldn't he? No reason in the world, only it's pitchy black just now, and I'd like to see where this alley is going to end. Round the corner, beyond that dead wall, there's a lamp. There then you'll be able to see a shadow flits out of a gully and disappears. Who's that? Sergeant of police, just to see where we're going in case of accidents. Another shadow staggers into the PG 231 darkness. Who's that? Soldier from the fort, or a sailor from the ships. I couldn't quite see. The police open a shut door in a high wall and stumble unceremoniously among a gang of women cooking their food. The floor is of beaten earth. The steps that lead into the upper stories are unspeakably grimy, and the heat is the heat of April. The women rise hastily, and the light of the bulls' eye for the police have now lighted a lantern in regular London fashion shows. 6 bleared face zone, a half-native half-Chinese one, and the others Bengali. There are no men here. They cry the house is empty. Then they grin and jabber and chew pan and spit and hurry up the steps into the darkness. A range of 3 big rooms has been knocked into one here, and there is some sort of arrangement of mats, but an average countrybred is more sumptuously accommodated. In an Englishman's stable, a horse would snort at the accommodation. Nice sort of place, isn't it, say the police genially. This is where the sailors get robbed and drunk. They must be blind drunk before they come. Nana na sailor men a chorus. The women catching at the one word they understand. Arl gone. The police take no notice, but tramp down the big room with the mat loose boxes. A woman is shivering in one of these. What's the matter? Fever. Seek, very very seek. She huddles herself into a heap on the chop, and groans. A tiny pitch-black closet opens out of the long room, and into this the police plunge. Hullo, what's here? Down flashes the lantern, and a white hand with black PG 232 nails comes out of the gloom. Somebody is asleep or drunk in the cot. The ring of lantern light travels slowly up and down the body. Sailor from the ship's hell be robbed before the morning. Most likely, the man is sleeping like a little child, both arms thrown over his head. And he is not unhandsome, he is shoeless, and there are huge holes in his stockings. He is a pure-blooded white, and carries the flush of innocent sleep on his cheeks. The light is turned off and the police depart while the woman in the loose box shivers and moans that she is seek, very very seek. PG 233, Chapter Romans 7. Deeper and deeper still. I built myself a lordly pleasure house, wherein at ease for I to dwell. I said, O soul, make merry and carouse. Dear sofa, all is well. The palace of art. And where next I don't like Kalutola, the police and their charge are standing in the interminable waste of houses under the starlight, to the lowest sink of all. But you wouldn't know if you were told they lead, till they come to the last circle of the inferno, a long quiet winding road. There you are, you can see for yourself. But there is nothing to be seen on one side, a house gaunt and dark naked, and devoid of furniture on the other, low mean stalls lighted, and with shamelessly open doors where women stand and mutter, and whisper one to another. There is a hush here, or at least the busy silence of an officer of counting house in working hours. One look down the street is sufficient lead on. Gentlemen of the Calcutta police, we do not love the lines of open doors, the flaring lamps within, the glimpses of the tawdry toiletables, adorned with little plaster dogs, glass balls from Christmas trees, and for religion must not be despised, though PG 234 women be fallen pictures of the saints and statuettes of the Virgin. The street is a long one, and other streets, full of the same pitiful wares, branch off from it. Why are they so quiet? Why don't they make a row and sing and shout, and so on? Why should they, poor devils, say the police, and fall to telling tales of horror of women decoyed and shot into this trap, then other tales that shatter one's belief in all things and folk of good repute? How can you police have faith in humanity? That's because you're seeing it all in a lump for the first time, and it's not nice that way, makes a man jump rather, doesn't it? But recollect you've asked for the worst places, and you can't complain. Who's complaining? Bring on your atrocities. Isn't that a European woman at that door? Yes, Mrs. D, widow of a soldier, mother of 7 children, 9, if you please, and good evening to you, shrills. Mrs. D leaning against the doorpost, her arms folded on her bosom. She is a rather pretty, slightly made Eurasian, and whatever shame she may have owned, she has long since cast behind her a shapeless Burmanative trot, with high cheekbones and mouth like a shark coal's. Mrs. D, Mem Sahib, the word jars unspeakably. Her life is a matter between herself and her Maker. But in that sheth widow, soldier of the Queen, has stooped to this common foulness in the face of the city. She has offended against the white race, you're from up country. And of course you don't understand, there are any amount of that lot in the city, say the police. Then the secret of the insolence, PG 235 of Calcutta, is made plain. Small wonder the natives fail to respect the Sahib, seeing what they see and knowing what they know. In the good old days, the honourable the directors deported him or her who misbehaved grossly, and the white man preserved his face. He may have been a ruffian, but he was a ruffian on a large scale. He did not sink in the presence of the people. The natives are quite right to take the wall of the Sahib, who has been at great pains to prove that he is of the same flesh and blood. All this time Mrs. D stands on the threshold of her room and looks upon the men with unabashed eyes. Mrs. D is a lady with a story. She is not averse to telling it. What Wasahemd case in which you were concerned, Mrs. D? They said id poisoned my husband by putting something into his drinking water. This is interesting, and did you twasn't proved, says Mrs. D with a laugh, a pleasant ladylike laugh that does infinite credit to her education and upbringing. Worthy Mrs. D, it would pay a novelist, a French one, let us say to pick you out of the stews and make you talk. The police move forward into a region of Mrs. D.S. Everywhere are the empty houses and the babbling women in print gowns. The clocks in the city are close upon midnight. But the police show no signs of stopping. They plunge hither and thither like wreckers into the surf, and each plunge brings up a sample of misery, filth, and woe. A woman Eurasian rises to a sitting position on a cart, and blinks sleepily at the police. Then she throws herself down with a grunt. What's the matter with PG 236? I live in Marcus Lane, anthize with intense gravity. So drunk. She has a rather striking gypsy-like face, but her language might be improved. Come along, say the police. Well, head back to Bentinck Street, and put you on the road to the Great Eastern. They walk long and steadily. And the talk falls on gambling hells. You ought to see our men rush one of 'em. When we've marked a hell down, we post men at the entrances, and carry it. Sometimes the Chinese bite, but as a rule they fight fair. It's a pity we hadn't a hell to show you. Let's go in Hertha. Maybe something forward here. Appears to be in the heart of a Chinese quarter for the pigtailsto. They ever go to Badair scuttling about the streets, never go into a Chinese place. Alone, say the police, and swing open a postern gate in a strong green door. 2 Chinamen appear. What are we going to see? Japanese girl? No, we aren't. By Jove, catch that Chinaman quick. The pigtail is trying to double back across a courtyard into an inner chamber, but a large hand on his shoulder spins him round and puts him in rear of the line of advancing Englishmen who are, be it observed, making a fair amount of noise with their boots. A second door is thrown open, and the visitors advance into a large square room, blazing with gas. Here 13 pigtails, deaf and blind to the outer world, are bending over a table. The captured Chinaman dodges uneasily in the rear of the procession. 5 to 15 seconds, past the Englishmen standing in the full light, less than 3 paces from the absorbed gang, who see nothing. PG 237. Then, the burly superintendent brings his hand down on his thigh with a crack like a pistol shot, and shouts, "How do?" John follows a frantic rush of scared celestials, almost tumbling over each other in their anxiety to get clear. One pigtail scoops up a pile of copper money, another a Chinaware soup bowl, and only a little mound of accusing cowries remains on the white matting that covers the table. In less than half a minute, 2 facts are forcibly brought home to the visitor. First, that a pigtail is largely composed of silk and rasps the palm of the hand as it slides through, and secondly, that the forearm of a Chinaman is surprisingly muscular and well developed. What's going to be done? Nothing. There are only 3 of us, and all the ringleaders would get away. We've got 'em safe any time we want to catch 'em, if this little visit doesn't make 'em shift their quarters. Hi, John, no pigeon tonight. Show how you Mackie play that fat youngster. There is our informer. Half the pigtails have fled into the darkness, but the remainder, assured and trebly assured that the police really mean no pigeon, return to the table and stand round while the croupier manipulates the cowries, the little curved slip of bamboo, and the soup bowl. They never gamble, these innocents. They only come to look on and smoke opium in the next room. Yet as the game progresses, their eyes light up, and one by one put their money on odd or even number of the cowries that are covered and left uncovered by the little soup bowl. Mithun is the name of the amusement, and whatever may be its demerits, it is clean. The police look on while their charge plays, and loots a parchment-skinned PG 238 horrorone of Swift Stroldberg strayed from Laputauf. The enormous sum of 2 annas, the return of this wealth doubled, sets the loser beating his forehead against the table from sheer gratitude. Most immoral game this. A man might drop 5 whole rupees if he began playing at sundown and kept it up all night. Don't you ever play whist occasionally? Now, we didn't bring you round to make fun of this department. A man can lose as much as ever he likes, and he can fight as well. And if he loses all his money, he steals to get more. A Chinaman is insane about gambling, and half his crime comes from it. It must be kept down here. We are in Bentinck Street, and you can be driven to the Great Eastern in a few minutes. Joss houses. Oh yes, if you want more horrors, Superintendent Lamb will take you round with him tomorrow afternoon at 5. Good night. The police depart, and in a few minutes the silent respectability of Old Council House Street, with the grim Free Kirk at the end of it, is reached. All good Calcutta has gone to bed, the last tram has passed, and the peace of the night is upon the world. Would it be wise and rational to climb the spire of that kirk and shout, "O true believers, decency is a fraud and a sham, there is nothing clean or pure or wholesome under the stars, and we are all going to perdition together, amen"? On second thoughts, it would not, for the spire is slippery, the night is hot, and the police have been specially careful to warn their charge that he must not be carried away by the sight of horrors that cannot be written or hinted at. PG 239. "Good morning," says the policeman tramping the pavement in front of the Great Eastern, and he nods his head pleasantly to show that he is the representative of law and peace, and that the city of Calcutta is safe from itself for the present. PG 240, Chapter Roman 8. Concerning Lucia. Time must be filled in somehow, till 5 this afternoon when Superintendent Lamb will reveal more horrors. Why not the trams aiding go to the old Park Street Cemetery? You won't go Park Street, no trams going Park Street. You get out here. Calcutta tram conductors are not polite. The car shuffles unsympathetically down the street, and the evicted is stranded in Durham-Tola, which may be the Hammersmith Highway of Calcutta. Providence arranged this mistake, and paved the way to a great discovery now published. For the first time, Durham-Tola is full of the people of India walking in family parties and groups and confidential couples, and the people of India are neither Hindu nor Mussulman, Jew, Ethiop, Geber, or expatriated British. They are the Eurasians, and there are hundreds and hundreds of them in Durham-Tola. Now there is Papa with a shining black hat fit for a counsellor of the Queen, and Mama, whose silken dress is tight upon her portly figure, and the brood made up of straw-hatted, olive-cheeked, sharp-eyed little boys, and leggy maidens wearing white openwork stockings calculated to show dust. There are the young men PG 241, who smoke bad cigars, and carry themselves lordily, such as have incomes. There are also the young women with the beautiful eyes and the wonderful dresses, which always fit so badly across the shoulders, and they carry prayer books or baskets, because they are either going to mass or the market without doubt. These are the people of India. They were born in it, bred in it, and will die in it. The Englishman only comes to the country, and the natives of course were there from the first, but these people have been made here, and no one has done anything for them, except talk and write about them. Yet they belong, some of them, to old and honourable families, hold houses in Sealdah, and are rich. A few of them, they all look prosperous and contented, and they chatter eternally in that curious dialect that no one has yet reduced to print beyond what little they please to reveal now and again in the newspapers. We know nothing about their life, which touches so intimately the white on the one hand, and the black on the other. It must be interesting, more interesting than the colourless Anglo-Indian article. But who has treated of it? There was one novel once in which the second heroine was an Eurasian. She was a strictly subordinate character, and came to a sad end. The poet of the race, Henry Desrosiers, of whom Mr. Thomas Edwards wrote a history, was bitten with Keats and Scott and Shelley, and overlooked in his search for material things that lay nearest to him. All this mass of humanity in Durham-Tola is unexploited, and almost unknown. Wanted therefore a writer from among the Eurasians, who shall write so that men shall be pleased to read a story of Eurasian, PG 242 life. Then outsiders will be interested in the people of India, and will admit that the race has possibilities. A futile attempt to get to Park Street from Durham-Tola ends in the market. The Hog Market men call it perhaps a night of that name built. It is not one half as pretty as the Crawford Market in Bombay, but it appears to be the trysting place of young Calcutta. The natural inclination of youth is to lie abed late, and to let the seniors do all the hard work. Why therefore should Pyramus, who has to be ruling account forms at 10, and Thisbe, who cannot be interested in the price of second-quality beef, wander in studiously correct raiment round and about the stalls before the sun is well clear of the earth? Pyramus carries a walking stick with imitation silver straps upon it, and there are cloth tops to his boots, but his collar has been 2 days worn. Thisbe crowns her dark head with a blue velvet tam o' shanter, but one of her boots lacks a button, and there is a tear in the left-hand glove. Mama, who despises gloves, is rapidly filling a shallow basket that the coolie boy carries with vegetables, potatoes, purple brinjals. And oh, Pyramus, do you ever kiss Thisbe when Mama is not by? Garlicia Lusson of the bazaar. Mama is generous in her views on garlic. Pyramus comes round the corner of the stall looking for nobody in particular, not heened, is elaborately polite to Mama. Somehow he and Thisbe drift off together, and Mama, very portly and very voluble, is left to chaffer and sort and select alone. In the name of the sacred unities, do not young people retire to the meat stalls to exchange confidences? Come up to this end, where the roses are arriving in great flat PG 243 baskets, where the air is heavy with the fragrance of flowers, and the young buds and greenery are littering all the floor. They want thee prefer talking by the dead, unromantic muttons where there are not so many buyers. There must have been a quarrel to make up. Thisbe shakes the blue velvet tam o' shanter, and says, "Oh yes," scornfully. Pyramus answers, "Noa, noa, don't say that. Mama's basket is full," and she picks up Thisbe hastily. Pyramus departs. He never came here to do any marketing. He came to meet Thisbe, who in 10 years will own a figure very much like Mama's. May their ways be smooth before them, and after honest service of the government, may Pyramus retire on 250 rupees per mensem into a nice little house somewhere in Mongha or Chunar. From love by natural sequence to death, where is the Park Street Cemetery? 100 hack drivers leap from their boxes and invade the market, and after a short struggle one of them uncarts his capture in a burial ground, a ghastly, new place close to a tramway. This is not what is wanted. The living dead are hereth people whose names are not yet altogether perished, and whose tombstones are tended. Where are the old dead? Nobody goes there, says the driver. It is up that road. He points up a long and utterly deserted thoroughfare running between high walls. This is the place, and the entrance to it, with its gardener waiting with one brown battered rose for the visitor, its grilled door, and its professional notices, bears a hideous likeness to the entrance of similar churchyard, but once inside the sightseer stands in the heart of utter desolation, all the more forlorn for being swept up lower PG 244 Park Street, cuts a great graveyard in two. The guidebooks will tell you when the place was opened, and when it was closed. The eye is ready to swear that it is as old as Herculaneum and Pompeii. The tombs are small houses. It is as though we walked down the streets of a town, so tall are they, and so closely do they stand. A town, shriveled by fire and scarred by frost, and siege men must have been afraid of their friends rising up before the due time, that they weighted them with such cruel mounds of masonry. Strong man, weak woman, or somebody's infant son, aged 15 months for each. The squat obelisk, defaced classic temple, the cellaret of Chunam, or the candlestick of brickwork, the heavy slab, the rust-eaten railings, the whopper-jawed cherubs, and the apoplectic angels. Men were rich in those days, and could afford to put 100 cubic feet of masonry into the grave of even so humble a person as J.N.O. Clements, captain of the country service, 1820, when the dearly beloved had held rank answering to that of commissioner. The efforts are still more sumptuous, and the verse well. The following speaks for itself. Soft on thy tomb shall fond remembrance shed the warm yet unavailing tear, and purple flowers that deck the honoured dead shall strew the loved and honoured bier. Failure to comply with the contract does not, let us hope, entail forfeiture of the earnest money, or the honoured dead might be grieved. The slab is out of his tomb, and leans foolishly against it. The railings are rotted, and there are no more lasting ornaments than PG 245 blisters and stains, which are the work of the weather, and not the result of the warm yet unavailing tear. Let us go about and moralize cheaply on the tombstones, trailing the robe of pious reflection up and down the pathways of the grave. Here is a big and stately tomb, sacred to Lucia, who died in 1776, a Roman 500 aged. 23 here also be likened verses, which an irreverent thumb can bring to light. Thus they wrote when their hearts were heavy in them, 116 years ago. What needs the emblem, what the plaintive strain, what all the arts that sculpture ear expressed, to tell the treasure that these walls contain? Let those declare it most who knew her best. The tender pity she would oft display shall be with interest at her shrine returned. Connubial love connubial tears repay, and Lucia loved shall still be Lucia mourned. Though closed the lips, though stopped the tuneful breath, the silent clackled monitress shall teach, in all the alarming eloquence of death, with double pathos to the heart shall preach, shall teach the virtuous maid, the faithful wife. If young and fair, that young and fair was she, then close the useful lesson of her life, and tell them what she is they soon must be. That goes well even after all these years, does it not, and seems to bring Lucia very near, in spite of what the later generation is pleased to call the stiltedness of the old-time verse. Who will declare the merits of Luciaded in her spring, before there was even a Hickey's Gazette, to chronicle PG 246 the amusements of Calcutta, and publish with scurrilous asterisks the liaisons of heads of departments, what pot-bellied East Indiaman brought the virtuous maid up the river, and did Lucia make her bargain, as the cant of those times went on the first, second, or third day after her arrival, or did she with the others of the batch give a spinster's ball as a last trial following the custom of the country? No. She was a fair Kentish maiden sent out at a cost of £500 English money under the captain's charge, to wed the man of her choice, and he knew Clive well, had had dealings with Omicand, and talked to men who had lived through the terrible night in the Black Hole. He was rich man, Lucia's battered tomb proves it, and he gave Lucia all that her heart could wish, a green-painted boat, to take the air in on the river of evenings, coffrey slave boys, who could play on the French horn, and even a very elegant neat coach with a genteel Rutland roof, ornamented with flowers, very highly finished 10 best polished plate glasses, ornamented with a few elegant medallions enriched with mother-o'-pearl, that she might take her drive on the course, as befitted a factor's wife. All these things he gave her, and when the convoys came up the river, and the guns thundered, and the servants of the Honourable the East India Company drank to the king's health. Be sure that Lucia, before all the other ladies in the fort, had her choice of the new stuffs from England, and was cordially hated in consequence. Tilly Kettle painted her picture a little before she died, and the hot-blooded young writers did duel with small swords in the fort ditch, for the honour of piloting her through a minuet at the Calcutta Theatre, or PG 247, the Punch House, but Warren Hastings danced with her instead, and the writers were confounded every man of them. She was a toast far up the river, and she walked in the evening on the bastions of Fort William, and said, "La, I protest it was there that she exchanged congratulations with all her friends on the 20th of October, when those who were alive gathered together to felicitate themselves on having come through another hot season. And the Menevan, the sober factor, saw no wrong Hergot, most royally and Britishly drunk on Madeira that had twice rounded the Cape. But Lucia fell sick, and the doctor who went home after 7 years, with 5 larks and a half in a corner of this vast graveyard to his account, said that it was a pucker or putrid fever, and the system required strengthening, so they fed Lucia on hot curries and mulled wine worked up with spirits, and fortified with spices for nearly a week, at the end of which time she closed her eyes on the weary river, and the fort for ever, and a gallant with a turn for Bellis letters wept openly as men did then, and had no shame of it, and composed the verses above set, and thought himself a neat hand at the penstap his vitals, but the factor was so grieved that he could write nothing at all, could only spend his money, and he counted his wealth by Laxon, a sumptuous grave. A little later on he took comfort, and when the next batch came out. But this has nothing whatever to do with the story of Lucia. The virtuous maid, the faithful wife, her ghost, went to a big Calcutta powder ball that very night, and looked very beautiful. I met her. PG 248. PG 249, Among the Railway Folk. Chapter 1. Mar 1888. A railway settlement. Jamalpur is the headquarters of the East India Railway. This in itself is not a startling statement. The wonder begins with the exploration of Jamalpur, which is a station entirely made by and devoted to the use of those untiring servants of the public railway folk. They have towns of their own at Tundla, and a censal, a sundried sanitarium at Bandakui, and Howrah, Ajmer, Allahabad, Lahore and Pindi know their colonies, but Jamalpur is unadulteratedly railway, and he who has nothing to do with the Roman 1 railway in some shape or another feels a stranger and an interloper. Running always east and southerly, the train carries him from the torments of the northwest into the wet woolly warmth of Bengal, where may be found the hothouse heat that has ruined the temper of the good people of Calcutta. The land is fat and greasy with good living, and the wealth of the bodies of innumerable dead things, and here just above Makhe may be seen fields stretching without stick, stone or bush to break the view from the railway line to the horizon. Up-country innocents must look at the map to learn that Jamalpur is near the top left-hand corner of the big PG 250 loop that the Roman 1R throws out round Bhagalpur, and part of the Barabanki districts northward of Jamalpur. As near as maybe lies the Ganges and Turhut, and eastward an offshoot of the volcanic Rajmahal range blocks the view. A station which has neither judge, commissioner, deputy or stunt, which is devoid of law courts, tickeries, district superintendents of police, and many other evidences of an over-cultured civilization, is a curiosity we administer ourselves, says Jamalpur proudly, or we did till we had local self-government in, and now the racketmarker administers us. This is a solemn fact. The station, which had its beginnings 30-odd years ago, used, till comparatively recent times, to control its own roads, sewage conservancy, and the like. But with the introduction of local self-government, it was ordained that the inestimable boon should be extended to a place made by and maintained for Europeans, and a brand new municipality was created and nominated according to the many rules of the game. In the skirmish that ensued, the club racketmarker fought his way to the front, secured a place on a board largely composed of babus, and since that day Jamalpur's views on government have not been fit for publication. To understand the magnitude of the insult, one must study the Sitafor station in the strict sense of the word. It is not crotons, palms, mangoes, melingtonias, teak and bamboos adorn it, and the poinsettia and bougainvillea, the railway creeper, and the bignonia venusta make it gay with many colours. It is laid out with military precision to each house, its just share of garden, its red brick path, its growth of trees, PG 251, and its neat little wicket gate. Its general aspect, in spite of the Dutch formality, is that of an English village, such a thing as enterprising stage managers put on the theatres at home. The hills have thrown a protecting arm round nearly 3 sides of it, and on the 4th it is bounded by what are locally known as the sheds. In other words, the station offices and workshops of the company. The E-Roman 1R only exists for outsiders. Its servants speak of it, reverently, angrily, despitefully, or enthusiastically, as the company, and they never omit the big Roman 100 men, must have treated the Honourable the East India Company in something the same fashion ages ago. The company in Jamalpur is Lord Dufferin, all the members of council, the bodyguard Sir Frederick Roberts, Mr. Westland, whose name is at the bottom of the currency notes, the Oriental Life Assurance Company, and the Bengal government, all rolled into one. At first, when a stranger enters this life, he is inclined to scoff and ask in his ignorance, "What is this company that you talk so much about?" Later on he ceases to scoff, for the company is a big thing, almost big enough to satisfy an American. Ere beginning to describe its doings, let it be written, and repeated several times hereafter, that the E-Roman 1R passenger carriages, and especially the second class, are just now horrid, being filthy and unwashed and dirty to look at, and dirty to live in. Having cast this small stone, we will examine Jamalpur when it was laid out in or before the Mutiny year. Its designers allowed room for growth, and made the houses of one general design, some of brick, some of stone, some 3-4 PG 252 and 6, roomed, some single men's barracks, and some two-storied, all for the use of the employees. King's Road, Prince's Road, Queen's Road, and Victoria Road. Jamalpur is loyal cut the breadth of the station, and Albert Road, Church Street, and Steam Road the length of it. Neither on these roads, or on any of the cool-shaded smaller ones, is anything unclean or unsightly to be found. There is a dreary village in the neighbourhood, which is said to make the most of any cholera that may be going, but Jamalpur itself is specklessly and spotlessly neat, from St. Mary's Church to the railway station, and from the buildings where they print daily about half a lakh of tickets to the ringing, roaring, rattling workshops. Everything has the air of having been cleaned up at 10 that very morning, and put under a glass case. There is a holy calm about the roads, totally unlike anything in an English manufacturing town. Wheeled conveyances are few because every man's bungalow is close to his work, and when the day has begun, and the offices of the loco and traffic have soaked up their thousands of natives and hundreds of Europeans, you shall pass under the dappled shadows of the trees, hearing nothing louder than the croon of some bearer playing with a child in the veranda, or the faint tinkle of a piano. This is pleasant, and produces an impression of water-like refinement, tempered with Arcadian simplicity. The dry, anguished howl of the buzzer, the big steam whistle, breaks the hush, and all Jamalpur is alive with the tramping of tiffin-seeking feet. The company gives 1 hour for meals between 11 and 12. On the stroke of noon, there is another rush back to the PG 253 works, or the offices, and Jamalpur sleeps through the afternoon, till 4 or half past, and then rouses for tennis at the Institute. In the hot weather it splashes in the swimming bath or reads, for it has a library of several thousand books. One of the most nourishing lodges in the Bengal jurisdiction, St. George in the East, lives at Jamalpur, and meets twice a month. Its members point out with justifiable pride that all the fittings were made by their own hands, and the lodge in its accoutrements and the energy of the craftsmen can compare with any in India. But the Institute is the central gathering place, and its half-dozen tennis courts and neatly laid-out grounds seem to be always full here. If a stranger could judge, the greater part of the flirtation of Jamalpur is carried out, and here the dashing apprentices are the liveliest of all. Learns that there are problems harder than any he studies at the night school, and that the heart of a maiden is more inscrutable than the mechanism of a locomotive. On Tuesdays and Fridays the volunteers parade A and B companies, 150 strong in all of the E-Roman 1R volunteers, are stationed here with the band. Their uniform grey with red facings is not lovely, but they know how to shoot, and drill they have to the company makes it a condition of service that a man must be a volunteer, and volunteer in something more than name. He must be, or someone will ask the reason why. Seeing that there are no regulars between Howrah and Dinapur, the company does well in exacting this toll. Some of the old soldiers are wearied of drill, some of the youngsters don't like it, but the way they entrain PG 254 and detrain is worth seeing. They are as mobile a corps as can be desired, and perhaps 10 or 12 years hence the government may possibly be led to take a real interest in them, and spend a few thousand rupees in providing them with real soldiers, kits not uniform, and rifle merely. Their ranks include all sorts and conditions of men, heads of the loco and traffic. The company is no respecter of rank. Clerks in the audit, boys from mercantile firms at home fighting with the intricacies of time, fare and freight tables, guards who have grown grey in the service of the company mail, and passenger drivers with nerves of cast iron who can shoot through a long afternoon without losing temper or flurrying light blue East Indians, tiny-eyed men slow of speech, and uncommonly strong in the arm lathy apprentices, who have not yet filled out fitters, turners, foremen, full assistant and sub-assistant station masters, and a host of others in the hands of the younger men, the regulation Martini Henry naturally goes off the line occasionally on hunting expeditions. There is a 1,200 yards range running down one side of the station, and the condition of the grass by the firing butts tells its own tale. Scattered in the ranks of the volunteers are a fair number of old soldiers, for the company has a weakness for recruiting from the army for its guards, who may in time become station masters. A good man from the army, with his papers all correct and certificates from his commanding officer, can, after depositing £20 to pay his home passage in the event of his services being dispensed with, enter the company's service on something less PG 255 than 100 rupees a month, and rise in time to 400 as a station master, a railway bungalow, and they are as substantially built as the enginess will cost him more than 1/9 of the pay of his grade, and the Provident Fund provides for his latter. Think for a moment of the number of men that a line running from Howrah to Delhi must use, and you will realize what an enormous amount of patronage the company holds in its hands. Naturally, a father who has worked for the line expects the line to do something for the son, and the line is not backward in meeting his wishes. Where possible, the sons of old servants may be taken on at 15 years of age or thereabouts as apprentices, in the shops receiving 20 rupees in the first and 50 in the last year of their indentures. Then they come on the books as full men on perhaps Rs 65 a month, and the road is open to them in many ways. They may become foremen of departments on Rs 500 a month, or drivers, earning with overtime Rs 370, or if they have been brought into the audit or the traffic, they may control innumerable babus, and draw several hundreds of rupees monthly, or at 18 or 19, they may be ticket collectors working up to the grade of guard, etc. Every rank of the huge human hive has a desire to see its sons placed properly, and the native workmen, about 3,000 in the locomotive department, only are said one man making a family affair of it altogether. You see all those men turning brass and looking after the machinery. They've all got relatives, and a lot of 'em own land out Monkaway close to us. They bring on their PG 256 sons as soon as they are old enough to do anything, and the company rather encourages it. You see, the father is in a way responsible for his son, and he'll teach him all he knows, and in that way the company has a hold on them. Or you've no notion how sharp a native is when he's working on his own hook. All the district round here, right up to Monka, is more or less dependent on the railway. The babus in the traffic department, in the stores issue department, in all the departments where men sit through the long Indian day among ledgers and check and pencil, and deal in figures and items and rupees, may be counted by hundreds. Imagine the struggle among them to locate their sons in comfortable cane-bottomed chairs, in front of a big pewter inkstand, and stacks of paper. The babus make beautiful accountants, and if we could only see it, a merciful Providence has made the babu for figures and detail. Without him, the dividends of any company would be eaten up by the expenses of English or citybrid clerks. The babu is a great man, and to respect him you must see 50 or so of him in a room, 100 yards long, bending over ledgers, and yet more ledger-silent as the Sphinx and busy as a bee. He is the lubricant of the great machinery of the company, whose ways and works cannot be dealt with in a single scroll. PG 257, Chapter Roman 2. The shops. The railway folk, like the army and civilian castes, have their own language and life, which an outsider cannot hope to understand. For instance, when Jamalpur refers to itself as being on the long siding, a lengthy explanation is necessary before the visitor grasps the fact that the whole of the 230-odd miles of the loop from Lakhisarai to Kanu Junction via Bhagalpur is thus contemptuously treated. Jamalpur insists that it is out of the world, and makes this an excuse for being proud of itself and all its institutions. But in one thing it is badly, disgracefully provided. At a moderate estimate, there must be about 200 Europeans with their families in this place. They can and do get their small supplies from Calcutta, but they are dependent on the tender mercies of the bazaar for their meat, which seems to be hawked from door to door. There is a Raja who owns or has an interest in the land on which the station stands, and he is averse to calculating. For these reasons Jamalpur is not too well supplied with good meat, and what it wants is a decent meat market, with cleanly controlled slaughtering arrangements. The company who gives grants to the schools, and builds the institute, and throws the shadow of its protection all over the place, might help this scheme forward. PG 258. The heart of Jamalpur is the shops, and here a visitor will see more things in an hour than he can understand in a year. Steam Street very appropriately leads to the 40 or 50 acres that the shops cover, and to the busy silence of the local superintendent's office, where a man must put down his name and his business on a slip of paper before he can penetrate into the temple of Vulcan. About 3,500 men are in the shops, and 10 minutes after the day's work has begun the assistant superintendent knows exactly how many are in the heads of department. Silent, heavy-handed men, captains of 500 or more, have their names fairly printed on a board, which is exactly like a pool marker. They star a life when they come in, and their few names alone represent salaries to the extent of 6,000 a month. They are men worth hearing deferentially. They hail from Manchester and the Clyde, and the great ironworks of the north, pleasant as cold water in a thirsty land. Is it to hear again the full Northumbrian burr, or the long-drawn Yorkshire eye under their great gravity of demeanour? A man who is in charge of a few larks' worth of plant cannot afford to be riotously mirthful. Irks melody and humour they can sing like North Countrymen, and in their hours of ease go back to the speech of the iron countries they have left behind, when Arb Oth Yate and all Ben Brierly's shrewd wit shakes the warm air of Bengal with deep-chested laughter. Hear Ruglan tune, with a chorus as true as the fall of Tryphaemus, and fancy that you are back again in the smoky rattling ringing north. But this is the unofficial side. Go forward PG 259 through the gates under the mango trees, and set foot at once in sheds which have as little to do with mangoes as a locomotive with Lakshmi. The buzzer howls, for it is nearly tiffin time. There is a rush from every quarter of the shops, a cloud of flying natives, and a procession of more sedately pacing Englishmen, and in 3 short minutes you are left absolutely alone among arrested wheels and belts, pulleys, cranks, and crenessing a silence only broken by the soft sigh of a faraway steam valve, or the cooing of pigeons. You are by favour freely granted at liberty to wander anywhere you please through the deserted works. Walk into a huge brick-built tin-roofed stable, capable of holding 24 locomotives under treatment, and see what must be done to the iron horse once in every 3 years if he is to do his work well. On reflection, iron horse is wrong. An engine is a she's distinctly feminine as a ship or a mine. Here stands the echo, her wheels off, resting on blocks, her underside machinery taken out, and her sides scrolled with mysterious hieroglyphics in chalk. An enormous, green-painted iron harness rack bears her piston and eccentric rods, and a neatly painted board shows that such and such Englishmen are the fitter, assistant, and apprentice engaged in editing. That echo, an engine seen from the platform and an engine viewed from underneath, are two very different things. The one is as unimpressive as a cart, the other as imposing as a man of war in the yard. In this manner is an engine treated for navicular laminitis baccinu, or whatever it is that engines most suffer from. No 607, we will say, goes wrong at Dinapore, Asensal, Buxar, or wherever it may be. After PG 263 years' work, the place she came from is stenciled on the boiler, and the foreman examines her. Then he fills in a hospital sheet, which bears 180 printed heads, under which an engine can come into the shops. No 607 needs repair, in only 118 particulars, ranging from mudhole flanges and blower cocks to lead plugs and platform brackets which have shaken loose. This certificate the foreman signs, and it is framed near the engine for the benefit of the 3 Europeans and the 8 or 9 natives who have to mend. No 607, to the ignorant, the superhuman wisdom of the examiner seems only equalled by the audacity of the 2 men and the boy who are to undertake what is frivolously called the job. No 607 is in a sorely mangled condition, but 403 is much worse. She is reduced to a Shelley's, a very woman of an engine bearing only her funnel, the iron frame, and the saddle that supports the boiler. 24 engines in every stage of decomposition stand in one huge shop. A travelling crane runs overhead, and the men have hauled up one end of a bright vermilion loco. The effect is the silence of a scornful stare, just such a look as a colonel's portly wife gives through her pince-nez at the audacious subaltern. Engines are the livest things that man ever made. They glare through their spectacle plates, they tilt their noses contemptuously, and when their insides are gone they adorn themselves with red lead and leer, like decayed beauties, and in the Jamalpur works there is no escape from them. The shops can hold 50 without pressure, and on occasion as many again. Everywhere there are engines, and everywhere PG 261 brass domes lie about on the ground like huge helmets in a pantomime. The silence is the weirdest touch of all. Some sprightly soul an apprentice be sure has daubed in red lead on the end of an iron toolbox a caricature of some friend who is evidently a riveter, The picture has all the interest of an Egyptian cartouche, for it shows that men have been here, and that the engines do not have it all their own way. And so out in the open away from the three great sheds between and under more engines, till we strike a wilderness of lines, all converging to one turntable. Here be elephant stalls ranged round a half-circle, and in each stall stands one engine, and each engine stares at the turntable. A stolid and disconcerting company is this. Ringo Fi's monsters 324, 432 and 8 are shining like toys. They are ready for their turn of duty, and are as spruce as Handsome's lacquered chocolate, picked out with black, red and white, is their dress, and delicate lemon graces the ceilings of the cabs. The driver should be a gentleman in evening dress with white kid gloves, and there should be gold-headed champagne bottles in the spick and span tenders. Huckleberry Finn says of a timber raft, it amounted to something. Being captain of that raft thrice enviable is the man who, drawing Rs 220 a month, is allowed to make Rs 150 overtime out of loco's nose. 324, 432, or 850 yards beyond this gorgeous trinity, are 10 to 12 engines who have put into Jamalpur to bait. They are alive, their fires are lighted, and they are swearing and purring and growling one at another as they stand alone. Here is evidently one of the newest type No 25, a giant, who has just brought the mail in PG 262, and waits to be cleaned up preparatory to going out afresh. The tiffin hour has ended, the buzzer blows, and with a roar, a rattle and a clang, the sharps take up their toil. The hubbub that followed on the prince's kiss to the sleeping beauty was not so loud or sudden. Experience with a footrule in his pocket, authority in his port, and a merry twinkle in his eye comes up, and catches ignorance walking gingerly round. No 25, that's one of the best we have, says Experience, a four-wheeled coupled bogie. They call her She's by Dobbs. She's done her 150 miles today, and shall run into Rampur Hout this afternoon, then shall rest a day and be cleaned up roughly. She does her 300 miles in the 24 hours. She's a beauty, she's out from home. But we can build our own engine as all, except the wheels. We're building 10 locos now, and we've got a dozen boilers ready if you care to look at them. How long does a loco last? That's just as maybe she will do as much as her driver. Lets her. Some men play the mischief with a loco, and some handle properly. Our drivers prefer Hawthorne's old four-wheeled coupled engines, because they give the least bother. There is one in that shed, and it's a good un to travel, but 80,000 miles generally sees the gloss off an engine, and she goes into the shops to be overhauled and refitted and replaned. And a lot of things that you wouldn't understand if I told you about them. No one, the first loco on the line is running still, but very little of the original engine must be left by this time. That one there came out in the mutiny year. She's PG 263 by Slaughter and Grunning, and she's built for speed in front of a light load French-looking sort of thing, isn't she? That's because her cylinders are on a tilt. We used her for the mail once, but the mail has grown heavier and heavier, and now we use six-wheeled coupled 18-inch, inside cylinder 45-ton locos to shift 1,000-ton trains. No, all locos aren't alike. It isn't merely pulling a lever. The company likes its drivers to know their locos, and a man will keep his Hawthorne for 2 or 3 years. The more mileage he gets out of her before she has to be overhauled, the better man he is. It pays to let a man have his fancy engine. A man must take an interest in his loco, and that means she must belong to him. Some locos won't do anything even if you coax and humor them. I don't think there are any unlucky ones now, but some years ago No 31 wasn't popular. The drivers went sick or took leave when they were told off for her. She killed her driver on the Jabalpur line. She left the rails at Kadra. She did something or other at Rampur Hout, and Lord knows what she didn't do or try to do in other places. All the drivers fought shy of her, and in the end she disappeared. They said she was condemned, but I shouldn't wonder if the company changed her number quietly, and changed the luck at the same time. You see, the government inspector comes and looks at our stock now and again, and when an engine's condemned, he puts his dauber mark on her, and she's broken up. Well, No 31 was condemned, but there was a whisper that they only shifted her number and ran her out again, when the drivers didn't know. There were no accidents. I don't PG 264 think we've got an unlucky one running now. Some are different from others, but there are no mainators. Yes, a driver of the mail is somebody. He can make Rs 370 a month. If he's a covenanted man, we get a lot of our drivers in the country, and we don't import from England as much as we. Roman 999 stands to reason that now there's more competition both among lines and in the labour market. The company can't afford to be as generous as it used to be. It doesn't cheat a man, though. It's this way with the drivers. A native driver gets about Rs 20 a month, and in his way he's supposed to be good enough for branch work and shunting, and such well an English driver'll get from RS 80 to RS 220, and over time the English driver knows what the native gets, and in time they tell the driver that the native'll improve the driver has that to think of. You see, that's competition. Experience returns to the enginests now full of clamour, and enlarges on the beauties of sick locomotives, the fitters and the assistants, and the apprentices are hammering and punching and gauging, and otherwise technically disporting themselves round their enormous patience, and their language, as caught in snatches, is beautifully unintelligible. But one flying sentence goes straight to the heart. It is the cry of humanity over the task of life, done into unrefined English. An apprentice, grimed to his eyebrows, his cloth cap well on the back of his curly head, and his hands deep in his pockets, is sitting on the edge of a toolbox, ruefully regarding the very much disorganized engine. Whose slave is he? A handsome boy, this apprentice, and well made. He whistles softly, between PG 265, his teeth and his brow puckers. Then he addresses the engine half in expostulation, and half in despair. Oh, you condemned old female dog. He puts the sentence more crisply, much more crisply, and ignorance chuckles sympathetically. Ignorance also is puzzled over these engines. PG 266, Chapter Roman 3. Vulcan's Forge. In the wilderness of the railway shops and machinery, that planes and shaves and bevels, and stamps and punches and hoists, and nips, that the first idea that occurs to an outsider when he has seen the men who people the place, is that it must be the birthplace of inventions, a pasture ground of fat patents, if a writtingman who plays with shadows, and dresses dolls that others may laugh at their antics, draws help and comfort, and new methods of working old ideas from the stored shelves of a library. How in the name of common sense his God can a doingman whose mind is set upon things that snatch a few moments from flying time, or put power into weak hands, refrain from going forward, and adding new inventions to the hundreds among which he daily moves? Appealed to on this subject, experience, who had served the Roman 1R loyally for many years, held his peace. We don't go in much for patents. But he added with a praiseworthy attempt to turn the conversation, we can build you any mortal thing you like. We've got the Bradford Leslie steamer for the Sahibganj ferry. Come and see the brasswork for her bows, it's in the casting shed. It would have been cruel to have pressed experience PG 267 further, and ignorance to foredate matters. A little went about to discover why experience shied off this question, and why the men of Jamalpur had not each and all invented and patented something. He won his information in the end, but did not come from Jamalpur. That must be clearly understood. It was found anywhere you please between Howrah and Hoti Mardan, and here it is that all the world may admire a prudent and far-sighted board of directors. Once upon a time, as every one in the profession knows, 2 men invented the Roman 500, and sleeper cast iron of 5 pieces. Very serviceable the men were in the company's employ, and their masters said, your brains are ours, hand us over those sleepers. Being of pay and position, Roman 500 and made some sort of resistance, and got a royalty or a bonus. At any rate, the company had to pay for its sleepers. But thereafter, and the condition exists to this day, they caused it to be written in each servant's covenant, that if by chance he invented aught, his invention was to belong to the company. Providence has mercifully arranged that no man or syndicate of men can buy the Holy Spirit of man outright without suffering in some way or another, just as much as the purchase. America fully and Germany in part recognizes this law. The Roman 1 railway's breach of it is thoroughly English, they say, or it is said of them, that they say we are afraid of our men, who belong to us, wasting their time on trying to invent. Is it wholly impossible, then, for men of mechanical experience and large sympathies to check the mere patent hunter, and bring forward the man with an idea? Is there no supervision in the shops, or have the men PG 268, who play tennis and billiards at the Institute, not a minute, which they can rightly call their very own? Would it ruin the richest company in India to lend their model shop, and their lathes to half a dozen, or for the matter of that 100 abortive experiments, a Massachusetts organ factory, a Racine buggy shop, an Oregon lumberyard? Would laugh at the notion. An American toymaker might swindle and employ after the invention, but he would in his own interests help the man to see what comes of the thing. Surely a wealthy, a powerful, and as old Jamalpur bears witness, considerate company might cut that clause out of the covenant, and await the issue. There would be quite enough jealousy between man and man, grade and grade, to keep down all but the keenest souls. And with due respect to the steam hammer and the rolling mill, we have not yet made machinery perfect. The shops are not likely to spawn unmanageable Stephensons or grasping Brunels, but in the minor turns of mechanical thought that find concrete expressions in links, axle boxes, joint packings, valves, and spring stirrups, something would be done. With a practical prohibition removed, will a North countryman give you anything but warm hospitality for nothing, or, if you claim from him overtime service as a right, will he work zealously on anything? But brass is his motto, and his ideas are his brass. Gentlemen in authority, if this should meet your august eyes, spare it a minute's thought, and clearing away the floridity, get to the heart of the mistake, and see if it cannot be rationally put right. Above all, remember that Jamalpur supplied no information. It was PG 269, as mute as an oyster. There is no one within your jurisdiction. Tow him, drop. Let us after this excursion into the offices return to the shops, and only ask Experience such questions as he can without disloyalty answer. We used once, says he, leading to the foundry, to sell our old rails and import new ones, even when we used them for roof beams, and so on. We had more than we knew what to do with. Now we have got rolling mills, and we used the rails to make tie bars for the Roman 500 and O sleepers, and all sorts of things. We turn out 500 Roman 500 and O sleepers a day altogether. We use about 7 to 5 tons of our own iron a month here. Iron in Calcutta costs about 5/8, 100 hours costs between 3/4 and 3/8, and on that item alone, we save 3,000 a month. Don't ask me how many miles of rails we own, there are 1,500 miles of line. And you can make your own calculation. All those things, like babies' graves down in that shed, are the molds for the Roman 500 and O sleepers. We test them by dropping 300 weight and 300 quarters of iron on top of them, from a height of 7 feet or 11. Sometimes, they don't often smash. We have a notion here that our iron is as good as the home stuff. A sleek, white and brindled pariah thrust himself into the conversation. His house appears to be on the warm ashes of the bolt-maker. This is a horrible machine, which chews red-hot iron bars and spits them out perfect bolts. Its manners are disgusting, and it gobbles over its food. Hi Jack, says Experience, stroking the interloper. PG 270, you've been trying to break your leg again. That's the dog of the works at least. He makes believe that the works belong to him. Hell, follow any one of us about the shops as far as the gate, but never a step further. You can see he's in first class condition. The boys give him his ticket, and one of these days he'll try to get on to the company's books as a regular worker. He's too clever to live. Jack heads the procession as far as the walls of the rolling shed, and then returns to his machinery room. He waddles with fatness and despises strangers. How would you like to be hot-potted there, says Experience, who has read, and who is enthusiastic over she, as he points to the great furnaces, whence the slag is being dragged out by hooks. Here is the old material going into the furnace in that big iron bucket. Look at the scraps of iron. There's an old Roman 500. And O sleeper, there's a lot of clips from a cylinder. There's a lot of snippered-up rails, there's a driving wheel block, there's an old hook, and a sprinkling of boiler plates and rivets. The bucket is tipped into the furnace with a thunderous roar, and the slag below pours forth more quickly. An engine, says Experience reflectively, can run over herself, so to say, after she's broken up. She is made into sleepers for the line. You'll see how she's broken up later. A few paces further on, semi-nude demons are capering over strips of glowing hot iron, which are put into a mill as rails and emerge as thin shapely tie bars. The natives wear rough sandals and some pretense of aprons, but the greater part of them is all face, as I said before, says Experience. A PG 271 native's cuteness, when he's working on ticket, is something startling beyond occasionally hanging on to a red-hot bar too long, and so letting their pincers be drawn through the mills. These men take precious care not to go wrong. Our machinery is fenced and guardrailed as much as possible, and these men don't get caught up by the belting in the first place. They're a careful, father warns the son, and so on, and in the second. There's nothing about for the belting to catch on, unless the man shoves his hand in. A native's no fool. He knows that it doesn't do to be foolish when he's dealing with a crane or a driving wheel. You're looking at all those chopped rails. We make our iron as they blend barky. We mix up all sorts to get the required quality. Those rails have just been chopped by this tobacco cutter thing. Experience bends down and sets a vicious-looking parrot-headed beam to work. There is a quiver, snap and a dull smash, and a heavy rail is nipped in two like a stick of barley sugar. Elsewhere, a bull-nosed hydraulic cutter is rail-cutting, as if it enjoyed the fun. In another shed stand the steam hammers, the unemployed ones murmuring and muttering to themselves, as is the uncanny custom of all steam-sold machinery. Experience, with his hand on a long lever, makes one of the monsters perform, and though ignorance knows that designed and men do continually build steam hammers, the effect is as though experience were maddening a chained beast. The massive block slides down the guides, only to pause hungrily an inch above the anvil, or restlessly throb, through a foot and a half of space, each motion being PG 272, controlled by an almost imperceptible handling of the levers. When these things are newly overhauled, you can regulate your blow to within an eighth of an inch, says experience. We had a foreman here once who could work 'em beautifully. He had the touch one day. A visitor, no end of a swell, in a tall white hat, came round the works, and our foreman borrowed the hat, and brought the hammer down just enough to press the nap, and no more. How wonderful, said the visitor, putting his hand carelessly upon this lever rod. Here experience suits the action to the word. And the hammer thunders on the anvil. Well, you can guess for yourself. Next minute there wasn't enough left of that tall white hat to make a postage stamp of steam hammers, errant things to play with now. Well, go over to the stores. Whatever apparent disorder there might have been in the works, the store department is as clean as a new pin, and stupefying in its naval order: copper plates, bar angle and rod iron, duplicate cranks and slide bars, the piston rods of the Bradford Leslie steamer, engine grease files and hammerheads, every conceivable article, from leather laces of beltings to headlamps necessary for the due and proper working of a long line, is stocked, stacked, piled, and put away in appropriate compartments. In the midst of it all, neck deep in ledgers and indent forms, stands the many-handed Babu, the steam of the engine, whose power extends from Howrah to Ghaziabad. The company does everything, and knows everything. The gallant apprentice may be a wild youth with an earnest desire to go occasionally upon the bend, but PG 273 3 times a week, between 7 and 8 p. Roman 1000, he must attend the nightshule and sit at the feet of Roman 1000 Bernard, who teaches him mechanics and statics so thoroughly that even the awful government inspector is pleased. And when there is no nightshule, the company will by no means wash its hands of its men out of working hours. No man can be violently restrained from going to the bad if he insists upon it, but in the service of the company a man has every warning his escapades are known, and a judiciously arranged transfer sometimes keeps a good fellow clear of the downgrade. No one can flatter himself that in the multitude he is overlooked, or believe that between 4 p. Roman 1000 and 9 a Roman 1000 he is at liberty to misdemean himself sooner or later, but generally sooner his goings are known, and he is reminded that Britons never shall be slaves to things that destroy good work as well as souls. Maybe the company acts only in its own interest, but the result is good. Best and prettiest of the many good and pretty things in Jamalpur is the institute of a Saturday when the volunteer band is playing, and the tennis courts are full, and the babydom of Jamalpur, fat, sturdy children frolic round the bandstand. The people dance about big as the institute is. It is getting too small for their dances. The act, they play billiards, they study their newspapers, they play cards, and everything else, and they flirt in a sumptuous building. And in the hot weather the gallant apprentice ducks his friend in the big swimming bath. Decidedly, the railway folk make their lives pleasant. Let us go down southward to the big Giridi collieries, PG 274. And see the coal that feeds the furnace, that smelts the iron, that makes the sleeper, that bears the loco, that pulls the carriage, that holds the freight, that comes from the country, that is made richer by the great company, Badahar, the East Indian Rail. PG 275, the Giridi coalfields. Chapter 1. On the surface. Southward, always southward, and easterly runs the Calcutta mail from Lakhisarai, till she reaches Madhapur in the Santhal Parganas. From Madhapur, a train largely made up of coal trucks heads westward into the Hazaribagh district, and toward Giridi. A week would not have exhausted Jamalpur and its environs, as the guidebooks say. But since time drives and man must e'en be driven, the weird echoing bund in the hills above Jamalpur, where the owls hoot at night and hyenas come down to laugh over the grave of Quilem Roberts, who died from the effects of an encounter with a tiger near this place. A Roman 500 goes undescribed, nor is it possible to deal with Mongha, the headquarters of the district, where one sees for the first time the age of old Bengal in the sleepy, creepy station, built in a Timian fort, which runs out into the Ganges, and is full of quaint houses with fat-legged balustrades on the roofs. Pensioners certainly, and probably a score of ghosts, live in Mongha. All the country seems haunted. Is there not at Pir Bahar a lonely house on a bluff, the grave of a young lady who 30 years ago rode her horse down the cliff and perished? Has not Mongha a haunted house in which tradition says skeptics have seen much? PG 276, more than they could account for, and is it not notorious throughout the countryside that the 7 miles of road between Jamalpur and Mongha are nightly paraded by tramping battalions of spectres, phantoms of an old-time army massacred, Who knows how long ago the Carmen voice attests all these things, and an eerie cemetery packed with blackened, lichened candle extinguisher tombstones persuades the listener to believe all that he hears Bengal is second or third, is it in order of seniority among the provinces, and like an old nurse she tells many witch tales. But ghosts have nothing to do with collieries, and that ever-present company, the E Roman 1R, has more or less made Giridit principally more. Before the E Roman 1R came, say the people, we had 1 meal a day. Now we have 2 stomachs, do not tell fibs, whatever mouths may say. That company in the course of business throws about 5 lakhs a year into the Hazaribagh district in the form of wages alone, and Giridi Bazaar has to supply the wants of 12,000 men, women and children. But we have now the authority of a number of high-souled and intelligent native prince, that the sahib of all grades spends his time in sucking the blood out of the country, and flying to England to spend his ill-gotten gains. Giridi is perfectly mad, quite insane geologically. The country is in the metamorphic higher grounds that rise out of the alluvial flats of Lower Bengal, between the Asri and the Barakar rivers. Translated, this sentence means that you can twist your ankle on pieces of pure white pinky and yellowish granite, slip over weather-worn sandstone grievously PG 277, cut your boots over flakes of trap, and throw hornblende pebbles at the dogs. Never was such a place for stone-throwing as Giridi. The general aspect of the country is falsely park-like, because it swells and sinks in a score of grass-covered undulations, and is adorned with plantation-like jungle. There are low hills on every side, and 12 miles away, bearing south, the blue bulk of the holy hill of Parisnath, greatest of the Jain Tirthankars, overlooks the world in Bengal. They consider 4,500 feet good enough for a Dagshay or Kasoli, and once upon a time they tried to put troops on Parisnath. There was a scarcity of water, and Thomas of those days found the silence and seclusion prey upon his spirits. Since 20 years, therefore, Parisnath has been abandoned by Her Majesty's army. As to Giridi itself, the last few miles of train bring up the reek of the black country. Memory depends on smell. A noseless man is devoid of sentiment, just as a noseless woman in this country must be devoid of honour. That first breath of the coal should be the breath of the murky clouded tract between Yeadon and Daler, Barnsley Rough, and hospitable Barnslayer, Dewsbury and Batley, and the Derby Canal on a Sunday afternoon when the wheels are still, and the young men and maidens walk stolidly in pairs. Unfortunately, it is nothing more than Giridi, 7,000 miles away from home, and blessed with a warm and genial sunshine, soon to turn into something very much worse. The insanity of the place is visible at the station door. A GBT cart once married a bathing machine, and they called the child Tumtum Yuhu in flannel, and PG 278 Kanpur harness drive bamboo carts about up-country roads. Remember that a Giridi Tumtum is painfully pushed by 4 men, and must be entered crawling on all fours head first. So strange are the ways of Bengal. They drive mad horses in Giridi, animals that become hysterical as soon as the dusk falls, and the countryside blazes with the fires of the great coke ovens. If you expostulate tearfully, they produce another horse, a raw red fiend, whose ear has to be screwed round and round and round and round before she will by any manner of means consent to start. The roads carry neat little 18-inch trenches at their sides, admirably adapted to hold the flying wheels skirling about this savage land in the dark. The white population beguile the time by rapturously recounting past accidents, insisting throughout on the super-equine steadiness of their cattle. Deep and broad and wide is their jovial hospitality, but some bediathed Turhut planters for choice ought to start a mission to teach the men of Giridi what to drive. They know how, or they would be severally and separately, and many times dead. But they do not indeed know that animals who stand on one hind leg and beckon with all the rest, or try to pigstick in harness, are not trafforces worthy of endearing names, but things to be poleaxed. Their feelings are hurt when you say this. Sit tight, say, the men of Giridi were insured, we can't be hurt. And now, with grey hairs, dry mouth and chattering teeth, to the collieries, the E Roman 1R estate, bought or leased in perpetuity from the Serampore Raja, may be about 4 miles long, and between 1 and 2 miles PG 279, across it is in 2 pieces, the Serampore field being separated from the Karharbari or Karhabali or Kabarbari field by the property of the Bengal Coal Company. The Ranigunj Coal Association lies to the east of all other workings, so we have 3 companies at work on about 11 square miles of land. There is no such thing as getting a full view of the whole place. A short walk over a grassy down gives on to an outcrop of very dirty sandstone, which in the excessive innocence of his heart the visitor naturally takes to be the coal lying neatly on the surface. Up to this sandstone The path seems to be made of crushed sugar so white and shiny, is the quartz over the brow of the down comes in sight, the old familiar pithead wheel spinning for the dear life, and the eye loses itself in a maze of pumping sheds, red-tiled mud-walled miners' huts, dotted all over the landscape, and railway lines that run on every kind of gradient. There are lines that dip into valleys and disappear round the shoulders of slopes, and lines that career on the tops of rises, and disappear over the brow of the slopes along these lines. Whistle and pant meter-gauge engines, some with trucks at their tail, and others rattling back to the pit bank, with the absurd air of a boy late for school, that an unemployed engine always assumes there are 6 engines in all. And as it is easiest to walk along the lines, one sees a good deal of them. They bear not altogether unfamiliar names. Here, for instance, passes the Cockburn whistling down a grade with 30 tons of coal at her heels, while the Whitley and the Alforts are waiting for their complement of trucks. Now a Mr. T. F. Cockburn was superintendent, PG 280 of these mines, nearly 30 years ago, in the days before the cord lines from Kanu to Luckissarai were built, and all the coal was carted to the latter place. And surely Mr. Alforts was an engineer who helped to think out a new sleeper. What may these things mean? Apotheosis of the manager is the reply: christen the engines, after the manager's yowl find Cockburn done Whitley Abbott Alforts, and says knocking about the place sounds funny, doesn't it? Doesn't sound so funny when one of these idiots does his best to derail, says, though by putting a line down anyhow. Look at that line laid out in knots. Be Jove, to the unprofessional eye, the rails seem all correct, but there must be something wrong, because one of those idiots is asked why, in the name of all he considers sacred, he does not ram the ballast properly. What would happen if you threw an engine off the line? Can't say that I know exactly. You see, our business is to keep them on, and we do that. Here's rather a curiosity. You see that pointsman, they say he's an old mutineer, and when he relaxes he boasts of the sahibs he has killed. He's glad enough to eat the company's salt. Now such a withered old face was the face of the pointsman at no 11 point. The information suggested a host of questions, and the answers were these: you won't be able to understand till you've been down into a mine. We work our men in 2 ways, some by direct payment under our own hand, and some by contractors. The contractor undertakes to deliver us the coal, supplying his own men tools and props. He's responsible for the safety of his PG 281 men, and of course the company knows and sees his work. Just fancy, among these 5,000 people, what sort of effect the news of an accident would produce. It would go all through the Santhal Parganas. We have any amount of Santhals, besides Mahometans and Hindus of every possible caste, down to those Musahars who eat pig. They don't require much administering in the civilian sense of the word. On Sundays, as a rule, if any man has had his daughter eloped with or anything of that kind, he generally comes up to the manager's bungalow to get the matter put straight. If a man is disabled through accident, he knows that as long as he's in the hospital, he gets full wages, and the company pays for the food of any of his womenfolk who come to look after him. One, of course, not the whole clan, that makes our service popular with the people. Don't you believe that a native is a fool? You can train him to everything except responsibility. There's a rule in the workings that if there is any dangerous work we haven't chokedamp, I will show you when we get down, a gang must work without an Englishman to look after them. A native wouldn't be wise enough to understand what the danger was, or where it came in. Even if he did, he'd shirk the responsibility. We can't afford to risk a single life. All our output is just as much as the company want, about 1,000 tons per working day, 300,000. In the year we could turn out more. Yes, a little. Well, yes, twice as much. I won't go on, because you wouldn't believe me. There's the coal under us, and we work it at any depth, from following up an outcrop down to 600 feet. That PG 282 is our deepest shaft. We have no necessity to go deeper at home. The mines are sometimes 1,500 feet down. Well, the thickness of this coal here varies from anything you please to anything you please. There's enough of it to last your time, and 100 or 200 years longer, perhaps even longer than that. Look at that stuff. That's big coal from the pit. It was aristocratic-looking coal, just like the picked lumps that are stacked in baskets of coal agencies at home, with the printed legend atop, only 23s a ton. But there was no picking in this case. The great piled banks were all equal to sample, and beyond them lay piles of small broken smithy coal. The company doesn't sell to the public. This small broken coal is an exception that is sold, but the big stuff is for the engines and the shops. It doesn't cost much to get out, as you say, but our men can earn as much as 12 rupees a month very often. When they've earned enough to go on with, they retire from the concern, till they've spent their money, and then come on again. It's piecework, and they are improvident. If some of them only lived like other natives, they would have enough to buy land and cows with. When there's a press of work, they make a good deal by overtime, but they don't seem to keep it. You should see Giridi Bazaar on a Sunday. If you want to know where the money goes, about 10,000 rupees change hands once a week there. If you want to get at the number of people who are indirectly dependent or profit by the Roman 1R, you'll have to conduct a census of your own after Sunday is over. The men generally lie off on Monday and take it easy on Tuesday, then they work hard PG 283 for the next 4 days, and make it up. Of course, there's nothing in the wide world to prevent a man from resigning and going away to wherever he came from behind those hills. If he's a Santhal, he loses his employment. That's all, but they have their own point of honor. A man hates to be told by his friends that he has been guilty of shirking. And now, well, go to breakfast. You shall be pitted tomorrow to any depth you like. PG 284, Chapter Roman 2. In the depths. Pitted to any extent you please. The only difficulty was for Joseph to choose his pit. Giridi was full of them. There was an arch in the side of a little hill, a blackened brick arch, leading into thick night. A stationary engine was hauling a procession of coal-laden truck stubs. Is the technical word out of its depths. The tubs were neither pretty nor clean. We are going down in those. When they are emptied, put on your helmet, and keep it on, and keep your head down. There is nothing mirth-provoking in going down a coal mine, even though it be only a shallow incline, running to 140 feet, vertical below the earth. Get into the tub, and lie down. Hang it, no, this is not a railway carriage. You can't see the country out of the windows. Lie down in the dust, and don't lift your head. Let her go. The tubs strain on the wire rope, and slide down 1,400 feet of incline, at first through a chastened gloom, and then through darkness. An absurd sentence from a trial report rings in the head. About this time, prisoner expressed a desire for the consolations of religion. A hand with a reeking flare lamp hangs over the edge of the tub, and there is a glimpse of a blackened PG 285 hat near it. For those accustomed to the pits have a merry trick of going down sitting or crouching on the coupling of the rear tub. The noise is deafening, and the roof is very close indeed. The tubs bump, and the occupant crouches lovingly in the coal dust. What would happen if the train went off the line? The desire for the consolations of religion grows keener and keener as the air grows closer and closer. The tubs stop in darkness, spangled by the light of the flare lamps, which many black devils carry underneath, and on both sides is the greasy blackness of the coal, and above a roof of grey sandstone, smooth as the flow of a river at evening. Now remember that if you don't keep your hat on, you'll get your head broken, because you will forget to stoop. If you hear any tubs coming up behind you, step off to one side. There's a tramway under your feet. Be careful not to trip over it. The miner has a gait as peculiarly his own as Tommy's measured pace, or the bluejackets roll. Big men who slouch in the light of day become almost things of beauty. Underground their foot is on their native heather, and the slouch is a very necessary act of homage to the great earth, which if a man observe not, he shall without doubt have his hapless. The man who invented pith hats grievously cut. The road turns and winds, and the roof becomes lower, but those accursed tubs still rattle by on the tramways. The roof throws back their noises, and when all the place is full of a grumbling and a growling, how under earth is one to know whence danger will turn up next? The air brings to the unacclimatized a singing in the PG 286 ears, a hotness of the eyeballs, and a jumping of the heart. That's because the pressure here is different from the pressure up above. It'll wear off in a minute. We don't notice it. Wait till you get down a 400-foot pit. Then your ears will begin to sing if you like. Most people know the one night of each hot weather, that still clouded night just before the rains break, when there seems to be no more breathable air under the bowl of the pitiless skies, and all the weight of the silent dark house lies on the chest of the sleephunter. This is the feeling in a commonly more, so much more so, for the darkness is the gross darkness of the inner sepulchre. It is hard to see which is the black coal, and which the passage driven through it from far away down the side galleries comes the regular beat of the pick-thick, and muffled as the beat of the labouring heart. 6 men to a gang, and they aren't allowed to work alone. They make 6-foot drives through the coltwoe, and sometimes 3 men working together. The rest clear away the stuff and load it into the tubs. We have no props in this gallery, because we have a roof as good as a ceiling. The coal lies under the sandstone. Here it's beautiful sandstone. It was beautiful sandstone, as hard as a billiard table, and devoid of any nasty little bumps and jags. There was a roaring down one road, the roaring of infernal fires. This is not a pleasant thing to hear in the dark. It is too suggestive. That's our ventilating shaft. Can't you feel the air getting brisker? Come and look. Imagine a great iron-bound crate of burning coal, PG 287, hanging over a gulf of darkness, faintly showing the brickwork of the base of a chimney. We're at the bottom of the shaft. That fire makes a draft that sucks up the foul air from the bottom of the pit. There's another downdraw shaft in another part of the mine where the clean air comes in. We aren't going to set the mines on fire. There's an earth and brick floor at the bottom of the pit. The crate hangs over it isn't so deep as you think. Then a devil, a naked devil, came in with a pitchfork and fed the spouting flames. This was perfectly in keeping with the landscape. More trucks, more muffled noises, more darkness made visible, and more devils, male and female, coming out of darkness and vanishing. Then a picture to be remembered, a great hall of Eblis 20 feet from inky black floor to grey roof, upheld by huge pillars of shining coal, and filled with flitting and passing devils. On a shattered pillar near the roof stood a naked man, his flesh olive-coloured in the light of the lamps, hewing down a mass of coal that still clove to the roof. Behind him was the wall of darkness, and when the lamps shifted, he disappeared like a ghost. The devils were shouting directions, and the man howled in reply, resting on his pick and wiping the sweat from his brow. When he smote the coal, crushed and slid and rumbled from the darkness into the darkness, and the devils cried shabash. The man stood erect like a bronze statue. He twisted and bent himself like a Japanese grotesque, and anon threw himself on his side, after the manner of the dying gladiator. Then spoke the still small voice of fact, a first-class workman. If he would PG 288 only stick to it, but as soon as he makes a little money he lies off and spends it. That's the last of a pillar that we've knocked out. See here, these pillars of coal are square, about 30 feet each way. As you can see, we make the pillar first by cutting out all the coal between. Then we drive 2 square tunnels about 7 feet wide through, and across the pillar, propping it with balks, there's one fresh cut. 2 tunnels crossing at right angles had been driven through a pillar, which in its undercut condition seemed like the rough draft of a statue. For an elephant, when the pillar stands only on 4 legs, we chip away 1 leg at a time from a square to an hourglass shape, and then either the whole of the pillar crashes down from the roof, or else a quarter or a half. If the coal lies against the sandstones, it carries away clear, but in some places it brings down stone and rubbish with it. The chipped away legs of the pillars are called stucks. Who has to make the last cut that breaks a leg through? Oh, Englishmen of sorts, we can't trust natives for the job, unless it's very easy. The natives take kindly to the pillar work, though they are paid just as much for their coal as though they had hewed it out of the solid. Of course, we take very good care to see that the roof doesn't come in on us. You would never understand how and why we prop our roofs with those piles of sleepers. Anyway, you can see that we cannot take out a whole line of pillars. We work MN echelon, and those big beams you see running from floor to roof are our indicators. They show when the roof is going to give. Oh dear no, there's no dramatic effect about it. PG 289. No splash. You know our roofs give plenty of warning by cracking, and then collapse slowly. The parts of the work that we have cleared out and allowed to fall in are called gouffres. You're on the edge of a gouffre. Now all that darkness there marks the limit of the mine. We have worked that out piecemeal, and the props are gone. And the place is down. The roof of any pillar working is tested every morning by tapping, pretty hard tapping. Hi ye, shout all the devils in chorus, and the hall of Eblis is full of rolling sound. The Olive Man has brought down an avalanche of coal. It is a sight to see the whole of one of the pillars come away. They make an awful noise, it would startle you out of your wits. But there's not an atom of risk. Not an atom of risk, O genial and courteous host, when you turned up next day blacker than any sweep that ever swept, with a neat half-inch gash on your forehead when, by cutting a stuck and getting caught by a bounding coalnap. How long and earnestly did you endeavour to show that stuck-cutting was an employment as harmless and unexciting as wool-simplering? Our ways are rather primitive, but they're cheap and safe as houses. Dams and Boris Karls and Beldars don't understand refinements in mining. They'd startle an English pit where there was fire damp. Do you know it's a solemn fact that if you drop a Davy lamp or snatch it quickly, you can blow a whole English pit inside out with all the miners? Good for us that we don't know what fire damp is here. We can use flare lamps. After the first feeling of awe and wonder is worn, PG 290 out, a mine becomes monotonous. There is only the humming, palpitating darkness, the rumble of the tubs, and the endless procession of galleries to arrest the attention, and one pit to the uninitiated is as like to another as 2 peas. Tell a miner this, and he laughs slowly and softly. To him, the pits have each distinct personalities, and each must be dealt with differently. PG 291, Chapter Roman 3. The perils of the pits. An engineer who has built a bridge can strike you nearly dead with professional facts. The captain of a 70-horsepower Ganges river steamer can in 1 hour tell legends of the Sandheads and the James and Mary Shoal sufficient to fill half a pioneer. but a couple of days spent on above, and in a coal mine yields more mixed information than 2 engineers and 3 captains, it is hopeless to pretend to understand it all. When your host says, such an one is a thundering good fault-treader, you smile hazily, and by way of keeping up the conversation adventure on the statement that fault-treading and palmistry are very popular amusements, then men explain. Everyone knows that coal strata, in common with women, horses, and official superiors, have faults caused by some colic of the earth in the days when things were settling into their places. A coal seam is suddenly sliced off, as a pencil is cut through with one slanting blow of the penknife, and one half is either pushed up or pushed down any number of feet. The miners work the seam till they come to this break-off, and then call for an expert to read the fault. It is sometimes very hard to discover whether the sliced-off PG 292 seam has gone up or down. Theoretically, the end of the broken piece should show the direction practically. Its indications are not always clear. Then a good fault-treader, who must more than know geology, is a useful man, and is much prized, for the Girardi fields are full of faults and dikes. Tongues of what was once molten lava thrust themselves sheer into the coal, and the disgusted miner finds that, for about 20 feet on each side of the tongue, all coal has been burnt away. The head of the mine is supposed to foresee these things, and more he can tell you without looking at the map. What is the geological formation of any 1,000 square miles of India? He knows as much about brickwork and the building of houses, arches, and shafts as an average PW Roman 500 man. He has not only to know the intestines of a pumping or winding engine, but must be able to take them to pieces with his own hands, indicate on the spot such parts as need repair, and make drawings of anything that requires renewal. He knows how to lay out and build railways with a grade of 1 in 27. He has to carry in his head all the signals and points between and over which his locomotive engines work. He must be an electrician, capable of controlling the apparatus that fires the dynamite charges in the pits, and must thoroughly understand boring operations with 1,000-foot drills. He must know by name at least 1,000 of the men on the works, and must fluently speak the vernaculars of the low castes. If he has Sonthali, which is more elaborate than Greek, so much the better for him. He must know how to handle men of all grades, and while holding PG 293 himself aloof, must possess sufficient grip of the men's private lives to be able to see at once the merits of a charge of attempted abduction, preferred by a clucking, croaking carle, against a fluent English-speaking Brahmin, for he is literally the light of justice, and to him the injured husband and the wrathful father look for redress. He must be on the spot, and take all responsibility when any specially risky job is under way in the pit, and he can claim no single hour of the day or the night for his own. From 8 in the morning till 1 in the afternoon he is coated with coal dust and oil. From 1 till 8 in the evening he has office work. After 8 o'clock he is free to attend to anything that he may be wanted for. This is a soberly drawn picture of a life that sahibs on the mines actually enjoy. They are spared all private socio-official worry, for the company, in its mixture of state and private interest, is as perfectly cold-blooded and devoid of bias as any great department of the empire. If certain things be done well and good, if certain things be not done, the defaulter goes, and his place is filled by another. The conditions of service are graven on stone. There may be generosity, there undoubtedly is justice, but above all there is freedom within broad limits. No irrepressible shareholder cripples the executive arm with suggestions and restrictions, and no private piques turn men's blood to gall within them. They work like horses, and are happy when he can snatch a free hour. The grimy, sweating, cardigan-jacketed, ammunition-booted, pick-bearing ruffian turns into a well-kept English gentleman who plays a good game of billiards, and has a batch of new PG 294 books from England. Every week the change is sudden, but in Girardi nothing is startling. It is right and natural that a man should be alternately Valentine and Orson, specially Orson. It is right and natural to drive always behind a mad horse away, and away towards the lonely hills, till the flaming coke ovens become glowworms on the dark horizon, and in the wilderness to find a lovely English maiden teaching squat, filthy Santhal girls how to become Christians. Nothing is strange in Girardi, and the stories of the pits, the raffle of conversation that a man picks up as he passes, are quite in keeping with the place, thanks to the law which enacts that an Englishman must look after the native miners, and if anyone be killed must explain satisfactorily that the accident was not due to preventable causes. The death roll is kept astoundingly low. In one bad half-year 6 men out of the 5,000 were killed, in another 4, and in another none at all. As has been said before, a big accident would scare off the workers, for in spite of the age of the mine's nearly 30 years, the hereditary pitman has not yet been evolved. But to small accidents The men are orientally apathetic read of a death among the 5,000. A gang has been ordered to cut clay for the looting of the coke. Furnaces, the clay is piled in a huge bank in the open sunlight. A coolie hacks and hacks, till he has hewn out a small cave with 20 foot of clay above him. Why should he trouble to climb up the bank and bring down the eave of the cave? It is easier to cut in the Sirdar of the gang, is watching round the shoulder of the bank. The coolie cuts lazily, as he PG 295 stands. Sunday is very near, and he will get gloriously drunk in Jiridi Bazaar with his week's earnings. He digs his own grave stroke by stroke, for he has not sense enough to see that undercut clay is dangerous. He is a Santhal from the hills, there is a smash and a dull thud, and his grave has shut down upon him in an avalanche of heavy-caked clay. The Sirdar calls to the Babu of the ovens, and with the promptitude of his race, the Babu loses his head. He runs puffily, without giving orders anywhere, everywhere. Finally, he runs to the Sahib's house. The Sahib is at the other end of the collieries. He runs back. The Sahib has gone home to wash. Then his indiscretion strikes him. He should have sent runners, fleet-footed boys from the coal-screening gangs. He sends them, and they fly. One catches the Sahib just changed after his bath. There is a man dead at such a place. Gasps, omitting to say whether it is a surface or a pit accident. On goes the grimy pit kit, and in 3 minutes the Sahib's dogcart is flying to the place indicated. They have dug out the Santhal. His head is smashed in, spine and breastbone are broken, and the gang Sirdar, bowing double, throws the blame of the accident on the poor shapeless battered dead. I had warned him, but he would not listen twice. I warned him. These men are witnesses. The Babu is shaking like a jelly. Oh, sir, I have never seen a man killed before. Look at that eye, sir. I should have sent runners. I ran everywhere. I ran to your house. You were not in. I was running for hours. It was not my fault. It was the fault of the PG 296 gang Sirdar. He wrings his hands and gurgles. The best of accountants, but the poorest of coroners. Is he? No need to ask how the accident happened. No need to listen to the Sirdar and his witnesses. The Santhal had been a fool, but it was the Sirdar's business to protect him against his own folly. Has he any people here? Yes, his Ruknayas Keptuman and his sister's brother-in-law. His home is far off. The sister's brother-in-law breaks through the crowd, howling for vengeance on the Sirdar. He will send for the police. He will have the price of his brother's blood. Full tail the windmill arms, and the angry eyes fall. For the Sahib is making the report of the death. Will the government give me pension? I am his wife. A woman clamors, stamping her pewter-ankleted feet. He was killed in your service. Where is his pension? I am his wife. You lie, Yure. His Rukni. Keep quiet. Go. The pension comes to us. The sister's brother-in-law is not a refined man, but the Rukni is his match. They are silenced. The Sahib takes the report, and the body is borne away before tomorrow's sun rises. The gang Sirdar may find himself a simple surface coolie earning 9 pice a day, and in a week some Santhal woman behind the hills may discover that she is entitled to draw monthly great wealth from the coffers of the Sirkar. But this will not happen if the sister's brother-in-law can prevent it. He goes off swearing at the Rukni. In the meantime, what have the rest of the dead man's gang been doing? They have, if you please, abating PG 297, not one stroke dug out all the clay, and would have it verified. They have seen their comrade die. He is dead. Bus 17. Will the Sirdar take the tale of clay? And yet were 20 men to be crushed by their own carelessness. In the pit, these same impassive workers would scatter like panic-stricken horses. Turning from this sketch, let us set in order a few stories of the pits in some of the mines. The coal is blasted out by the dynamite, which is fired by electricity from a battery on the surface. 2 men place the charges, and then signal to be drawn up in the cage, which hangs in the pitai. Once 2 natives were entrusted with the job. They performed their parts beautifully, till the end, when the vaster idiot of the 2 scrambled into the cage, gave signal, and was hauled up before his friend could follow. 30 or 40 yards up the shaft, all possible danger for those in the cage was over, and the charge was accordingly exploded. Then, it occurred to the man in the cage that his friend stood a very good chance of being by this time riven to pieces and choked. But the friend was wise in his generation. He had missed the cage, but found a coal-to-bone of the little iron trucks and, turning this upside down, crawled into it. When the charge went off, his shelter was battered in so much that men had to hack him out, for the tub had made as it were a tinned sardine of its occupant. He was absolutely unhurt, but for his feelings on reaching the pit bank his first words were, "I do not desire to go down to the pit with that man." Any more, his wish had been already gratified, for that man had fled. Later on, the story goes, when PG 298, that man found that the guilt of murder was not at his door. He returned, and was made a mere surface coolie, and his brothers jeered at him as they pass to their better-paid occupation. Occasionally there are mild cyclones in the pits. An old working perhaps a mile away will collapse a whole gallery, sinking bodily. Then the displaced air rushes through the inhabited mine, and to quote their own expression, blows the pitmen about like dry leaves. Few things are more amusing than the spectacle of a burly Tyneside foreman who, failing to dodge round a corner in time, is put down by the wind sitting fashion on a knobby lump of coal. But most impressive of all is a tale they tell of a fire in a pit. Many years ago the coal caught light. They had to send earth and bricks down the shaft, and build great dams across the galleries. To choke the fire, imagine the scene a few hundred feet underground, with the air growing hotter and hotter each moment, and the carbonic acid gas trickling through the dams. After a time, the rough dams gaped and the gas poured in afresh, and the Englishmen went down and leaped the cracks between roof and damsel. With anything they could get, coolies fainted and had to be taken away. But no one died, and behind the first dams, they built great masonry ones, and bested that fire, though for a long time afterwards, whenever they pumped water into it, the steam would puff out from crevices in the ground above. It is a queer life that they lead, these men of the coalfields, and a big life to boot. To describe one half of their labours would need a week at the least, and PG 299 would be incomplete then. If you want to see anything they say, you should go over to the Barragunda coppermines, you should look at the Barracar ironworks, you should see our boring operations 5 miles away, you should see how we sink pits, you should above all see Girardi Bazaar on a Sunday. Why, you haven't seen anything, there's no end of a Santhal mission. Hereabouts all the little devdirs have gone on a picnic. Wait till they come back and see em learning to read. Alas, one cannot wait, at the most one can but thrust an impertinent pen skin deep into matters only properly understood by specialists.